The Absence of Mr. Glass by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London, 2017. The consulting rooms of Dr. Orion Hood, the eminent criminologist and specialist in certain moral disorders, lay along the seafront at Scarborough, in a series of very large and well-lighted French windows, which showed the North Sea like one endless outer wall of blue-green marble. In such a place the sea had something of the monotony of a blue-green dado, for the chambers themselves were ruled throughout by a terrible tidiness, not unlike the terrible tidiness of the sea. It must not be supposed that Dr. Hood's apartments excluded luxury or even poetry. These things were there, in their place, but one felt that they were never allowed out of their place. Luxury was there. There stood upon a special table 8 or 10 boxes of the best cigars, but they were built upon a plan so that the strongest were always nearest the wall and the mildest nearest the window. A tantalus containing 3 kinds of spirit, all of a liqueur excellence, stood always on this table of luxury. But the fanciful have asserted that the whisky, brandy and rum seemed always to stand at the same level. Poetry was there. The left-hand corner of the room was lined with as complete a set of English classics as the right hand could show of English and foreign physiologists. But if one took a volume of Chaucer or Shelley from that rank, its absence irritated the mind like a gap in a man's front teeth. One could not say the books were never read. Probably they were, but there was a sense of their being chained to their places, like the Bibles in the old churches. Dr. Hood treated his private bookshelf as if it were a public library, and if this strict scientific intangibility steeped even the shelves laden with lyrics and ballads, and for tables laden with drink and tobacco, it goes without saying that yet more of such heathen holiness protected the other shelves that held the specialist's library, and that other tables that sustained the frail and even fairy-like instruments of chemistry or mechanics. Dr. Hood paced the length of his string of apartments, bounded, as the boys' geographies say, on the east by the North Sea, and on the west by the serried ranks of his sociological and criminologist library. He was clad in an artist's velvet, but with none of the artist's negligence. His hair was heavily shot with grey, but growing thick and healthy. His face was lean, but sanguine and expectant. Everything about him and his room indicated something at once rigid and restless, like the great northern sea by which, on pure principles of hygiene, he had built his home. Fate, being in a funny mood, pushed the door open and introduced into these long, strict, sea-flanked apartments one who was perhaps the most startling opposite of them and their master. In answer to a curt but civil summons, the door opened inwards, and there shambled into the room a shapeless little figure which seemed to find its own hat and umbrella as unmanageable as a mass of luggage. The umbrella was a black and prosaic bundle long past repair. The hat was a broad-curved black hat, clerical but not common in England. The man was the very embodiment of all that is homely and helpless. The doctor regarded the newcomer with a restrained astonishment, not unlike that he would have shown if some huge but obviously harmless sea beast had crawled into his room. The newcomer regarded the doctor with that beaming but breathless geniality which characterizes a corpulent charwoman who has just managed to stuff herself into an omnibus. It is a rich confusion of social self-congratulation and bodily disarray. His hat tumbled to the carpet. His heavy umbrella slipped between his knees with a thud. He reached after the one and ducked after the other, but with an unimpaired smile on his round face, spoke simultaneously as follows. "My name is Brown. Pray excuse me, I come about that business of the McNabs. I have heard you often help people out in such troubles. Pray excuse me if I am wrong." By this time he had sprawlingly recovered the hat, and made an odd little bobbing bow over it, as if setting everything quite right. "I hardly understand you," replied the scientist, with a cold intensity of manner. "I fear you have mistaken the chambers. I am Dr. Hood, and my work is almost entirely literary and educational. It is true that I have sometimes been consulted by the police in cases of peculiar difficulty and importance, but—" "Oh, this is of the greatest importance," broke in the little man called Brown. "Why, her mother won't let them get engaged." And he leaned back in his chair in radiant rationality. The brows of Dr. Hood were drawn down darkly, but the eyes under them were bright with something that might be anger or might be amusement. "And still," he said, "I do not quite understand." "You see, they want to get married," said the man with the clerical hat. "Maggie McNab and young Todhunter want to get married. Now, what can be more important than that?" The great Orion Hood's scientific triumphs had deprived him of many things. Some said of his health, others of his God, but they had not wholly despoiled him of his sense of the absurd. At the last plea of the ingenuous priest, a chuckle broke out from him from inside, and he threw himself into an armchair in an ironical attitude of the consulting physician. "Mr. Brown," he said gravely, "it is quite 14.5 years since I was personally asked to test a personal problem. Then it was the case of an attempt to poison the French president at a Lord Mayor's banquet. It is now, I understand, a question of whether some friend of yours called Maggie is a suitable fiancé for some friend of hers called Todhunter. Well, Mr. Brown, I am a sportsman. I will take it on. I will give the McNab family my best advice, as good as I gave the French Republic and the King of England. No, better. 14 years better. I have nothing else to do this afternoon. Tell me your story." The little clergyman called Brown thanked him with an unquestionable warmth, but still with a queer kind of simplicity. It was rather as if he were thanking a stranger in a smoking-room for some trouble in passing the matches, than as if he were, as he was, practically thanking the curator of Kew Gardens for coming with him into a field to find a 4-leaved clover. With scarcely a semicolon after his hearty thanks, the little man began his recital. "I told you my name was Brown. Well, that's the fact, and I am the priest of the little Catholic church I dare say you've seen beyond those straggly streets, where the town ends towards the north. In the last and straggliest of those streets, which runs along the sea like a sea wall, there is a very honest but rather sharp-tempered member of my flock, a widow called McNab. She has one daughter, and she lets lodgings, and between her and the daughter, and between her and the lodgers, well, I dare say there is a great deal to be said on both sides. At present she has only one lodger, the young man called Todhunter, but he has given more trouble than all the rest, for he wants to marry the young woman of the house." "And the young woman of the house," asked Dr. Hood, with huge and silent amusement, "what does she want?" "Why, she wants to marry him," cried Father Brown, sitting up eagerly. "That is just the awful complication." "It is indeed a hideous enigma," said Dr. Hood. "This young James Todhunter," continued the cleric, "is a very decent man so far as I know, but then nobody knows very much. He is a bright, brownish little fellow, agile like a monkey, clean-shaven like an actor, and obliging like a born courtier. He seems to have quite a pocketful of money, but nobody knows what his trade is. Mrs. McNab, therefore, being of a pessimistic turn, is quite sure it is something dreadful and probably connected with dynamite. The dynamite must be of a shy and noiseless sort, for the poor fellow only shuts himself up for several hours of the day and studies something behind a locked door. He declares his privacy is temporary and justified, and promises to explain before the wedding. That is all that anyone knows for certain, but Mrs. McNab will tell you a great deal more than even she is certain of. You know how the tales grow like grass on such a patch of ignorance as that. There are tales of two voices heard talking in the room, though when the door is opened, Todhunter is always found alone. There are tales of a mysterious tall man in a silk hat, who once came out of the sea mists and apparently out of the sea, stepping softly across the sandy fields and through the small back garden at twilight, till he was heard talking to the lodger at his open window. This colloquy seemed to end in a quarrel. Todhunter dashed down his window with violence, and the man in the high hat melted into the sea fog again. This story is told by the family with the fiercest mystification. But I really think Mrs. McNab prefers her own original tale, that the other man, or whatever it is, crawls out every night from the big box in the corner, which is kept locked all day. You see, therefore, how this sealed door of Todhunter's is treated as the gate of all the fancies and monstrosities of the 1001 Nights. And yet there is the little fellow in his respectable black jacket, as punctual and innocent as a parlour clock. He pays his rent to the tick. He is practically a teetotaler. He is tirelessly kind with the younger children, and can keep them amused for a day on end. And, last and most urgent of all, he has made himself equally popular with the eldest daughter, who is ready to go to church with him tomorrow. A man warmly concerned with any large theories has always a relish for applying them to any triviality. The great specialist, having condescended to the priest's simplicity, condescended expansively. He settled himself with comfort in his armchair and began to talk in the tone of a somewhat absent-minded lecturer. Even in a minute instance, it is best to look first to the main tendencies of nature. A particular flower may not be dead in early winter, but the flowers are dying. A particular pebble may never be wetted with the tide, but the tide is coming in. To the scientific eye, all human history is a series of collective movements, destructions or migrations, like the massacre of flies in winter or the return of birds in spring. Now, the root fact in all history is race. Race produces religion. Race produces legal and ethical wars. There is no stronger case than that of the wild, unworldly and perishing stock, which we commonly call the Celts, of whom your friends the McNabs are specimens, small, swarthy, and of this dreamy and drifting blood. They accept easily the superstitious explanation of any incidents, just as they still accept, you will excuse me for saying, that superstitious explanation of all incidents which you and your church represent. It is not remarkable that such people, with the sea moaning behind them and the church, excuse me again, droning in front of them, should put fantastic features into what are probably plain events. You, with your small parochial responsibilities, see only this particular Mrs. McNab, terrified with this particular tale of two voices and a tall man out of the sea. But the man with a scientific imagination sees, as it were, the whole clans of McNabs scattered over the whole world, in its ultimate average as uniform as a tribe of birds. He sees thousands of Mrs. McNabs in thousands of houses, dropping their little drop of morbidity in the teacups of their friends. He sees... Before the scientist could conclude his sentence, another and more impatient summons sounded from without. Someone with swishing skirts was marshalled hurriedly down the corridor, and the door opened on a young girl, decently dressed but disordered and red-hot with haste. She had sea-blown blonde hair and would have been entirely beautiful if her cheekbones had not been, in the Scotch manner, a little high in relief as well as in colour. Her apology was almost as abrupt as a command. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir," she said, "but I had to follow Father Brown at once. It's nothing less than life or death." Father Brown began to get to his feet in some disorder. "Why, what has happened, Maggie?" he said. "James has been murdered, for all I can make out," answered the girl, still breathing hard from her rush. "That man Glass has been with him again. I heard them talking through the door quite plain. Two separate voices, for James speaks low, with a burr, and the other voice was high and quavery." "That man Glass?" repeated the priest in some perplexity. "I know his name is Glass," answered the girl in great impatience. "I heard it through the door. They were quarrelling about money, I think, for I heard James say again and again, 'That's right, Mr. Glass,' or 'No, Mr. Glass,' and then 'Two or three, Mr. Glass.' But we're talking too much. You must come at once, and there may be time yet." "But time for what?" asked Dr. Hood, who had been studying the young lady with marked interest. "What is there about Mr. Glass and his money troubles that should impel such urgency?" "I tried to break down the door and couldn't," answered the girl shortly. "Then I ran to the backyard and managed to climb onto the window sill that looks into the room. It was all dim and seemed to be empty, but I swear I saw James lying huddled up in a corner as if he were drugged or strangled." "This is very serious," said Father Brown, gathering his errant hat and umbrella, and standing up. "In point of fact, I was just putting your case before this gentleman, and his view—" "Has been largely altered," said the scientist gravely. "I do not think this young lady is so Celtic as I had supposed. As I have nothing else to do, I will put on my hat and stroll downtown with you." In a few minutes all three were approaching the dreary tail of the McNab street. The girl with the stern and breathless stride of the mountaineer, the criminologist with a lounging grace, which was not without a certain leopard-like swiftness, and the priest at an energetic trot, entirely devoid of distinction. The aspect of this edge of the town was not entirely without justification for the doctor's hints about desolate moods and environments. The scattered houses stood farther and farther apart in a broken string along the seashore. The afternoon was closing with a premature and partly lurid twilight. The sea was an inky purple and murmuring ominously. In the scrappy back garden of the McNabs, which ran down towards the sand, two black, barren-looking trees stood up like demon hands held up in astonishment. And as Mrs. McNab ran down the street to meet them, with lean hands similarly spread, and her fierce face in shadow, she was a little like a demon herself. The doctor and the priest made scant reply to her shrill reiterations of her daughter's story, with more disturbing details of her own to the divided vows of vengeance against Mr. Glass for murdering, and against Mr. Todhunter for being murdered, or against the latter for having dared to want to marry her daughter, and for not having lived to do it. They passed through the narrow passage in the front of the house till they came to the lodger's door at the back, and there Dr. Hood, with the trick of an old detective, put his shoulder sharply to the panel and burst in the door. It opened on a scene of silent catastrophe. No one seeing it, even for a flash, could doubt that the room had been the theatre of some thrilling collisions between two, or perhaps more, persons. Playing cards lay littered across the table or fluttered about the floor, as if a game had been interrupted. Two wine-glasses stood ready for wine on a side table, but a third lay smashed in a star of crystal upon the carpet. A few feet from it lay what looked like a long knife or short sword, straight, but with an ornamental and pictured handle. Its dull blade just caught a grey glint from the dreary window behind, which showed the black trees against the leaden level of the sea. Towards the opposite corner of the room was rolled a gentleman's silk top hat, as if it had just been knocked off his head, so much so indeed that one almost looked to see it still rolling. And in the corner behind it, thrown like a sack of potatoes but corded like a railway trunk, lay Mr. James Todhunter, with a scarf across his mouth and 6 or 7 ropes knotted around his elbows and ankles. His brown eyes were alive and shifted alertly. Dr. Orion Hood paused for one instant on the doormat and drank in the whole scene of voiceless violence. Then he stepped swiftly across the carpet, picked up the tall silk hat, and gravely put it upon the head of the yet pinioned Todhunter. It was so much too large for him that it almost slipped down to his shoulders. "Mr. Glass's hat," said the doctor, returning with it and peering into the inside with the pocket lens. "How to explain the absence of Mr. Glass and the presence of Mr. Glass's hat? For Mr. Glass is not a careless man with his clothes. That hat is of a stylish shape and systematically brushed and burnished, though not very new. An old dandy, I should think." "But good heavens," called out Mrs. McNab, "aren't you going to untie the man first?" "I say old with intention, though not with certainty," continued the expositor. "My reason for it might seem a little far-fetched. The hair of human beings falls out in very varying degrees, but almost always falls out slightly, and with the lens I should see the tiny hairs in a hat recently worn. It has none, which leads me to guess that Mr. Glass is bald. Now, when this is taken with the high-pitched and querulous voice which Miss McNab describes so vividly— patience, my dear lady, patience. When we take the hairless head together with the tone common in senile anger, I think we may deduce some advance in years. Nevertheless, he was probably vigorous, and he was almost certainly tall. I might rely in some degree on the story of his previous appearance at the window as a tall man in a silk hat. But I think I have more exact indication. This wine-glass has been smashed all over the place, but one of its splinters lies on the high bracket beside the mantelpiece. No such fragment could have fallen there if the vessel had been smashed in the hand of a comparatively short man like Mr. Todhunter." "By the way," said Father Brown, "might it not be as well to untie Mr. Todhunter?" "Our lesson from the drinking vessels does not end here," proceeded the specialist. "I may say at once that it is possible that the man Glass was bored or nervous through dissipation rather than age. Mr. Todhunter, as has been remarked, is a quite thrifty gentleman, essentially an abstainer. These cards and wine cups are no part of his normal habit. They have been produced for a particular companion. But as it happens, we may go farther. Mr. Todhunter may or may not possess this wine service, but there is no appearance of his possessing any wine. What then were these vessels to contain? I would at once suggest some brandy or whisky, perhaps of a luxurious sort, from a flask in the pocket of Mr. Glass. We have thus something like a picture of the man, or at least of the type, tall, elderly, fashionable, but somewhat frayed, certainly fond of play and strong waters, perhaps rather too fond of them. Mr. Glass is a gentleman not unknown on the fringes of society." "Look here," cried the young woman, "if you don't let me pass to untie him, I'll run outside and scream for the police." "I should not advise you, Miss McNab," said Dr. Hood gravely, "to be in any hurry to fetch the police. Father Brown, I seriously ask you to compose your flock, for their sakes, not for mine. Well, we have seen something of the figure and quality of Mr. Glass. What are the chief facts known of Mr. Todhunter?" "They are substantially 3. That he is economical, that he is more or less wealthy, and that he has a secret. Now surely it is obvious that there are the 3 chief marks of the kind of man who is blackmailed, and surely it is equally obvious that the faded finery, the profligate habits, and the shrill irritation of Mr. Glass are the unmistakable marks of the kind of man who blackmails him. We have the 2 typical figures of a tragedy to hush money. On the one hand, the respectable man with a mystery. On the other, the West End vulture with a scent for a mystery. These 2 men have met here today and have quarrelled, using blows and a bare weapon." "Are you going to take those ropes off?" asked the girl stubbornly. Dr. Hood replaced the silk hat carefully on the side table and went across to the captive. He studied him intently, even moving him a little and half turning him round by the shoulders, but he only answered, "No, I think these ropes will do very well till your friends the police bring the handcuffs." Father Brown, who had been looking dully at the carpet, lifted his round face and said, "What do you mean?" The man of science had picked up the peculiar dagger sword from the carpet and was examining it intently as he answered. "Because you find Mr. Todhunter tied up," he said, "you all jump to the conclusion that Mr. Glass has tied him up, and then, I suppose, escaped. There are 4 objections to this. First, why should a gentleman so dressy as our friend Glass leave his hat behind him if he left of his own free will? Second," he continued, moving towards the window, "this is the only exit and it is locked on the inside. Third, this blade here has a tiny touch of blood at the point, but there is no wound on Mr. Todhunter. Mr. Glass took that wound away with him, dead or alive. Add to all this primary probability. It is much more likely that the blackmailed person would try to kill his incubus rather than the blackmailer would try to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. There, I think we have a pretty complete story." "But the ropes?" inquired the priest, whose eyes had remained open with a rather vacant admiration. "Ah, the ropes," said the expert with a singular intonation. "Miss McNabb very much wanted to know why I did not set Mr. Todhunter free from his ropes. Well, I will tell her. I did not do it because Mr. Todhunter can set himself free from them at any minute he chooses." "What?" cried the audience on quite different notes of astonishment. "I have looked at all the knots on Mr. Todhunter," reiterated Hood quietly. "I happen to know something about knots. They are quite a branch of criminal science. Every one of those knots he has made himself, and could loosen himself. Not one of them would have been made by an enemy really trying to pinion him. The whole of this affair of the ropes is a clever fake, to make us think him the victim of the struggle instead of the wretched Glass, whose corpse may be hidden in the garden or stuffed up the chimney." There was a rather depressed silence. The room was darkening. The sea-blighted boughs of the garden trees looked leaner and blacker than ever, yet they seemed to have come nearer to the window. One could almost fancy they were sea monsters like krakens or cuttlefish, writhing poulpi who had crawled up from the sea to see the end of this tragedy, even as he, the villain and victim of it, the terrible man in the tall hat, had once crawled up from the sea. For the whole air was dense with the morbidity of blackmail, which is the most morbid of human things, because it is a crime concealing a crime, a black plaster on a blacker wound. The face of the little Catholic priest, which was commonly complacent and even comic, had suddenly become knotted with a curious frown. It was not the blank curiosity of his first innocence. It was rather that creative curiosity which comes when a man has the beginnings of an idea. "Say it again, please," he said in a simple, bothered manner. "Do you mean that Todhunter can tie himself up all alone and untie himself all alone?" "That is what I mean," said the doctor. "Jerusalem!" ejaculated Brown suddenly. "I wonder if it could possibly be that." He scuttled across the room rather like a rabbit and peered with quite a new impulsiveness into the partially covered face of the captive. Then he turned his own rather fatuous face to the company. "Yes, that's it," he cried in a certain excitement. "Can't you see it in the man's face? Why, look at his eyes." Both the professor and the girl followed the direction of his glance, and though the broad black scarf completely masked the lower half of Todhunter's visage, they did grow conscious of something struggling and intense about the upper part of it. "His eyes do look queer," cried the young woman, strongly moved. "You brutes, I believe it's hurting him." "Not that, I think," said Dr. Hood. "The eyes have certainly a singular expression, but I should interpret those transverse wrinkles as expressing rather such slight physiological abnormality." "Oh, bosh!" cried Father Brown. "Can't you see he's laughing?" "Laughing?" repeated the doctor with a start. "But what on earth can he be laughing at?" "Well," replied the Reverend Brown apologetically, "not to put too fine a point on it, I think he is laughing at you. And indeed I'm a little inclined to laugh at myself, now I know a little about it." "Now you know about what?" asked Hood in some exasperation. "Now that I know," replied the priest, the profession of Mr. Todhunter. He shuffled about the room, looking at one object after another with what seemed to be a vacant stare, and then invariably bursting into an equally vacant laugh, a highly irritating process for those who had to watch it. He laughed very much over the hat, still more uproariously over the broken glass, but the blood on the sword point sent him into mortal convulsions of amusement. Then he turned to the fuming specialist. "Dr. Hood," he cried enthusiastically, "you are a great poet. You have called an uncreated being out of the void. How much more godlike that is than if you had only ferreted out the mere facts. Indeed, the mere facts are rather commonplace and comic by comparison." "I have no notion what you are talking about," said Dr. Hood rather haughtily. "My facts are all inevitable, though necessarily incomplete. A place may be permitted to intuition, perhaps, or poetry if you prefer the term, but only because the corresponding details cannot as yet be ascertained. In the absence of Mr. Glass." That's it," said the little priest, nodding quite eagerly. "That's the first idea to get fixed, the absence of Mr. Glass. He is so extremely absent, I suppose," he added reflectively, "that there was never anybody so absent as Mr. Glass." "Do you mean he is absent from the town?" demanded the doctor. "I mean he is absent from everywhere," answered Father Brown. "He is absent from the nature of things, so to speak." "Do you seriously mean," said the specialist with a smile, "that there is no such person?" The priest made a sign of assent. "It does seem a pity," he said. Orion Hood broke into a contemptuous laugh. Well, he said, "before we go on to the 101 other evidences, let us take the first proof we found, the first fact we fell over when we fell into this room. There is no Mr. Glass. Whose hat is this?" "It is Mr. Todhunter's," replied Father Brown. "But it doesn't fit him," cried Hood impatiently. "He couldn't possibly wear it." Father Brown shook his head with ineffable mildness. "I never said he could wear it," he answered. "I said it was his hat, or if you insist on a shade of difference, a hat that is his." "And what is the shade of difference?" asked the criminologist with a slight sneer. "My good sir," cried the mild little man, with the first movement akin to impatience, "if you will walk down the street to the nearest hatter's shop, you will see that there is, in common speech, a difference between a man's hat and the hats that are his." "But a hatter," protested Hood, "can get money out of his stock of new hats. What could Todhunter get out of this one old hat?" "Rabbits," replied Father Brown promptly. "What?" cried Dr. Hood. "Rabbits, ribbons, sweetmeats, goldfish, rolls of coloured paper," said the reverend gentleman with rapidity. "Didn't you see it all when you found out the faked ropes? It is just the same with the sword. Mr. Todhunter hasn't got a scratch on him, as you say, but he's got a scratch in him, if you follow me." "Do you mean inside Mr. Todhunter's clothes?" inquired Mrs. McNabb sternly. "I do not mean inside Mr. Todhunter's clothes," said Father Brown. "I mean inside Mr. Todhunter." "Well, what in the name of Bedlam do you mean?" "Mr. Todhunter," explained Father Brown placidly, "is learning to be a professional conjurer, as well as a juggler, ventriloquist, and expert in the rope trick. The conjuring explains the hat. It is without traces of hair, not because it is worn by the prematurely bald Mr. Glass, but because it has never been worn by anybody. The juggling explains the 3 glasses, which Todhunter was teaching himself to throw up and catch in rotation. But being only at the stage of practice, he smashed one glass against the ceiling, and the juggling also explains the sword, which it was Mr. Todhunter's professional pride and duty to swallow. But again, being at the stage of practice, he very slightly grazed the inside of his throat with the weapon. Hence he has a wound inside him, which I am sure, from the expression on his face, is not a serious one. He was also practicing the trick of a release from ropes, like the Davenport brothers, and he was just about to free himself when we all burst into the room. The cards, of course, are for card tricks, and they are scattered on the floor because he had just been practicing one of those dodges of sending them flying through the air. He merely kept his trade secret because he had to keep his trick secret like any other conjurer. But the mere fact of an idler in a top hat having once looked in at his back window and been driven away by him with great indignation was enough to set us all on a wrong track of romance and make us imagine his whole life overshadowed by the silk-hatted spectre of Mr. Glass. "But what about the two voices?" asked Maggie, staring. "Have you never heard of a ventriloquist?" asked Father Brown. "Don't you know they speak first in their natural voice and then answer themselves in just that shrill, squeaky, unnatural voice that you heard?" There was a long silence, and Dr. Hood regarded the little man who had spoken with a dark and attentive smile. "You are certainly a very ingenious person," he said. "It could not have been done better in a book. But there is just one part of Mr. Glass that you have not succeeded in explaining away, and that is his name. Miss McNab distinctly heard him so addressed by Mr. Todhunter." The Reverend Mr. Brown broke into a rather childish giggle. "Well, that," he said, "that's the silliest part of the whole silly story. When our juggling friend here threw up the 3 glasses in turn, he counted them aloud as he caught them, and also commented aloud when he failed to catch them. What he really said was, 1, 2, and 3, Mr. Glass, 1, 2, missed a glass, and so on." There was a second of stillness in the room, and then everyone, with one accord, burst out laughing. As they did so, the figure in the corner complacently uncoiled all the ropes and let them fall with a flourish. Then, advancing into the middle of the room with a bow, he produced from his pocket a big bill, printed in blue and red, which announced that Zaladin, the world's greatest conjurer, contortionist, ventriloquist, and human kangaroo, will be ready with an entirely new series of tricks at the Empire Pavilion, Scarborough, on Monday next at 8 o'clock precisely. End of The Absence of Mr. Glass by G.K. Chesterton. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London, 2017.
An Adjustment of Nature by O.Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Ferrari. An Adjustment of Nature by O.Henry. In an art exhibition the other day, I saw a painting that had been sold for $5,000. The painter was a young scrub out of the West named Kraft, who had a favorite food and a pet theory. His pabulum was an unquenchable belief in the unerring artistic adjustment of nature. His theory was fixed around corned beef hash with poached egg. There was a story behind the picture, so I went home and let it drip out of a fountain pen. The idea of Kraft, but that is not the beginning of the story. 3 years ago, Kraft, Bill Judkins, a poet, and I took our meals at Cypher's on 8th Avenue. I say took. When we had money, Cypher got it off of us, as he expressed it. We had no credit. We went in, called for food, and ate it. We paid or we did not pay. We had confidence in Cypher's sullenness and smoldering ferocity. Deep down in his sunless soul, he was either a prince, a fool, or an artist. He sat at a worm-eaten desk, covered with files of waiters' checks so old that I was sure the bottomest one was for clams that Hendrik Hudson had eaten and paid for. Cypher had the power, in common with Napoleon III, and the goggle-eyed perch, of throwing a film over his eyes, rendering opaque the windows of his soul. Once when we left him unpaid, with egregious excuses, I looked back and saw him shaking with inaudible laughter behind his film. Now and then we paid up back scores. But the chief thing at Cypher's was Milly. Milly was a waitress. She was a grand example of Kraft's theory of the artistic adjustment of nature. She belonged largely to waiting, as Minerva did to the art of scrapping, or Venus to the science of serious flirtation. Pedestaled and in bronze, she might have stood with the noblest of her heroic sisters as liver and bacon enlivening the world. She belonged to Cypher's. You expected to see her colossal figure loom through that reeking blue cloud of smoke from frying fat, just as you expect the Palisades to appear through a drifting Hudson River fog. There, amid the steam of vegetables and the vapors of acres of ham and the crash of crockery, the clatter of steel, the screaming of short orders, the cries of the hungering, and all the horrid tumult of feeding man, surrounded by swarms of the buzzing winged beasts bequeathed us by Pharaoh, Milly steered her magnificent way like some great liner cleaving among the canoes of howling savages. Our goddess of grub was built on lines so majestic that they could be followed only with awe. Her sleeves were always rolled above her elbows. She could have taken us three musketeers in her two hands and dropped us out of the window. She had seen fewer years than any of us, but she was of such superb oeuvre and simplicity that she mothered us from the beginning. Cypher's store of eatables she poured out upon us with royal indifference to price and quantity, as from a cornucopia that knew no exhaustion. Her voice rang like a great silver bell. Her smile was many-toothed and frequent. She seemed like a yellow sunrise on mountain tops. I never saw her but I thought of the Yosemite. And yet, somehow, I could never think of her as existing outside of Cypher's. There nature had placed her, and she had taken root and grown mightily. She seemed happy, and took her few poor dollars on Saturday nights with the flushed pleasure of a child that receives an unexpected donation. It was Kraft who first voiced the fear that each of us must have held latently. It came up apropos, of course, of certain questions of art at which we were hammering. One of us compared the harmony existing between a Haydn symphony and pistache ice cream to the exquisite congruity between Milly and Cypher's. "There is a certain fate hanging over Milly," said Kraft, "and if it overtakes her, she is lost to Cypher's and to us." "She will grow fat?" asked Judkins fearsomely. "She will go to night school and become refined?" I ventured anxiously. "It is this," said Kraft, punctuating in a puddle of spilled coffee with a stiff forefinger. "Caesar had his Brutus, the cotton has its Bulwan, the chorus girl has her Pittsburgher, the summer boarder has his poison ivy, the hero has his Carnegie medal. Art has its Morgan, the rose has its—" "Speak!" I interrupted, much perturbed. "You do not think that Milly will begin to lace?" "One day," concluded Kraft solemnly, "there will come to Cypher's for a plate of beans a millionaire lumberman from Wisconsin, and he will marry Milly." "Never!" exclaimed Judkins and I in horror. "A lumberman," repeated Kraft hoarsely. "And a millionaire lumberman," I sighed despairingly. "From Wisconsin," groaned Judkins. We agreed that the awful fate seemed to menace her. Few things were less improbable. Milly, like some vast virgin stretch of pine woods, was made to catch the lumberman's eye. And well we knew the habits of the badgers, once fortune smiled upon them. Straight to New York they hie, and lay their goods at the feet of the girl who serves them beans in a beanery. Why, the alphabet itself connives. The Sunday newspaper's headliner's work is cut for him. winsome waitress wins wealthy Wisconsin woodsman. For a while we felt that Millie was on the verge of being lost to us. It was our love of the unerring artistic adjustment of nature that inspired us. We could not give her over to a lumberman, doubly accursed by wealth and provincialism. We shuddered to think that Millie, with her voice modulated and her elbows covered, pouring tea in the marble tepee of a tree murderer. No! In Cypher's she belonged, in the bacon smoke, the cabbage perfume, the grand Wagnerian chorus of hurled ironstone china and rattling casters. Our fears must have been prophetic, for on that same evening the Wildwood discharged upon us Millie's preordained confiscator, our fee to adjustment and order. But Alaska and not Wisconsin bore the burden of the visitation. We were at our supper of beef stew and dried apples when he trotted in as if on the heels of a dog team, and made one of the mess at our table. With the freedom of the camps, he assaulted our ears and claimed the fellowship of men lost in the wilds of a hash house. We embraced him as a specimen, and in 3 minutes we had all but died for one another as friends. He was rugged and bearded and wind-dried. He had just come off the trail, he said, at one of the North River ferries. I fancied I could see the snow dust of Chilkoot yet powdering his shoulders. And then he strewed the table with the nuggets, stuffed ptarmigans, beadwork, and seal pelts of the return to Klondiker, and began to prate to us of his millions. "Bank drafts for 2 millions," was his summing up, "and 1,000 a day piling up from my claims. And now I want some beef stew and canned peaches. I never got off the train since I mushed out of Seattle, and I'm hungry. The stuff the niggers feed you on Pullmans don't count. You gentlemen order what you want." And then Millie loomed up with 1,000 dishes on her bare arm, loomed up big and white and pink and awful as Mount St. Elias, with a smile like day breaking in a gulch. And the Klondiker threw down his pelts and nuggets as dross, and let his jaw fall halfway, and stared at her. You could almost see the diamond tiaras on Millie's brow and the hand-embroidered silk Paris gowns that he meant to buy for her. At last the bollworm had attacked the cotton. The poison ivy was reaching out its tendrils to entwine the summer border. The millionaire lumberman, thinly disguised as the Alaskan miner, was about to engulf our Millie and upset nature's adjustment. Kraft was the first to act. He leaped up and pounded the Klondiker's back. "Come out and drink," he shouted. "Drink first and eat afterward." Judkins seized one arm and I the other. Gaily, roaringly, irresistibly, in jolly good fellow style, we dragged him from the restaurant to a cafe, stuffing his pockets with his embalmed birds and indigestible nuggets. There he rumbled a roughly good-humored protest. "That's the girl for my money," he declared. "She can eat out of my skillet the rest of her life. Why, I never see such a fine girl. I'm going back there and ask her to marry me. I guess she won't want to sling hash any more when she sees the pile of dust I've got." "You'll take another whiskey and milk now," Kraft persuaded, with Satan's smile. "I thought you up-country fellows were better sports." Kraft spent his puny store of coin at the bar, and then gave Judkins and me such an appealing look that we went down to the last dime we had in toasting our guest. Then, when our ammunition was gone and the Klondiker, still somewhat sober, began to babble again of Millie, Kraft whispered into his ear such a polite, barbed insult relating to people who were miserly with their funds, that the miner crashed down handful after handful of silver and notes, calling for all the fluids in the world to drown the imputation. Thus the work was accomplished. With his own guns we drove him from the field, and then we had him carted to a distant small hotel, and put to bed with his nuggets and baby sealskin stuffed around him. "He will never find ciphers again," said Kraft. "He will propose to the first white apron he sees in a dairy restaurant tomorrow, and the Natural Adjustment, is saved." And back to ciphers went we three, and finding customers scarce, we joined hands and did an Indian dance with Millie in the center. This, I say, happened 3 years ago, and about that time a little luck descended upon us three, and we were enabled to buy costlier and less wholesome food than ciphers. Our paths separated, and I saw Kraft no more, and Judkins seldom. But as I said, I saw a painting the other day that was sold for $5,000. The title was Boadicea, and the figure seemed to fill all out of doors. But of all the picture's admirers who stood before it, I believe I was the only one who longed for Boadicea to stalk from her frame, bringing me corned beef hash with poached egg. I hurried away to see Kraft. His satanic eyes were the same. His hair was worse tangled, but his clothes had been made by a tailor. "I didn't know," I said to him. "We've bought a cottage in the Bronx with the money," said he. "Any evening at 7. "Then," said I, "when you led us against the lumberman, the Klondiker, it wasn't altogether on account of the unerring artistic adjustment of nature?" "Well, not altogether," said Kraft, with a grin. End of An Adjustment of Nature by O.Henry.
An Artifice by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The old doctor sat by the fireside, talking to his fair patient, who was lying on the lounge. There was nothing much the matter with her, except that she had one of those little feminine ailments from which pretty women frequently suffer, slight anemia, a nervous attack, etc. "No, doctor," she said, "I shall never be able to understand a woman deceiving her husband. Even allowing that she does not love him, that she pays no heed to her vows and promises, how can she give herself to another man? How can she conceal the intrigue from other people's eyes? How can it be possible to love amid lies and treason?" The doctor smiled and replied, "It is perfectly easy, and I can assure you that a woman does not think of all those little subtle details when she has made up her mind to go astray. As for dissimulation, all women have plenty of it on hand for such occasions, and the simplest of them are wonderful, and extricate themselves from the greatest dilemmas in a remarkable manner." The young woman, however, seemed incredulous. "No, doctor," she said, "no one thinks until after it has happened of what one ought to have done in a critical situation, and women are certainly more liable than men to lose their head on such occasions." The doctor raised his hands. "After it has happened, you say. Now I will tell you something that happened to one of my female patients, whom I always considered an immaculate woman. It happened in a provincial town, and one night when I was asleep, in that deep first sleep from which it is so difficult to rouse us, it seemed to me in my dreams as if the bells in the town were sounding a fire alarm, and I woke up with a start. It was my own bell which was ringing wildly, and as my footman did not seem to be answering the door, I, in turn, pulled the bell at the head of my bed, and soon I heard a banging and steps in the silent house, when Jean came into my room and handed me a letter which said, 'Madame Lelivre begs Dr. Simeon to come to her immediately.' I thought for a few moments, and then I said to myself, 'A nervous attack, vapours, nonsense, I'm too tired.' And so I replied, 'As Dr. Simeon is not at all well, he must beg Madame Lelivre to be kind enough to call in his colleague, Monsieur Bonnet. I put the note into an envelope and went to sleep again, but about half an hour later the street bell rang again, and Jean came to me and said, "There is somebody downstairs. I do not quite know whether it's a man or a woman, as the individual is so wrapped up, but they wish to speak to you immediately. They say it is a matter of life and death for two people." Whereupon I sat up in bed and told him to show the person in. A kind of black phantom appeared and raised a veil as soon as Jean had left the room. It was Madame Berthe de Livre, quite a young woman, who had been married for 3 years to a large merchant in the town, who was said to have married the prettiest girl in the neighbourhood. She was terribly pale. Her face was contracted as the faces of insane people are, occasionally, and her hands trembled violently. Twice she tried to speak without being able to utter a sound, but at last she stammered out, "Come, quick, quick, doctor, come, my friend has just died in my bedroom." She stopped, half suffocated with emotion, and then went on, "My husband will be coming home from the club very soon." I jumped out of bed without even considering that I was only in my nightshirt, and dressed myself in a few moments, and then I said, "Did you come a short time ago?" "No," she said, standing like a statue petrified with horror. "It was my servant. She knows." And then after a short silence she went on, "I was there by his side." And she uttered a sort of cry of horror, and after a bit of choking which made her gasp, she wept violently and shook with spasmodic sobs for a minute or two. Then her tears suddenly ceased, as if by an internal fire, and with an air of tragic calmness she said, "Let us make haste." I was ready, but exclaimed, "I quite forgot to order my carriage." "I have one," she said. "It is his, which was waiting for him." She wrapped herself up so as to completely conceal her face, and we started. When she was by my side in the carriage, she suddenly seized my hand, and crushing it in her delicate fingers, she said, with a shaking voice that proceeded from a distracted heart, "Oh, if you only knew what I'm suffering. I loved him. I have loved him distractedly like a madwoman for the last 6 months." "Is anyone up in your house?" I asked. "No, nobody except those who knows everything." We stopped at the door, and evidently everybody was asleep. We went in without making any noise by means of her latchkey, and walked upstairs on tiptoe. The frightened servant was sitting on the top of the stairs with a lighted candle by her side, as she was afraid to remain with the dead man, and I went into the room, which was in a great disorder. Wet towels with which they had bathed the young man's temples were lying on the floor by the side of a wash-basin and a glass, while a strong smell of vinegar pervaded the room. The dead man's body was lying at full length in the middle of the room, and I went up to it, looked at it, and touched it. I opened the eyes and felt the hands, and then, turning to the two women, who were shaking as if they were freezing, I said to them, "Help me to lift him onto the bed." When we had laid him gently on it, I listened to his heart and put a looking-glass to his lips, and then said, "It is all over." It was a terrible sight. I looked at the man and said, "You ought to arrange his hair a little." The girl went and brought her mistress's comb and brush, but as she was trembling and pulling out his long matted hair in doing it, Madame Lelivre took the comb out of her hand and arranged his hair as if she were caressing him. She parted it, brushed his beard, rolled his moustaches gently around her fingers. Then, suddenly letting go of his hair, she took the dead man's inert head in her hands and looked for a long time in despair at the dead man's face, which no longer could smile at her, and then, throwing herself on him, she clasped him in her arms and kissed him ardently. Her kisses fell like blows on his closed mouth and eyes, his forehead and temples. And then, putting her lips to his ear, as if he could still hear her, and as if she were about to whisper something to him, she said several times, in a heart-rending voice, "Goodbye, my darling." Just then the clock struck 12, and I started up. 12 o'clock, I exclaimed. "That is the time when the club closes. Come, madame, we have not a moment to lose." She started up, and I said, "We must carry him into the drawing-room." And when we had done this, I placed him on a sofa and lit the chandeliers. And just then the front door was opened and shut noisily. "Rose, bring me the basin and the towels and make the room look tidy. Make haste, for heaven's sake. Monsieur Lelièvre is coming in." I heard his steps on the stairs, and then his hands feeling along the walls. "Come here, my dear fellow," I said. "We have had an accident." And the astonished husband appeared at the door with a cigar in his mouth and said, "What is the matter? What is the meaning of this?" "My dear friend," I said, going up to him, "you find us in great embarrassment. I had remained late, chatting with your wife and our friend, who had brought me in his carriage, when he suddenly fainted, and in spite of all we have done, he has remained unconscious for 2 hours. I did not like to call in strangers, and if you will now help me downstairs with him, I shall be able to attend to him better at his own house." The husband, who was surprised but quite unsuspicious, took off his hat, and then he took his rival, who would be quite inoffensive for the future, under the arms, and I got between his 2 legs as if I had been a horse between the shafts, and we went downstairs while his wife held a light for us. When we got outside, I stood the body up so as to deceive the coachman and said, "Come, my friend, it is nothing. You feel better already, I expect. Pluck up your courage and make an effort. It will soon be over." But as I felt that he was slipping out of my hands, I gave him a slap on the shoulder, which sent him forward and made him fall into the carriage, and then I got in after him. Monsieur Lelièvre, who was rather alarmed, said to me, "Do you think it is anything serious?" To which I replied, "No," with a smile, as I looked at his wife, who had put her arm into that of her husband and was trying to see into the carriage. I shook hands with them and told my coachman to start, and during the whole drive the dead man kept falling against me. When we got to his house, I said that he had become unconscious on the way home, and helped to carry him upstairs, where I certified that he was dead, and acted another comedy to his distracted family. And at last I got back to bed, not without swearing at lovers. The doctor ceased, though he was still smiling, and the young woman, who was in a very nervous state, said, "Why have you told me that terrible story?" He gave her a gallant bow and replied, "So that I might offer you my services if they should be needed." End of An Artifice by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
The Best Sauce by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Best Sauce by P.G. Wodehouse. Eve Hendry sat up in bed. For 2 hours she had been trying to get to sleep, but without success. Never in her life had she felt more wakeful. There were 2 reasons for this. Her mind was disturbed, and she was very hungry. Neither sensation was novel to her. Since first she had become paid companion to Mrs. Rostall Retford, there had hardly been a moment when she had not been hungry. Some time before, Mrs. Rostall Retford's doctor had recommended to that lady a Spartan diet, and in this Eve, as companion, had unwillingly to share. It was not pleasant for either of them, but at least Mrs. Rostall Retford had the knowledge that she had earned it by years of honest self-indulgence. Eve had not that consolation. Meagre fare, moreover, had the effect of accentuating Mrs. Rostall Retford's always rather pronounced irritability. She was a massive lady, with a prominent forehead, some half-dozen chins, and a manner towards those in her employment which would have been resented in a second mate by the crew of a Western ocean tramp. Even at her best she was no ray of sunshine about the house, and since the beginning of the self-denying ordinance she had been at her worst. But it was not depression induced by her employer that was disturbing Eve. That was a permanent evil. What was agitating her so extremely tonight was the unexpected arrival of Peter Rayner. It was Eve's practice to tell herself several times a day that she had no sentiment for Peter Rayner but dislike. She did not attempt to defend her attitude logically, but nevertheless she clung to it, and tonight, when he entered the drawing room, she had endeavoured to convey by her manner that it was only with the greatest difficulty that she remembered him at all, and that, having accomplished that feat, she now intended to forget him again immediately. And he had grinned a cheerful, affectionate grin, and beamed on her without a break till bedtime. Before coming as companion to Mrs. Rascal Redford, Eve had been governess to Hildebrand, aged 6, the son of a Mrs. Elphinstone. It had been, on the whole, a comfortable situation. She had not liked Mrs. Elphinstone, but Hildebrand had been docile, and altogether life was quite smooth and pleasant until Mrs. Elphinstone's brother came for a visit. Peter Rayner was that brother. There is a type of man who makes love with the secrecy and sheepish reserve of a cowboy shooting up a Wild West saloon. To this class Peter belonged. He fell in love with Eve at sight, and if, at the end of the first day, there was anyone in the house who was not aware of it, it was only Hildebrand, aged 6. And even Hildebrand must have had his suspicions. Mrs. Elphinstone was among the first to become aware of it. For 2 days, frostily silent and gimlet-like as to the eye, she observed Peter's hurricane wooing from afar. Then she acted. Peter she sent to London, pacifying him with an invitation to return to the house in the following week. This done, she proceeded to eliminate Eve. In the course of the parting interview she expressed herself perhaps a little less guardedly than was either just or considerate, and Eve, flushed and at war with the whole race of Rayners, departed that afternoon to seek a situation elsewhere. She had found it at the house of Mrs. Rascal Redford. And now this evening, as she sat in the drawing room playing the piano to her employer, in had walked the latter's son, a tall, nervous young man, perpetually clearing his throat and fiddling with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with the announcement that he had brought his friend, Mr. Rayner, to spend a few days in the old home. Eve could still see the look on Peter's face as, having shaken hands with his hostess, he turned to her. It was the look of the cowboy who, his weary ride over, sees through the dusk the friendly gleam of the saloon windows, and with a happy sigh reaches for his revolver. There could be no two meanings to that look. It said, as clearly as if he had shouted it, that this was no accidental meeting, that he had tracked her down and proposed to resume matters at the point where they had left off. Eve was indignant. It was abominable that he should pursue her in this way. She sat thinking how abominable it was for 5 minutes, and then it suddenly struck her that she was hungrier than ever. She had forgotten her material troubles for the moment. It seemed to her now that she was quite faint with hunger. A cuckoo clock outside the door struck 1. And as it did so, it came to Eve that on the sideboard in the dining room there were biscuits. A moment later she was creeping softly down the stairs. It was dark and ghostly on the stairs. The house was full of noises. She was glad when she reached the dining room. It would be pleasant to switch on the light. She pushed open the door and uttered a cry. The light was already switched on, and at the table, his back to her, was a man. There was no time for flight. He must have heard the door open. In another moment he would turn and spring. She spoke tremulously. Don't move. I'm pointing a pistol at you." The man did not move. "Foolish child," he said indulgently. "Suppose it went off?" She uttered an exclamation of surprise. "You! What are you doing here, Mr. Rayner?" She moved into the room and her relief changed swiftly into indignation. On the table were half a chicken, a loaf, some cold potatoes, and a bottle of beer. I'm eating, thank goodness, said Peter, helping himself to a cold potato. I had begun to think I never should again. Eating! Eating. I know a man of sensibility and refinement ought to shrink from raiding his hostess's larder in the small hours, but hunger's death to the finer feelings. It's the solar plexus punch which puts one's better self down and out for the count of 10. I am a large and healthy young man, and believe me, I need this little snack. I need it badly. May I cut you a slice of chicken? She could hardly bear to look at it, but pride gave her strength. No, she snapped. You're sure? Poor little thing, I know you're half starved. Eve stamped. How dare you speak to me like that, Mr. Rayner? He drank bottled beer, thoughtfully. What made you come down? I suppose you heard a noise and thought it was burglars, he said. Yes, said Eve, thankfully accepting the idea. At all costs, she must conceal the biscuit motive. That was very plucky of you. Won't you sit down? No, I'm going back to bed. Not just yet. I've several things to talk to you about. Sit down. That's right. Now cover up your poor little pink ankles, or you'll be catching. She started up. Mr. Rayner. Sit down. Mr. Rayner. Sit down. She looked at him defiantly, then, wondering at herself for doing it, sat down. Now, said Peter, what do you mean by dashing off from my sister's house without leaving a word for me as to where you were going? You knew I loved you. Good night, Mr. Rayner. Sit down. You've given me a great deal of trouble. Do you know it cost me a sovereign in tips to find out your address? I couldn't get it out of my sister, and I had to apply to the butler. I've a good mind to knock it off your first week's pin money. I shall not stay here listening. You know perfectly well I wanted to marry you, but you fly off without a word and bury yourself in this benighted place with a gorgon who nags and bullies you. A nice way to speak of your hostess, said Eve scornfully. A very soothing way. I don't think I ever took such a dislike to a woman at first sight before. And when she started to bullyrag you, it was all I could do. But it won't last long now. You must come away at once. We'll be married after Christmas, and in the meantime you can go and live with my sister. Eve listened speechlessly. She had so much to say that the difficulty of selection rendered her dumb. When can you start? I mean, do you have to give a month's notice or anything? Eve got up with a short laugh. Good night, Mr. Rayner, she said. You have been very amusing, but I am getting tired. I'm glad it's all settled, said Peter. Good night. Eve stopped. She could not go tamely away without saying a single one of the things that crowded in her mind. Do you imagine, she said, that I intend to marry you? Do you suppose for one moment? Rather, said Peter. You shall have a splendid time from now on to make up for all you've gone through. I'm going to be awfully good to you, Eve. You shan't ever have any more worries, poor old thing. He looked at her affectionately. I wonder why it is that large men always fall in love with little women. There are you, a fragile, fairy-like, ethereal wisp of a little creature, and here am I. A great big greedy pig, burst out Eve, who thinks about nothing but eating and drinking. I wasn't going to have put it quite like that, said Peter, thoughtfully. I hate a greedy man, said Eve, between her teeth. I have a healthy appetite, protested Peter. Nothing more. It runs in the family. At the time of the Civil War, the Rayner of the period, who was King Charles' right-hand man, would frequently eat dispatches to prevent them falling into the hands of the enemy. He was noted for it. Eve reached the door and turned. I despise you, she said. Good night, said Peter tenderly. Tomorrow morning we'll go for a walk. His prediction proved absolutely correct. He was smoking a cigarette after breakfast when Eve came to him. Her face was pink and mutinous, but there was a gleam in her eye. "Are you ready to come out, Mr. Rayner?" she said. "Mrs. Rastle Redford says I'm to take you to see the view from the golf links." "You'll like that," said Peter. "I shall not like it," snapped Eve. "But Mrs. Rastle Redford is paying me a salary to do what she tells me, and I have to earn it." Conversation during the walk consisted mainly of a monologue on the part of Peter. It was a crisp and exhilarating morning, and he appeared to be feeling a universal benevolence towards all created things. He even softened slightly on the subject of Mrs. Rastle Redford, and advanced the theory that her peculiar manner might be due to her having been ill-treated as a child. Eve listened in silence. It was not till they were nearing home on their return journey that she spoke. "Mr. Rayner," she said. "Yes," said Peter. "I was talking to Mrs. Rastle Redford after breakfast," said Eve, "and I told her something about you." "My conscience is clear." "Oh, nothing bad. Some people would say it was very much to your credit." She looked away across the fields. "I told her you were a vegetarian," she added carelessly. There was a long silence. Then Peter spoke 3 words, straight from the heart. "You little devil!" Eve turned and looked at him, her eyes sparkling wickedly. "You see," she said. "Now perhaps you will go." "Without you?" said Peter, stoutly. "Never." "In London you will be able to eat all day, anything you like. You will be able to creep about your club, gnawing cold chicken all night. But if you stay here—" "You have got a wrong idea of the London clubman's life," said Peter. "If I crept about my club gnawing cold chicken I should have the committee after me. No, I shall stay here and look after you. After all, what is food?" "I'll tell you what yours will be, if you like. Or would you rather wait and let it be a surprise? Well, for lunch you will have some boiled potatoes and cabbage and a sweet, a sort of light souffle thing. And for dinner—" "Yes, but one moment," said Peter. "If I'm a vegetarian, how did you account for my taking all the chicken I could get at dinner last night, and looking as if I wanted more?" "Oh, that was your considerateness. You didn't want to give trouble, even if you had to sacrifice your principles. But it's all right now. You are going to have your vegetables." Peter drew a deep breath, the breath of the man who braces himself up and thanks whatever gods there be for his unconquerable soul. "I don't care," he said. "A book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, and thou—" "Oh, and I forgot," interrupted Eve. "I told her you were a teetotaler as well." There was another silence, longer than the first. "The best train," said Eve, at last, "is the 10:50." He looked at her inquiringly. "The best train?" "For London. What makes you think I am interested in trains to London?" Eve bit her lip. "Mr. Rayner," she said after a pause, "do you remember at lunch one day at Mrs. Elphinstone's refusing parsnips? You said that, so far as you were concerned, parsnips were first by a mile, and that prussic acid and strychnine also ran." "Well?" said Peter. "Oh, nothing," said Eve. "Only I made a stupid mistake. I told the cook you were devoted to parsnips. I'm sorry." Peter looked at her gravely. "I'm putting up with a lot for your sake," he said. "You needn't. Why don't you go away?" "And leave you chained to the rock, Andromeda? Not for Perseus. I've only been here one night, but I've seen enough to know that I've got to take you away from this place. Honestly, it's killing you. I was watching you last night. You're scared if that infernal old woman starts to open her mouth. She's crushing the life out of you. I'm going to stay on here till you'll say you'll marry me, or till they throw me out." "There are parsnips for dinner to night," said Eve softly. I shall get to like them. They are an acquired taste, I expect. Perhaps I am, too. Perhaps I am the human parsnip, and you will have to learn to love me." "You are the human burr," said Eve, shortly. "I shouldn't have thought it possible for a man to behave as you are doing." In spite of herself, there were moments during the next few days when Eve felt twinges of remorse. It was only by telling herself that he had no right to have followed her to this house, and that he was at perfect liberty to leave whenever he wished, that she could harden her heart again. And even this reflection was not entirely satisfactory, for it made her feel how fond he must be of her to endure these evils for her sake. And there was no doubt about their being evils. It was a dreary house in which to spend winter days. There were no books that one could possibly read. The nearest railway station was 5 miles away. There was not even a dog to talk to. Generally it rained. Though Eve saw little of Peter, except at meals and in the drawing room after dinner, for Mrs. Rostall Retford spent most of the day in her own sitting room and required Eve to be at her side, she could picture his sufferings, and try as she would, she could not keep herself from softening a little. Her pride was weakening. Constant attendance on her employer was beginning to have a bad effect on her nerves. Association in a subordinate capacity with Mrs. Rastall Retford did not encourage a proud and spirited outlook on life. Her imagination had not exaggerated Peter's sufferings. Many people consider that Dante has spoken the last word on the post-mortem housing of the criminal classes. Peter, after the first week of his visit, could have given him a few new ideas. It is unpleasant to be half-starved. It is unpleasant to be cooped up in a country house in winter with nothing to do. It is unpleasant to sit at meals and listen to the only girl you have ever really loved being bully-ragged by an old lady with 6 chins. And all these unpleasantnesses were occurring to Peter simultaneously. It is highly creditable to him that the last should completely have outweighed the others. He was generally alone. Mr. Rastall Retford, who would have been better than nothing as a companion, was a man who enjoyed solitude. He was a confirmed vanisher. He would be present at one moment, the next he would have glided silently away. And even on the rare occasions when he decided not to vanish, he seldom did much more than clear his throat nervously and juggle with his pince nez. Peter, in his boyhood, had been thrilled once by a narrative of a man who got stuck in the Sargasso Sea. It seemed to him now that the monotony of the Sargasso Sea had been greatly exaggerated. Nemesis was certainly giving Peter his due. He had wormed his way into the Rastall Retford home circle by grossly deceitful means. The moment he heard that Eve had gone to live with Mrs. Rastall Retford, and had ascertained that the Rastall Retford with whom he had been at Cambridge and whom he still met occasionally at his club when he did not see him first, was this lady's son, he had set himself to court young Mr. Rastall Retford. He had cornered him at the club and begun to talk about the dear old varsity days, ignoring the embarrassment of the latter, whose only clear recollection of the dear old varsity days, as linking Peter and himself, was of a certain bump supper night, when sundry of the festive, led and inspired by Peter, had completely wrecked his rooms and shaved off half a growing moustache. He conveyed to young Mr. Rastall Retford the impression that, in the dear old varsity days, they had shared each other's joys and sorrows, and generally had made Damon and Pythias look like a pair of cross-talk knockabouts at one of the rowdier music halls. Not to invite so old a friend to stay at his home, if he ever happened to be down that way, would, he hinted, be grossly churlish. Mr. Rastall Retford, impressed, issued the invitation, and now Peter was being punished for his deceit. Nemesis may not be an Alfred shrub, but give her time and she gets there. It was towards the middle of the second week of his visit that Eve, coming into the drawing room before dinner, found Peter standing in front of the fire. They had not been alone together for several days. "Well?" said he. Eve went to the fire and warmed her hands. "Well?" she said, dispiritedly. She was feeling nervous and ill. Mrs. Rastle Retford had been in one of her more truculent moods all day, and for the first time Eve had the sensation of being thoroughly beaten. She dreaded the long hours to bedtime. The thought that there might be bridge after dinner made her feel physically ill. She felt she could not struggle through a bridge night. On the occasions when she was in one of her dangerous moods, Mrs. Rastle Retford sometimes chose rest as a cure, sometimes relaxation. Rest meant that she retired to her room immediately after dinner, and expended her venom on her maid. Relaxation meant bridge, and bridge seemed to bring out all her worst points. They played the game for counters at her house, and there had been occasions in Eve's experience when the loss of 100 or so of these useful little adjuncts to fun in the home had lashed her almost into a frenzy. She was one of those bridge players who keep a running quarrel with fate during the game, and when she was not abusing fate, she was generally reproaching her partner. Eve was always her partner, and tonight she devoutly hoped that her employer would elect to rest. She always played badly with Mrs. Rastle Retford, through sheer nervousness. Once she had revoked, and there had been a terrible moment and much subsequent recrimination. Peter looked at her curiously. "You're pale tonight," he said. "I have a headache." How is our hostess? Fair or stormy?" "As I was passing her door I heard her bullying her maid, so I suppose stormy." "That means a bad time for you?" he said sympathetically. "I suppose so, if we play bridge, but she may go to bed directly after dinner." She tried to keep her voice level, but he detected the break. "Eve," he said quickly, "won't you let me take you away from here? You've no business in this sort of game. You're not tough enough. You've got to be loved and made a fuss of and " She laughed shakily. "Perhaps you can give me the address of some lady who wants a companion to love and make a fuss of." "And make a fuss of?" "I can give you the address of a man." She rested an arm on the mantelpiece and stood looking into the blaze, without replying. Before he could speak again there was a step outside the door, and Mrs. Rastle Retford rustled into the room. Eve had not misread the storm signals. Her employer's mood was still as it had been earlier in the day. Dinner passed in almost complete silence. Mrs. Rastle Retford sat brooding dumbly. Her eye was cold and menacing, and Peter, working his way through his vegetables, shuddered for Eve. He had understood her allusion to bridge, having been privileged several times during his stay to see his hostess play that game, and he hoped that there would be no bridge tonight. And this was unselfish of him, for bridge meant sandwiches. Punctually at 9 o'clock on bridge nights the butler would deposit on a side table a plate of chicken sandwiches and, in deference to Peter's vegetarian views, a smaller plate of cheese sandwiches. At the close of play Mrs. Rastle Retford would take one sandwich from each plate, drink a thimbleful of weak whiskey and water, and retire. Peter could always do with a sandwich or two these days, but he was prepared to abandon them joyfully if his hostess would waive bridge for this particular evening. It was not to be. In the drawing room Mrs. Rastle Retford came out of her trance and called imperiously for the cards. Peter, when he saw his hand after the first deal, had a presentiment that if all his hands were to be as good as this, the evening was going to be a trying one. On the other occasions when they had played, he had found it an extremely difficult task, even with moderate cards, to bring it about that his hostess should always win the odd rubber, for he was an excellent player, and, like most good players, had an artistic conscience which made it painful to him to play a deliberately bad game, even from the best motives. If all his hands were going to be as strong as this first one, he saw that there was disaster ahead. He could not help winning. Mrs. Rascal Redford, who had dealt the first hand, made a most improper diamond declaration. Her son unfilially doubled, and Eve, having chicane, a tragedy which her partner evidently seemed to consider could have been avoided by the exercise of ordinary common sense. Peter and his partner, despite Peter's best efforts, won the game handsomely. The son of the house dealt the next hand. Eve sorted her cards listlessly. She was feeling curiously tired. Her brain seemed dulled. This hand, as the first had done, went all in favor of the two men. Mr. Rascal Redford won 5 tricks in succession, and judging from the glitter in his mild eye, was evidently going to win as many more as he possibly could. Mrs. Rascal Redford glowered silently. There was electricity in the air. The son of the house led a club. Eve played a card mechanically. "Have you no clubs, Miss Henry?" Eve started, and looked at her hand. "No," she said. Mrs. Rascal Redford grunted suspiciously. Not long ago in Westport, Connecticut, USA, a young man named Harold Sperry, a telephone worker, was boring a hole in the wall of a house with a view to passing a wire through it. He whistled joyously as he worked. He did not know that he had selected for purposes of perforation the exact spot where they lay, nestling in the brickwork, a large leaden water pipe. The first intimation he had of that fact was when a jet of water suddenly knocked him 15 feet into a rosebush. As Harold felt then, so did Eve now, when, examining her hand once more to make certain that she had no clubs, she discovered the ace of that ilk peeping coyly out from behind the 7 of spades. Her face turned quite white. It is never pleasant to revoke at bridge, but to Eve, just then, it seemed a disaster beyond words. She looked across at her partner. Her imagination pictured the scene there would be ere long, unless— It happens every now and then that the human brain shows in a crisis an unwonted flash of speed. Eve's did at this juncture. To her, in her trouble, there came a sudden idea. She looked round the table. Mr. Rascal Redford, having taken the last trick, had gathered it up in the introspective manner of one planning big coups, and was brooding tensely, with knit brows. His mother was frowning over her cards. She was unobserved. She seized the opportunity. She rose from her seat, moved quickly to the side table, and, turning her back, slipped the fatal card dexterously into the interior of a cheese sandwich. Mrs. Rascal Redford, absorbed, did not notice for an instant. Then she gave tongue. "What are you doing, Miss Henry?" Eve was breathing quickly. I thought that Mr. Rayner might like a sandwich." She was at his elbow with the plate. It trembled in her hand. "A sandwich! Kindly do not be so officious, Miss Henry. The idea! In the middle of a hand!" Her voice died away in a resentful mumble. Peter started. He had been allowing his thoughts to wander. He looked from the sandwich to Eve, and then at the sandwich again. He was puzzled. This had the aspect of being an olive branch. Could it be? Could she be meaning? Or was it a subtle insult? Who could say? At any rate, it was a sandwich, and he seized it without prejudice. "I hope at least you have the sense to remember that Mr. Rayner is a vegetarian, Miss Henry," said Mrs. Rascal Redford. "That is not a chicken sandwich." "No," said Eve, "it is not a chicken sandwich." Peter beamed gratefully. He raised the olive branch and bit into it with the energy of a starving man, and as he did so he caught Eve's eye. "Miss Hindley!" cried Mrs. Rastle Retford. Eve started violently. "Miss Hindley, will you be good enough to play? The king of clubs to beat. I can't think what's the matter with you tonight." "I'm very sorry," said Eve, and put down the 9 of spades. Mrs. Rastle Retford glared. "This is absurd," she cried. "You must have the ace of clubs. If you have not got it, who has? Look through your hand again. Is it there?" "No." "Then where can it be?" "Where can it be?" echoed Peter, taking another bite. "Why," said Eve, crimson, I have only 5 cards. I ought to have 6." "5?" said Mrs. Rastle Retford. "Nonsense! Count again. Have you dropped it on the floor?" Mr. Rastle Retford stooped and looked under the table. "It is not on the floor," he said. "I suppose it must have been missing from the pack before I dealt." Mrs. Rastle Retford threw down her cards and rose ponderously. It offended her vaguely that there seemed to be nobody to blame. "I shall go to bed," she said. Peter stood before the fire and surveyed Eve as she sat on the sofa. They were alone in the room, Mr. Rastle Retford having drifted silently away in the wake of his mother. Suddenly Eve began to laugh helplessly. He shook his head at her. "This is considerably sharper than a serpent's tooth," he said. "You should be fawning gratefully upon me, not laughing. Do you suppose King Charles laughed at my ancestor when he ate the dispatches? However, for the first time since I have been in this house, I feel as if I had had a square meal." Eve became suddenly serious. The smile left her face. "Mr. Rayner, please don't think I'm ungrateful. I couldn't help laughing, but I can't tell you how grateful I am. You don't know what it would have been like if she had found out that I had revoked. I did it once before, and she kept on about it for days and days. It was awful." She shivered. "I think you must be right, and my nerves are going." He nodded. "So are you. Tomorrow, by the first train. I wonder how soon we can get married. Do you know anything about special licenses?" She looked at him curiously. "You're very obstinate," she said. "Firm," he corrected. "Firm. Could you pack tonight, do you think, and be ready for that 10:50 tomorrow morning?" She began to trace an intricate pattern on the floor with the point of her shoe. "I can't imagine why you are fond of me," she said. "I've been very horrid to you." "Nonsense. You've been all that's sweet and womanly." "And I want to tell you why," she went on. Your sister." "Ah, I thought as much." She saw that you seemed to be getting fond of me, and she would said some rather horrid things that hurt," said Eve, in a low voice. Peter crossed over to her where she sat and took her hand. "Don't you worry about her," he said. "She's not a bad sort, really, but about once every 6 months she needs a brotherly talking to, or she gets above herself. One is about due during the next few days." He stroked her hand. "Fasting," he said thoughtfully, "clears and stimulates the brain. I fancy I shall be able to think out some rather special things to say to her this time." End of The Best Sauce by P.G. Wodehouse.
The Black Feather by Mary Hartwell Catherwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Feather. Over 100 voyageurs were sorting furs in the American Fur Company's yard, under the supervision of the clerks. And though it was hard labour, lasting from 5 in the morning until sunset, they thought lightly of it as fatigue duty after their 11 months of toil and privation in the wilderness. Fort Mackinac was glittering white on the heights above them, and halfway up a paved ascent leading to the sally-port sauntered Tite-le-Boise. All the voyageurs saw her, and strict as was the discipline of the yard, they directly expected trouble. The packing, however, went on with vigour. Every beaver, marten, mink, muskrat, raccoon, lynx, wildcat, fox, wolverine, otter, badger, or other skin had to be beaten, graded, counted, tallied in the company's book, put into press, and marked for shipment to John Jacob Astor in New York. As there were 12 grades of sable, and 8 even of deer, the grading, which fell to the clerks, was no light task. Heads of brigades that had brought these furs from the wilderness stood by to challenge any mistake in the count. It was the height of the fur season, and Mackinac Island was the front of the world to the 2,000 or 3,000 men gathered in for its brief summer. Axe strokes reverberated from Bois Blanc on the opposite side of the strait, and passed echoes from island to island to the shutting down of the horizon. Choppers detailed to cut wood were getting boatloads ready for the leechers, who had hulled corn to prepare for winter rations. 1 pint of lied corn, with from 2 to 4 ounces of tallow, was the daily allowance of a voyageur, and the endurance which this food gave him passes belief. Etienne Saint-Martin grumbled at it when he came fresh from Canada and pork-eating. Mange du lard, his companions called him, especially Charles Charette, who was the giant and the wearer of the black feather in his brigade of a dozen boats. Huge and innocent primitive man was Charles Charette. He could sleep under snowdrifts like a baby, carry double packs of furs, pull oars all day without tiring, and dance all night after hardships which caused some men to desire to lie down and die. The summer before, at 19 years of age, this light-haired, light-hearted voyageur had been married to Tite-le-Boise. Their wedding festivities lasted the whole month of the Mackinac season. His was the Wabash and Illinois River outfit, almost the last to leave the island. For the Lake Superior, Upper and Lower Mississippi, Lake of the Woods, and other outfits were obliged to seek Indian hunting grounds at the earliest breath of autumn. When the Illinois Brigade returned, his wife, who had stood weeping in the cheering crowd, while his companions made islands ring with the boat song at departure, refused to see him. He went to the house of her aunt Laboise, where she lived. Mademoiselle Laboise, her half-breed cousin, met him. This educated young lady, daughter of a French father and Chippewa mother, was dignified as a nun in her dress of blue broadcloth embroidered with porcupine quills. She was always called Mademoiselle Laboise, while the French girl was called merely Tite. Because Tite was married, no one considered her name changed to Madame Charette. To her husband himself, she was Tite-le-Boise, the most aggravating, delicious, unaccountable creature in the Northwest. "She says she will not see you, Charles," said Mademoiselle Laboise, colour like sunset vermilion showing in the delicate aboriginal face. "What have I done?" gasped the voyageur. Mademoiselle lifted French shoulders with her father's gesture. She did not know. "Did I expect to be treated this way?" shouted the injured husband. "Who can ever tell what Tite will do next?" That was the truth. No one could tell. Yet her flightiest moods were her most alluring moods. If she had not been so pretty and so adroit at dodging whippings when a child, Tite-le-Boise might not have set Mackinac by the ears as often as she did. But her husband could not comfort himself with this thought as he turned to the shop of Madame her aunt, who was also a trader. It had surprised the Indian widow, who betrothed her own daughter to the commandant of the fort, that her husband's niece would have nobody but that big voyageur, Charles Charette. though in those days of the young century a man might become anything, for the West was before him an empire, and woodcraft was better than learning. Madame Lavoise accepted her niece's husband with kindness. Her house was among the most hospitable in Mackinac, and she was chagrined at the reception the young man had met. He sat down on her counter, whirling his cap and caressing the black feather in it. The gentle Chippewa woman could see that his childish pride in this trophy was almost as great as his trouble. What had Teat lacked? He wanted to know. Had he not good credit at the stores? Tonnerre! If Madame would pardon him, was not his entire year's wage at the girl's service? Had he spent money on himself, except for tobacco and necessary buckskins? Madame knew a voyageur was allowed to carry scarce 20 pounds of baggage in the boats. Did Teat want a better man? Let Madame look at the black feather in his cap. The crow did not fly that could furnish a quill he could not take from any man in his brigade. Charles threw out the arch of his beautiful torso, and he loved her. Madame knew what tears he had shed, what serenades he had played on his fiddle under Teat's window, and how he had outdanced her other partners. He dropped his head on his breast and picked at the crow's feather. The widow Lavoise pitied him, but who could account for Teat's whims? When she heard the boats were in sight, she was frantic with joy. I myself, asserted Madame, saw her clapping her hands when we could catch the song of the returning voyageurs. It was then, "Oh, my Charles, my Charles!" But scarce have the men leaped on the dock when off she goes and locks the door of her bedroom. It is Teat. I can say no more. What offended her? I know of nothing. You have been as good a husband as a voyageur could be, and Mackinac is so dull in winter she can amuse herself but little. It was hard for her to wait your return. Now she will not look at you. It is very silly. What would Madame Lavoise advise him to do? Madame would advise him to wait as if nothing had occurred. The curé would admonish Teat if she continued her sulking. In the meantime he must content himself with tenting or lodging among his fellow voyageurs. Of the 2,000 or 3,000 voyageurs and clerks, 100 lived in the agency house, 500 were accommodated in barracks, but the majority found shelter in tents and in the houses of the villagers. Every night of the fur-trading month there was a ball in Mackinac, given either by the householders or their guests, and it often happened that a man spent in 1 month all he had earned by his year of tremendous and far-reaching toil. But he had society, and what was to him the cream of existence while it lasted. He fitted himself out with new shirts and buckskins, sashes, caps, neeps, and moccasins, and when he was not on duty, showed himself like a hero, knife in sheath, a weather-browned and sinewy figure, to dance, sing, drink, and play the violin, and have the scant dozen white women, the half-breeds and squaws of Mackinac admire him, was a voyageur's heaven, its brief duration being its charm, for he was a born woodsman and loved his life. Charles Charette did not care where he lodged, neither had he any heart to dance, until he looked through the door of the house where festivities began that season, and saw Teat Laboise footing it with Etienne Saint-Martin. Parbleu! With Etienne Saint-Martin, the squab little lard-eater whose brother, Alexis Saint-Martin, had been put into doctor's books on account of having his stomach partly shot away, and a valve forming over the rent, so that his digestion could be watched. It was disgusting. Teat would not speak to her own husband, but she would come out before all Mackinac and dance with any other voyageurs who crowded about her. Charles sprang into the house himself, and without looking at his wife, hilariously led other women to the best places, and danced with every sinuous and graceful curve of his body. Teat did not look at him, From the corner of his eye he noted how perfect she was. The fiend! And how well she had dressed herself on his money. All the brigades knew his trouble by that time, and an easy breath was drawn by his entertainers when he left the house with knife still sheathed. In the wilderness the will of a brigade commander was law, but when the voyageur was out of the fur company's yard in Mackinac, his own will was law. One of the cautious clerks suggested that Charles and Etienne be separated in their work, since it was likely the husband might quarrel with Tite Laboise's dancing partner. "Turn 'em in together, man," chuckled the Scotch agent, Robert Stewart, who had charge of the outside work. "Let 'em fight. Man Gurdon, I havena had any sport with these wild lads since the boats came in." But the combatants he hoped to see worked steadily until afternoon, without coming to the grip. They had no brute Anglo-Saxon antagonism, and being occupied with different bales, did not face each other. The triple row of Indian lodges basked on the incurved beach, where 1,000 Indians had gathered to celebrate that vivid month. Night and day the thump of their drums and the monotonous chants of their dances could be heard above the rush and whisper of blue water breaking on pebbles. Lake Michigan was a deep sapphire color, and from where she stood below the sally-port, Tite Laboise could see the mainland's rim of beach and slopes of forest near and distinct in transparent light, and she could hear the farthest shaking of echoes from island to island like a throb of some sublime wind-instrument. The whitewashed blockhouse at the west angle of the fort shone a marble turret. There was a low meadow between the fur company's yard and Pine Heights. Though no salt tang came in the wind, it blew sweet, refreshing the men at their dog-day labour, and all the spell of that island, which, since it rose from the water it has held, lay around them. Etienne Saint-Martin picked up a beaver skin, and in the sight of Tite Laboise, her husband laid hold of it. "Release that mange du lard," he said. "Eh bien," responded Etienne, knowing that he was challenged, and the eyes of the whole yard were on him. "This fine crow he claims all Mackinac because he carries a black feather in his cap. There are black feathers in other brigades." "But you never wore one in any brigade." They dropped the skin and faced each other, feeling the fastenings of their belts. Old Robert Stewart slipped up a window in the office and grinned slyly out at the men surging towards that side of the yard. He would not usually permit a breach of discipline, but the winter had been so long. "Myself, I have no need of black feathers." Etienne gave an insolent cast of the eye to the height where Tite Laboise stood. Charles, magnificent of inches, scorned his less developed antagonist. "Hey, man Gurdon!" softly called old Robert Stewart from his window. "Set them to it, will ye? The lads will be jawing till the morn's morn." This equivocal order had little effect on the ordained course of a voyageur's quarrel. "These Saint Martins without stomachs, how is a man to hit them? Poof!" said Charles, and Etienne felt on his tender spot the cruel allusion to his brother Alexis, whose stomach had been made public property. He began to shed tears of wrath. "I will take your scalp for that. As for the black feather, I trample it under my foot." "Let me see you trample it, and my head is not so easily scalped as your brother's stomach." All the time they were dancing around each other in graceful and menacing feints. But now they clinched, and Charles Charette, when the struggle had lasted 2 or 3 minutes, took his antagonist like a puppy, and flung him revolving to the ground. He hitched his belt, and glanced up towards the sally-port as he stood back, laughing. Etienne was on foot with a tiger's bound. He had no chance with the wearer of the black feather, as everybody in the yard knew, and usually a beaten antagonist was ready to shake hands after a few trials of strength. But he seized one of the knives used in opening packs, and struck at the victor's side. As soon as he had struck, and the bloody knife came back in his hand, he crouched and rolled his eyes around in apology. No man was afraid of shedding blood in those days, but he felt he had gone too far, that his quarrel was not sufficiently grounded. He heard a woman's scream and the sharp checking exclamation of his master, and felt himself seized on each side. There was much confusion in his mind and in the yard, but he knew Tite-la-Boise flew through the gate and past him, and he tried to propitiate her by a look. "Pig!" she projected at him like a missile, and he sat down on the ground between the guards who were trying to hold him up, and wept copiously. "I didn't want to have trouble with that Charles Charette and that Tite-la-Boise," explained Etienne, "and I don't want any black feather. On account of my brother's stomach, I have to fight. If they do not let my brother's stomach alone, I will have to kill the whole brigade." But Charles Charette walked into the Fur Company's building, feeling nothing but disdain for the puny stock of Saint Martin, as he held out his arm and let the blood drip from the little wound that stained his calico shirt-sleeve. The very neeps around his ankles seemed to tingle with desire to kick poor Etienne. It was not necessary to send for the surgeon of the fort. Robert Stewart dressed the wound, salving it with the rebukes which he knew discipline demanded, and making them as strong as his own enjoyment had been. He promised to break the head of every voyageur in the yard with a board if another quarrel occurred, and he pretended not to see the culprit's trembling wife, that little besom whose caprices had set the men by the ears ever since she was old enough to know the figures of a dance, yet for whom he and Mrs. Stewart had a warm corner in their hearts. She had caused the first fracas of the season, moreover. He went out and slammed the office door, ordering the men away from it. "Bring me yon Etienne Saint Martin," commanded Mr. Stewart, preparing his arsenal of strong language. "I'll have a word with young Karl for this." The noise of the one-sided conflict could be heard in the office, but Tite remained as if she heard nothing, with her head and arms on the desk. Her husband took up the cap with the black feather, which he had thrown off in the presence of his superior. He rested it against his side, his elbow pointing a triangle, and waited aggressively for her to speak. The back of her pretty neck, and fine tendrils of curly hair, ruffled above it, were very moving, but his heart swelled indignantly. "Tite-la-Boise, why did you shut the door in my face when I came back to you after a year's absence?" She answered faintly, "Me, I don't know." "And dance with Etienne Saint Martin until I am obliged to whip him?" "Me, I don't know." "Yes, you know. You have concealments," he accused, and she made no defense. "This is the case. You run to the dock to see the boats come in. You are joyful until you watch me step ashore. I look for Tite. Her back is disappearing at the corner of the street. Eh bien, I say, she would rather meet me in the house. I fly to the house. My wife refuses to see me." Tite made no answer. "What have I done?" Charles spread his hands. "My commandant has no complaint to make of me. It is Charles Charette who leads on the trail or breaks a road where there is none, and carries the heaviest pack of furs, and pulls men out of water when they are drowning. It is Charles Charette who can best endure fasting when the rations run low, and can hunt and bring in meat when other voyageurs lie exhausted about the camp-fire. I am no little lard-eater from Canada, brother to a man with a stomach having no lid. Look at that." Charles shook the decorated cap at her. "I wear the black feather of my brigade. That means that I am the best man in it." His wife reared her head. She was like the wild sweet-briar roses which crowded alluvial strips of the island, fragrant and pink and bristling. "Yes, monsieur, that black feather. Regard it. Me, I am sick of that black feather. You say I have concealments. I have. All winter I go lonely. The ice is massed on the lake. The snow is so deep, the wind is keener than a knife. I weep for my husband away in the wilderness, believing he thinks of me. Eh bien, he comes back to Mackinac. It is as you say, I fly to meet him. My breath chokes me. But my husband, what does he do?" She looked him up and down with wrathful eyes. "He does not see Tite. He sees nothing but that black feather in his cap that he must take off and show to Monsieur Ramsay Crooks and Monsieur Stuart, while his wife suffocates." Charles shrunk from his height, and his mouth opened like a fish's. "But I thought you would be proud of it." "Me? What do I care how many men you have thrown down? You do not like me any better because you have thrown down all the men in your brigade." "She is jealous of a feather." Humbled as he was by her tongue, the young voyageur felt delighted at giving his wife so trivial a rival. He settled his belt and approached her and bowed. "Madame, permit me to offer you this black quill, which I have won for your sake, and which I boasted of to my masters, that they might know you have not thrown yourself away on the poorest creature in Mackinac. Destroy it, madame. It was only the poor token of my love for you." Graceful and polite as all the voyageurs were, Charles Charette was the prince of them, with his big, sweet presence as he bent. Tite flew at him and flung her arms around his neck. After the manner of Latin peoples, they instantly shed tears upon each other, and the black feather was crushed between their breasts. End of The Black Feather by Mary Hartwell Catherwood.
The Celestial Omnibus by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Celestial Omnibus by E.M. Forster. 1. The boy who resided at Agathox Lodge 28, Buckingham Park Road, Surbiton, had often been puzzled by the old signpost that stood almost opposite. He asked his mother about it, and she replied that it was a joke and not a very nice one, which had been made many years back by some naughty young men, and that the police ought to remove it, for there were two strange things about this signpost. Firstly, it pointed up a blank alley, and secondly, it had painted on it in faded characters the words, "To Heaven." "What kind of young men were they?" he asked. "I think your father told me that one of them wrote verses, and was expelled from the university, and came to grief in other ways. Still, it was a long time ago. You must ask your father about it. He will say the same as I do, that it was put up as a joke." "So it doesn't mean anything at all?" She sent him upstairs to put on his best things, for the Bonses were coming to tea, and he was to hand the cake stand. It struck him, as he wrenched on his tightening trousers, that he might do worse than ask Mr. Bonds about the signpost. His father, though very kind, always laughed at him, shrieked with laughter whenever he or any other child asked a question or spoke. But Mr. Bonds was serious as well as kind. He had a beautiful house, and lent one books. He was a churchwarden and a candidate for the county council. He had donated to the free library enormously. He presided over the literary society, and had members of Parliament to stop with him. In short, he was probably the wisest person alive. Yet even Mr. Bonds could only say that the signpost was a joke, the joke of a person named Shelley. "Of course," cried the mother. "I told you so, dear. That was the name." "Had you ever heard of Shelley?" asked Mr. Bonds. "No," said the boy, and hung his head. "But is there no Shelley in the house?" "Why, yes," exclaimed the lady, in much agitation. "Dear Mr. Bonds, we aren't such Philistines as that. 2 at the least. One a wedding present, and the other smaller print in one of the spare rooms." "I believe we have 7 Shelleys," said Mr. Bonds, with a slow smile. Then he brushed the cake crumbs off his stomach and, together with his daughter, rose to go. The boy, obeying a wink from his mother, saw them all the way to the garden gate, and when they had gone, he did not at once return to the house, but gazed for a little up and down Buckingham Park Road. His parents lived at the right end of it, After number 39, the quality of the houses dropped very suddenly, and 64 had not even a separate servants' entrance. But at the present moment, the whole road looked rather pretty, for the sun had just set in splendor, and the inequalities of rent were drowned in a saffron afterglow. Small birds twittered, and the breadwinner's train shrieked musically down through the cutting. That wonderful cutting which has drawn to itself the whole beauty out of Surbiton, and clad itself, like any alpine valley, with the glory of the fir and the silver birch and the primrose. It was this cutting that had first stirred desires within the boy, desires for something just a little different, he knew not what, desires that would return whenever things were sunlit, as they were this evening, running up and down inside him, up and down, till he would feel quite unusual all over, and as likely as not would want to cry. This evening he was even sillier, for he slipped across the road towards the signpost, and began to run up the blank alley. The alley runs between high walls, the walls of the gardens of Ivanhoe and Bella Vista, respectively. It smells a little all the way, and is scarcely 20 yards long, including the turn at the end, so not unnaturally the boy soon came to a standstill. "I'd like to kick that Shelley," he exclaimed, and glanced idly at a piece of paper which was pasted on the wall. Rather an odd piece of paper, and he read it carefully before he turned back. This is what he read. S and CRCC. Alteration in service. Owing to lack of patronage, the company are regretfully compelled to suspend the hourly service, and to retain only the sunrise and sunset omnibuses, which will run as usual. It is to be hoped that the public will patronize an arrangement which is intended for their convenience. As an extra inducement, the company will, for the first time, now issue return tickets, available one day only, which may be obtained of the driver. Passengers are again reminded that no tickets are issued at the other end, and that no complaints in this connection will receive consideration from the company, nor will the company be responsible for any negligence or stupidity on the part of passengers, nor for hailstorms, lightning, loss of tickets, nor for any act of God. For the direction. Now he had never seen this notice before, nor could he imagine where the omnibus went to. S, of course, was for Surbiton, and RCC meant Road Car Company. But what was the meaning of the other C? Coombe and Maiden, perhaps. Of possibly City. Yet it could not hope to compete with the Southwestern. The whole thing, the boy reflected, was run on hopelessly unbusinesslike lines. Why no tickets from the other end? And what an hour to start! Then he realized that unless the notice was a hoax, an omnibus must have been starting just as he was wishing the Boneses goodbye. He peered at the ground through the gathering dusk, and there he saw what might or might not be the marks of wheels. Yet nothing had come out of the alley, and he had never seen an omnibus at any time in the Buckingham Park Road. No, it must be a hoax, like the signposts, like the fairy tales, like the dreams upon which he would wake suddenly in the night. And with a sigh, he stepped from the alley, right into the arms of his father. Oh, how his father laughed. Poor Popsy, he cried. Didums think he'd walkie-palkie up to Evink? And his mother, also convulsed with laughter, appeared on the steps of Agathoc's lodge. Don't, Bob, she gasped. Don't be so naughty or you'll kill me. Oh, leave the boy alone. But all that evening the joke was kept up. The father implored to be taken too. Was it a very tiring walk? Need one wipe one's shoes on the doormat? And the boy went to bed feeling faint and sore, and thankful for only one thing, that he had not said a word about the omnibus. It was a hoax, yet through his dreams it grew more and more real, and the streets of Surbiton, through which he saw it driving seemed instead to become hoaxes and shadows, and very early in the morning he woke with a cry, for he had had a glimpse of its destination. He struck a match, and its light fell not only on his watch, but also on his calendar, so that he knew it to be half hour to sunrise. It was pitch dark, for the fog had come down from London in the night, and all Surbiton was wrapped in its embraces. Yet he sprang out and dressed himself, for he was determined to settle once and for all which was real, the omnibus or the streets. I shall be a fool one way or the other, he thought, until I know. Soon he was shivering in the road under the gas lamp that guarded the entrance to the alley. To enter the alley itself required some courage. Not only was it horribly dark, but he now realized that it was an impossible terminus for an omnibus. If it had not been for a policeman whom he heard approaching through the fog, he would never have made the attempt. The next moment he had made the attempt and failed. Nothing. Nothing but a blank alley and a very silly boy gaping at its dirty floor. It was a hoax. I'll tell Papa and Mama, he decided. I deserve it. I deserve that they should know. I am too silly to be alive. And he went back to the gate of Agathoc's lodge. There he remembered that his watch was fast. The sun had not risen. It would not rise for 2 minutes. Give the bus every chance, he thought cynically, and return to the alley. But the omnibus was there. 2. It had 2 horses whose sides were still smoking from their journey, and its 2 great lamps shone through the fog against the alley's walls, changing their cobwebs and moss into tissues of fairyland. The driver was huddled up in a cape. He faced the blank wall, and how he had managed to drive in so neatly and so silently was one of the many things that the boy never discovered, nor could he imagine how ever he would drive out. "Please," his voice quavered through the foul brown air, "please, is that an omnibus?" "Omnibus est," said the driver without turning around. There was a moment's silence. The policeman passed, coughing, by the entrance of the alley. The boy crouched in the shadow, for he did not want to be found out. He was pretty sure, too, that it was a pirate. Nothing else, he reasoned, would go from such odd places and at such odd hours. "About when do you start?" he tried to sound nonchalant. "At sunrise." "How far do you go?" "The whole way." "And can I have a return ticket, which will bring me all the way back?" "You can." "Do you know, I half think I'll come." The driver made no answer. The sun must have risen, for he unhitched the brake, and scarcely had the boy jumped in before the omnibus was off. How? Did it turn? There was no room. Did it go forward? There was a blank wall. Yet it was moving at a stately pace through the fog, which had turned from brown to yellow. The thought of warm bed and warmer breakfast made the boy feel faint. He wished he had not come. His parents would not have approved. He would have gone back to them if the weather had not made it impossible. The solitude was terrible. He was the only passenger, and the omnibus, though well built, was cold and somewhat musty. He drew his coat round him, and in so doing chanced to feel his pocket. It was empty. He had forgotten his purse. "Stop!" he shouted. "Stop!" And then, being of a polite disposition, he glanced up at the painted notice board so that he might call the driver by name. "Mr. Brown, stop! Oh, do please stop!" Mr. Brown did not stop, but he opened a little window and looked in at the boy. His face was a surprise. So kind it was, and modest. "Mr. Brown, I've left my purse behind. I've not got a penny. I can't pay for the ticket. Will you take my watch, please? I am in the most awful hole." "Tickets on this line," said the driver, "whether single or return, can be purchased by coinage from no terrene mint. And a chronometer, though it had solaced the vigils of Charlemagne or measured the slumbers of Laura, can acquire by no mutation the double cake that charms the fangless Cerberus of heaven. So saying, he handed in the necessary ticket, and while the boy said, "Thank you," continued, "Titular pretensions, I know it well, are vanity. Yet they merit no censure when uttered on a laughing lip, and in an homonymous world are in some sort useful, since they do serve to distinguish one Jack from his fellow. Remember me, therefore, as Sir Thomas Brown." "Are you a sir? Oh, sorry." He had heard of these gentlemen drivers. "It is good of you about the ticket, but if you go on at this rate, however does your bus pay?" "It does not pay. It was not intended to pay. Many are the faults of my equipage. It is compounded too curiously of foreign woods. Its cushions tickle erudition rather than promote repose. And my horses are nourished not on the evergreen pastures of the moment, but on the dried bents and clovers of Latinity. But that it pays, that error at all events was never intended and never attained." "Sorry again," said the boy, rather hopelessly. Sir Thomas looked sad, fearing that even for a moment he had been the cause of sadness. He invited the boy to come up and sit beside him on the box, and together they journeyed on through the fog, which was now changing from yellow to white. There were no houses by the road, so it must be either Putney Heath or Wimbledon Common. "Have you been a driver always?" "I was a physician once." "But why did you stop? Weren't you good?" "As a healer of bodies I had scant success, and several score of my patients preceded me. But as a healer of the spirit I have succeeded beyond my hopes and my deserts. For though my draughts were not better nor subtler than those of other men, yet by reason of the cunning goblets wherein I offered them, the queasy soul was oft times tempted to sip and be refreshed." "The queasy soul," he murmured, "if the sun sets with trees in front of it, and you suddenly come strange all over, is that a queasy soul?" "Have you felt that?" "Why, yes." After a pause, he told the boy a very little about the journey's end. But they did not chatter much, for the boy, when he liked a person, would as soon sit silent in his company as speak. And this he discovered was also the mind of Sir Thomas Brown, and of many others with whom he was to be acquainted. He heard, however, about the young man Shelley, who was now quite a famous person, with a carriage of his own, and about some of the other drivers who are in the service of the company. Meanwhile, the light grew stronger, though the fog did not disperse. It was now more like mist than fog, and times would travel quickly across them, as if it was part of a cloud. They had been ascending, too, in a most puzzling way. For over 2 hours the horses had been pulling against the collar, and even if it were Richmond Hill, they ought to have been at the top long ago. Perhaps it was Epsom, or even the North Downs, yet the air seemed keener than that which blows on either. And as to the name of their destination, Sir Thomas Brown was silent. "Crash! Thunder, by Jove!" said the boy. "And not so far off, either. Listen to the echoes. It's more like mountains." He thought, not very vividly, of his father and mother. He saw them sitting down to sausages and listening to the storm. He saw his own empty place. Then there would be questions, alarms, theories, jokes, consolations. They would expect him back at lunch. To lunch he would not come, nor to tea. But he would be in for dinner, and so his day's truancy would be over. If he had had his purse, he would have bought them presents. Not that he should have known what to get them. Crash! The peal and the lightning came together. The cloud quivered as if it were alive, and torn streamers of mist rushed past. "Are you afraid?" asked Sir Thomas Brown. "What is there to be afraid of? Is it much farther?" The horses of the omnibus stopped just as a ball of fire burst up and exploded with a ringing noise that was deafening but clear, like the noise of a blacksmith's forge. All the cloud was shattered. "Oh, listen, Sir Thomas Browne. No, I mean, look. We shall get a view at last. No, I mean, listen. That sounds like a rainbow." The noise had died into the faintest murmur, beneath which another murmur grew, spreading stealthily, steadily, in a curve that widened but did not vary. And in widening curves a rainbow was spreading from the horses' feet into the dissolving mists. "But how beautiful! What colors! Where will it stop? It is more like the rainbows you can tread on, more like dreams." The color and the sound grew together. The rainbow spanned an enormous gulf. Clouds rushed under it and were pierced by it. And still it grew, reaching forward, conquering the darkness until it touched something that seemed more solid than a cloud. The boy stood up. "What is that out there?" he called. "What does it rest on, out at that other end?" In the morning sunshine, a precipice shone forth beyond the gulf. A precipice, or was it a castle? The horses moved. They set their feet upon the rainbow. "Oh, look!" the boy shouted. "Oh, listen! Those caves! Or are they gateways? Oh, look between the cliffs at those ledges! I see people! I see trees!" "Look also below," whispered Sir Thomas. "Neglect not the diviner Acheron." The boy looked below, past the flames of the rainbow that licked against their wheels. The gulf also had cleared, and in its depths there flowed an everlasting river. One sunbeam entered and struck a green pool, and as they passed over, he saw 3 maidens rise to the surface of the pool, singing and playing with something that glistened like a ring. "You, down in the water," he called. They answered, "You, up on the bridge." There was a burst of music. "You, up on the bridge, good luck to you. Truth in the depth, truth on the height. You, down in the water, what are you doing?" Sir Thomas Browne replied, "They sport in the mancipiary possession of their gold." And the omnibus arrived. 3. The boy was in disgrace. He sat locked up in the nursery of Agathoc's lodge, learning poetry for a punishment. His father had said, "My boy, I can pardon anything but untruthfulness," and had caned him, saying at each stroke, "There is no omnibus, no driver, no bridge, no mountain. You are a truant, gutter snipe, a liar." His father could be very stern at times. His mother had begged him to say he was sorry, but he could not say that. It was the greatest day of his life, in spite of the caning and the poetry at the end of it. He had returned punctually at sunset, driven not by Sir Thomas Browne, but by a maiden lady who was full of quiet fun. They had talked of omnibuses and also of barouche landaus. How far away her gentle voice seemed now. Yet it was scarcely 3 hours since he had left her up the alley. His mother called through the door, "Dear, you are to come down and to bring your poetry with you." He came down and found that Mr. Bonds was in the smoking room with his father. It had been a dinner party. "Here is the great traveller," said his father grimly. "Here is the young gentleman who drives in an omnibus over rainbows, while young ladies sing to him." Pleased with his wit, he laughed. "After all," said Mr. Bonds, smiling, "there is something a little like it in Wagner. It is odd how, in quite illiterate minds, you will find glimmers of artistic truth. The case interests me. Let me plead for the culprit. We have all romanced in our time, haven't we?" "Hear how kind Mr. Bonds is," said his mother, while his father said, "Very well, let him say his poem, and that will do. He is going away to my sister on Tuesday, and she will cure him of his alley slope ring. Say your poem. The boy began. Standing aloof in giant ignorance. His father laughed again, roared. One for you, my son, standing aloof in giant ignorance. I never knew those poets talked sense. Just describes you. Here, Bonds, you go in for poetry. Put him through it, will you, while I fetch up the whiskey. Yes, give me the Keats, said Mr. Bonds. Let him say his Keats to me. So for a few moments, the wise man and the ignorant boy were left alone in the smoking room. Standing aloof in giant ignorance, of thee I dream, and of the Cyclades, as one who sits ashore and longs perchance to visit. Quite right, to visit what? To visit dolphin coral in deep seas, said the boy, and burst into tears. Come, come, why do you cry? Because all these words that only rhymed before, now that I've come back, they're me. Mr. Bonds laid the Keats down. The case was more interesting than he had expected. You? He exclaimed. This sonnet? You? Yes, and look further on. Aye, on the shores of darkness there is light, and precipices show untrodden green. It is so, sir. All these things are true. I never doubted it, said Mr. Bonds, with closed eyes. You? Then you believe me? You believe in the omnibus and the driver and the storm and that return ticket I got for nothing and... Tut-tut, no more of your yarns, my boy. I meant that I never doubted the essential truth of poetry. Some day, when you read more, you will understand what I mean. But, Mr. Bonds, it is so. There is light upon the shores of darkness. I have seen it coming. Light and a wind. Nonsense, said Mr. Bonds. If I had stopped, they tempted me. They told me to give up my ticket, for you cannot come back if you lose your ticket. They called from the river for it, and indeed I was tempted, for I have never been so happy as among those precipices. But I thought of my mother and father, and that I must fetch them. Yet they will not come, though the road starts opposite our house. It has all happened as the people up there warned me, and Mr. Bonds has disbelieved me like everyone else. I have been caned. I shall never see that mountain again. What's that about me? Said Mr. Bonds, sitting up in his chair very suddenly. I told them about you, and how clever you were, and how many books you had, and they said, Mr. Bonds will certainly disbelieve you. Stuff and nonsense, my young friend. You grow impertinent. I will settle the matter. Not a word to your father. I will cure you. Tomorrow evening I will myself call here to take you for a walk, and at sunset we will go up this alley opposite and hunt for your omnibus, you silly little boy. His face grew serious, for the boy was not disconcerted, but leapt about the room singing, Joy, joy, I told them you would believe me. We will drive together over the rainbow. I told them that you would come. After all, could there be anything in the story? Wagner, Keats, Shelley, Sir Thomas Browne? Certainly the case was interesting. And on the morrow evening, though it was pouring with rain, Mr. Bonds did not omit to call at Agathox Lodge. The boy was ready, bubbling with excitement and skipping about in a way that rather vexed the president of the Literary Society. They took a turn down Buckingham Park Road, and then, having seen that no one was watching them, slipped up the alley. Naturally enough, for the sun was setting, they ran straight against the omnibus. Good heavens! Exclaimed Mr. Bonds. Good gracious heavens! It was not the omnibus in which the boy had driven first, nor yet that in which he had returned. There were 3 horses, black, gray, and white, the gray being the finest. The driver who turned around at the mention of goodness and of heaven was a sallow man with terrifying jaws and sunken eyes. Mr. Bonds, on seeing him, gave a cry, as of recognition, and began to tremble violently. The boy jumped in. Is it possible? cried Mr. Bonds. "Is the impossible possible? Sir, come in, sir. It is such a fine omnibus. Oh, here is his name. Dan someone." Mr. Bonds sprang in too. A blast of wind immediately slammed the omnibus door, and the shock jerked down all the omnibus blinds, which were very weak on their springs. "Dan, show me. Good gracious heavens, we're moving." "Hooray!" said the boy. Mr. Bonds became flustered. He had not intended to be kidnapped. He could not find the door handle nor push up the blinds. The omnibus was quite dark, and by the time he had struck a match, night had come on outside also. They were moving rapidly. "A strange, a memorable adventure," he said, surveying the interior of the omnibus, which was large, roomy, and constructed with extreme regularity, every part exactly answering to every other part. Over the door, the handle of which was outside, was written, "Lasciate ogni baldanza voi che entrate." At least that was what was written, but Mr. Bonds said that it was a lasciardi something, and that baldanza was a mistake for speranza. His voice sounded as if he was in church. Meanwhile, the boy called to the cadaverous driver for 2 return tickets. They were handed in without a word. Mr. Bonds covered his face with his hand and again trembled. "Do you know who that is?" he whispered, when the little window had shut upon them. "It is the impossible." "Well, I don't like him as much as Sir Thomas Browne, though I shouldn't be surprised if he had even more in him." "More in him?" He stamped irritably. "By accident you have made the greatest discovery of the century, and all you can say is that there is more in this man? Do you remember those vellum books in my library stamped with red lilies? Sit still, I bring you stupendous news. This is the man who wrote them." The boy sat quite still. "I wonder if we shall see Mrs. Gamp?" he asked, after a civil pause. Mrs. Gamp and Mrs. Harris. I like Mrs. Harris. I came upon them quite suddenly. Mrs. Gamp's bandboxes have moved over the rainbow so badly, all the bottoms have fallen out, and 2 of the pippins off her bedstead tumbled into the stream. "Out there sits the man who wrote my vellum books," thundered Mr. Bonds, "and you talk to me of Dickens and of Mrs. Gamp." "I know Mrs. Gamp so well," he apologized. "I could not help being glad to see her. I recognized your voice. She was telling Mrs. Harris about Mrs. Prigg." "Did you spend the whole day in her elevating company?" "Oh, no, I raced. I met a man who took me out beyond to a race course." "You run, and there are dolphins out at sea?" "You run, and there are dolphins out at sea." "Indeed. Do you remember the man's name?" "Achilles? No, he was later." "Tom Jones." Mr. Bonds sighed heavily. "Well, my lad, you have made a miserable mess of it. Think of a cultured person with your opportunities. A cultured person would have known all these characters, and known what to have said to each. He would not have wasted his time with a Mrs. Gamp or a Tom Jones. The creations of Homer, of Shakespeare, and of him who drives us now, would alone have contented him. He would not have raced. He would have asked intelligent questions." "But, Mr. Bonds," said the boy humbly, "you will be a cultured person. I told him so." "True, true, and I beg you not to disgrace me when we arrive. No gossiping, no running. Keep close to my side, and never speak to these immortals unless they speak to you. Yes, and give me the return tickets. You will be losing them." The boy surrendered the tickets, but felt a little sore. After all, he had found the way to this place. It was hard first to be disbelieved, and then to be lectured. Meanwhile, the rain had stopped, and moonlight crept into the omnibus through the cracks in the blinds. "But how is there to be a rainbow?" cried the boy. "You distract me," snapped Mr. Bonds. "I wish to meditate on beauty. I wish to goodness I was with a reverent and sympathetic person." The lad bit his lip. He made 100 good resolutions. He would imitate Mr. Bonds all the visit. He would not laugh, or run, or sing, or do any of the vulgar things that must have disgusted his new friends last time. He would be very careful to pronounce their names properly, and to remember who knew whom. Achilles did not know Tom Jones. At least, so Mr. Bonds said. The Duchess of Malfi was older than Mrs. Gamp. At least, so Mr. Bonds said. He would be self-conscious, reticent, and prim. He would never say he liked anyone. Yet when the wind flew up at a chance touch of his head, all these good resolutions went to the winds. For the omnibus had reached the summit of a moonlit hill, and there was the chasm, and there across it stood the old precipices, dreaming with their feet in the everlasting river. He exclaimed, "The mountain! Listen to the new tune in the water! Look at the campfires in the ravines!" And Mr. Bonds, after a hasty glance, retorted, "Water? Campfires? Ridiculous rubbish! Hold your tongue. There is nothing at all." Yet under his eyes a rainbow formed, compounded not of sunlight and storm, but of moonlight and the spray of the river. The 3 horses put their feet upon it. He thought it the finest rainbow he had seen, but did not dare to say so, since Mr. Bonds said that nothing was there. He leant out. The windows had opened, and sang the tune that rose from the sleeping waters. "The prelude to Rheingold?" said Mr. Bonds suddenly. "Who taught you these leitmotifs?" He, too, looked out of the window. Then he behaved very oddly. He gave a choking cry and fell back on to the omnibus floor. He writhed and kicked. His face was green. "Does the bridge make you dizzy?" the boy asked. "Dizzy?" gasped Mr. Bonds. "I want to go back. Tell the driver." But the driver shook his head. "We are nearly there," said the boy. "They are asleep. Shall I call?" "They will be so pleased to see you, for I have prepared them." Mr. Bonds moaned. They moved over the lunar rainbow, which ever and ever broke away behind their wheels. How still the night was! Who would be sentry at the gate? "I am coming," he shouted, again forgetting the 100 resolutions. "I am returning. I, the boy." "The boy is returning," cried a voice to the other voices, who repeated, "The boy is returning. I am bringing Mr. Bonds with me." Silence. "I should have said Mr. Bonds is bringing me with him." Profound silence. "Who stands sentry?" "Achilles." And on the rocky causeway, close to the springing of the Rainbow Bridge, he saw a young man who carried a wonderful shield. "Mr. Bonds, it is Achilles, armed." "I want to go back," said Mr. Bonds. The last fragment of the rainbow melted. The wheels sang upon the living rock. The door of the omnibus burst open. Out leapt the boy. He could not resist, and sprang to meet the warrior, who, stooping suddenly, caught him on his shield. "Achilles," he cried, "let me get down, for I am ignorant and vulgar, and I must wait for that Mr. Bonds of whom I told you yesterday." But Achilles raised him aloft. He crouched on the wonderful shield, on heroes and burning cities, on vineyards graven in gold, on every dear passion, every joy, on the entire image of the mountain that he had discovered, encircled, like it, with an everlasting stream. "No, no," he protested. "I am not worthy. It is Mr. Bonds who must be up here." But Mr. Bonds was whimpering, and Achilles trumpeted and cried, "Stand upright upon my shield." "Sir, I did not mean to stand. Something made me stand. Sir, why do you delay? Here is only the great Achilles whom you knew." Mr. Bonds screamed, "I see no one. I see nothing. I want to go back." Then he cried to the driver, "Save me. Let me stop in your chariot. I have honored you. I have quoted you. I have bound you in vellum. Take me back to my world." The driver replied, "I am the means and not the end. I am the food and not the life. Stand by yourself as that boy has stood. I cannot save you, for poetry is a spirit, and they that would worship it must worship in spirit and in truth." Mr. Bonds, he could not resist, crawled out of the beautiful omnibus. His face appeared, gaping horribly. His hands followed, one gripping the step, the other beating the air. Now his shoulders emerged, his chest, his stomach. With a shriek of, "I see London!" he fell against the hard, moonlit rock, fell into it as if it were water, fell through it, vanished, and was seen by the boy no more. "Where have you fallen to, Mr. Bonds? Here is a procession arriving to honor you with music and torches. Here come the men and women whose names you know. The mountain is awake. The river is awake. Over the race course the sea is awaking those dolphins, and it is all for you. They want you." There was a touch of fresh leaves on his forehead. Someone had crowned him. Telos. From the Kingston Gazette, Surbiton Times, and Payne's Park Observer. The body of Mr. Septimus Bonds has been found in a shockingly mutilated condition in the vicinity of the Bermondsey Gas Works. The deceased's pockets contained a sovereign purse, a silver cigar case, a bijou pronouncing dictionary, and a couple of omnibus tickets. The unfortunate gentleman had apparently been hurled from a considerable height. Foul play is suspected, and a thorough investigation is pending by the authorities. End of The Celestial Omnibus by E.M. Forster.
Country Maiden and Prince Charming by Alciphron, 2nd century A.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Glossipy to Shapora. I am no longer my own mother, and I cannot bear to wed the one my father has lately promised me in marriage to, the young fellow from Methymna, the pilot's son, because I have seen that city youth, the wine-bearer, since you sent me off to the city when the wine-bearing festival was celebrated. For he is beautiful, mother, beautiful, and ever so sweet, and has curls crisper than sea moss, and smiles more charmingly than the sea at rest, and the glances of his dark blue eyes sparkle like the sea when first lighted up by the rays of the sun. His whole face, oh, you would say the Graces had left Orchomenus and washed clean in the Agaphian fountain to dance on his cheeks. His lips are painted with roses taken from the bosom of Venus and placed on their tips. Either I must marry him, or in imitation of the lesbian Sappho, I will throw myself, not from the Lacodian rocks, but from the cliffs of Parias into the waves. Shapora to Glossipy. Daughter, you are senseless and not in sound mind. You need hellebore, not indeed the common sort, but that of Antiqua of Phocis, reputed to cure insanity. But when you ought to be ashamed of it, you strip your face of maiden modesty. Be calm and come to yourself, and recover from this frenzy, and banish that wretch from your mind. For if your father should learn anything about this story, he would throw you into the sea as food for the fishes without hesitation or delay. End of Country Maiden and Prince Charming by Alciphron, 2nd century A.D.
Eveline by James Joyce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Eveline by James Joyce. She sat at the window watching the evening invade the avenue. Her head was leaned against the window curtains, and in her nostrils was the odour of dusty cretonne. She was tired. Few people passed. The man out of the last house passed on his way home. She heard his footsteps clacking along the concrete pavement and afterwards crunching on the cinder path before the new red houses. One time there used to be a field there in which they used to play every evening with other people's children. Then a man from Belfast bought the field and built houses in it, not like their little brown houses, but bright brick houses with shining roofs. The children of the avenue used to play together in that field, the Devines, the Waters, the Dunns, little Keogh, the cripple, she and her brothers and sisters. Ernest, however, never played. He was too grown up. Her father used often to hunt them in out of the field with his blackthorn stick, but usually little Keogh used to keep nix and call out when she saw her father coming. Still, they seemed to have been rather happy then. Her father was not so bad then, and besides, her mother was alive. That was a long time ago. She and her brothers and sisters were all grown up. Her mother was dead. Tizzie Dunn was dead too, and the Waters had gone back to England. Everything changes. Now she was going to go away like the others, to leave her home. Home! She looked round the room, reviewing all its familiar objects, which she had dusted once a week for so many years, wondering where on earth all the dust came from. Perhaps she would never see again those familiar objects from which she had never dreamed of being divided. And yet during all those years she had never found out the name of the priest whose yellowing photograph hung on the wall above the broken harmonium beside the coloured print of the promises made to Blessed Margaret Mary Alacoque. He had been a school friend of her father. Whenever he showed the photograph to a visitor, her father used to pass it with a casual word. He is in Melbourne now. She had consented to go away, to leave her home. Was that wise? She tried to weigh each side of the question. In her home anywhere she had shelter and food. She had those whom she had known all her life about her. Of course she had to work hard, both in the house and at business. What would they say of her in the stores when they found out that she had run away with a fellow? Say she was a fool, perhaps, and her place would be filled up by advertisement. Miss Gavin would be glad. She had always had an edge on her, especially whenever there were people listening. "Miss Hill, don't you see these ladies are waiting? Look lively, Miss Hill, please." She would not cry many tears at leaving the stores. But in her new home in a distant unknown country, it would not be like that. Then she would be married. She, Eveline. People would treat her with respect then. She would not be treated as her mother had been. Even now, though she was over 19, she sometimes felt herself in danger of her father's violence. She knew it was that had given her the palpitations. When they were growing up, he had never gone for her like he used to go for Harry and Ernest, because she was a girl. But latterly he had begun to threaten her and say what he would do to her only for her dead mother's sake. And now she had nobody to protect her. Ernest was dead, and Harry, who was in the church decorating business, was nearly always down somewhere in the country. Besides, the invariable squabble for money on Saturday nights had begun to weary her unspeakably. She always gave her entire wages, 7 shillings, and Harry always sent up what he could, but the trouble was to get any money from her father. He said she used to squander the money, that she had no head, that he wasn't going to give her his hard-earned money to throw about the streets, and much more, for he was usually fairly bad of a Saturday night. In the end he would give her the money and ask her had she had any intention of buying Sunday's dinner. Then she had to rush out as quickly as she could and do her marketing, holding her black leather purse tightly in her hand as she elbowed her way through the crowds and returning home late under her load of provisions. She had hard work to keep the house together and to see that the 2 young children who had been left to her charge went to school regularly and got their meals regularly. It was hard work, a hard life, but now that she was about to leave it, she did not find it a wholly undesirable life. She was about to explore another life with Frank. Frank was very kind, manly, open-hearted. She was to go away with him by the night boat to be his wife, and to live with him in Buenos Aires, where he had a home waiting for her. How well she remembered the first time she had seen him. He was lodging in a house on the main road where she used to visit. It seemed a few weeks ago. He was standing at the gate, his peaked cap pushed back on his head and his hair tumbled forward over a face of bronze. Then they had come to know each other. He used to meet her outside the stores every evening and see her home. He took her to see The Bohemian Girl, and she felt elated as she sat in an unaccustomed part of the theatre with him. He was awfully fond of music and sang a little. People knew that they were courting, and when he sang about the lass that loves a sailor, she always felt pleasantly confused. He used to call her Poppins out of fun. First of all, it had been an excitement for her to have a fellow, and then she had begun to like him. He had tales of distant countries. He had started as a deck boy at £1 a month on a ship of the Allen Line going out to Canada. He told her the names of the ships he had been on and the names of the different services. He had sailed through the Straits of Magellan, and he told her stories of the terrible Patagonians. He had fallen on his feet in Buenos Aires, he said, and had come over to the old country just for a holiday. Of course, her father had found out the affair and had forbidden her to have anything to say to him. "I know these sailor chaps," he said. One day he had quarrelled with Frank, and after that she had to meet her lover secretly. The evening deepened in the avenue. The white of 2 letters in her lap grew indistinct. One was to Harry, the other was to her father. Ernest had been her favourite, but she liked Harry too. Her father was becoming old lately, she noticed. He would miss her. Sometimes he could be very nice. Not long before, when she had been laid up for a day, he had read her out a ghost story and made toast for her at the fire. Another day, when their mother was alive, they had all gone for a picnic to the Hill of Howth. She remembered her father putting on her mother's bonnet to make the children laugh. Her time was running out, but she continued to sit by the window, leaning her head against the window curtain, inhaling the odour of dusty cretonne. Down far in the avenue she could hear a street organ playing. She knew the air. Strange that it should come that very night to remind her of the promise to her mother, her promise to keep the home together as long as she could. She remembered the last night of her mother's illness. She was again in the closed dark room at the other side of the hall, and outside she heard a melancholy air of Italy. The organ player had been ordered to go away and given 6pence. She remembered her father shuttling back into the sick room, saying, "Damned Italians coming over here." As she mused, the pitiful vision of her mother's life laid its spell on the very quick of her being, that life of commonplace sacrifices closing in final craziness. She trembled as she heard again her mother's voice saying constantly with foolish insistence, "Deravon Seron, Deravon Seron." She stood up in a sudden impulse of terror. Escape! She must escape! Frank would save her. He would give her life, perhaps love too. But she wanted to live. Why should she be unhappy? She had a right to happiness. Frank would take her in his arms, fold her in his arms. He would save her. She stood among the swaying crowd in the station at the north wall. He held her hand, and she knew that he was speaking to her, saying something about the passage over and over again. The station was full of soldiers with brown baggages. Through the wide doors of the shed she caught a glimpse of the black mass of the boat, lying in beside the quay wall, with illuminated portholes. She answered nothing. She felt her cheek pale and cold, and, out of a maze of distress, she prayed to God to direct her, to show her what was her duty. The boat blew a long mournful whistle into the mist. If she went, tomorrow she would be on the sea with Frank, steaming towards Buenos Aires. Their passage had been booked. Could she still draw back after all he had done for her? Her distress awoke a nausea in her body, and she kept moving her lips in silent, fervent prayer. A bell clanged upon her heart. She felt him seize her hand. Come! All the seas in the world tumbled about her heart. He was drawing her into them. He would drown her. She gripped with both hands at the iron railing. Come! No, no, no! It was impossible. Her hands clutched the iron in frenzy. Amid the seas she sent a cry of anguish. Eveline! Evie! He rushed beyond the barrier and called to her to follow. He was shouted at to go on, but he still called to her. She set her white face to him, passive, like a helpless animal. Her eyes gave him no sign of love, or farewell, or recognition. End of Eveline by James Joyce. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
How My Camera Caught a Bank Robber by Elton J. Buckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lester Drake's detective camera first created the idea of photography in my mind. Before that, I hadn't the slightest inclination toward the art whatever. But when Lester purchased his neat little leather-covered box, and went around merely pressing a button and getting dozens of pictures by no other means, I immediately decided that I, too, must have a camera. Lester's was not an expensive one. His father had found it in one of the photographic establishments in Philadelphia, and being of a slightly scientific turn of mind himself, had purchased it and brought it home to Lester. The latter fitted up a corner of the cellar as a dark room, and straightway launched himself as an amateur photographer. Lester's first attempts, revealed by the chemical development, were surprisingly good, and inspired a strong feeling of envy in the breasts of those of his comrades whose fathers were blind to the oft-repeated advantages and delights of amateur picture-taking. Even more exasperating, he straightway became the idol of all the girls at school, whose zeal in posing for him was only equalled by the grotesqueness of some of their postures. I brooded long and deep over this unpleasant condition of affairs, and finally arrived at the conclusion that I would have a camera like Lester at any cost. Lester was kind enough to initiate me into the mysteries of his dark room, and to allow me to examine the interior of his camera by ruby light. With the knowledge thus gained, I resolved to manufacture one myself. It wouldn't be as handsome as Lester's, perhaps, I thought, but it might do just as good work. So I made the attempt using the lenses from an old microscope which I owned, but in vain. The instrument never reached the second stage of its construction. The contrast between Lester's clean, smoothly covered box and what I knew mine would appear, even if I could finally complete it, was too great, and I abandoned it in despair. Then I tried another tack. My father was exceedingly sceptical concerning the desirability of amateur photography, and flatly refused to furnish the necessary funds. It was October then, so I conceived a plan by which I would earn money during the fall by corn husking among the nearby farmers, so that when spring opened I would have the price of the coveted camera. No one could have worked harder during the weeks through which the season lasted than did I. Huskers were in demand that fall, and I secured work wherever I applied. It is just possible that if Lester had grown tired of his camera in the meanwhile, and had ceased to use it, my desire for one might likewise have gone by the board, but the snap of his shutter was heard everywhere and at all times, and even at night, by flashlight, in the barns, where the frequent huskings were progressing. When, after a few weeks, the farmers ceased to require huskers, I struck up a bargain with our grocer, whereby I was to spend Saturdays running errands for him. The money from this helped out wonderfully, and, according to my expectations, when April opened, a snug little sum reposed as the fruit of my labours in one corner of my top bureau drawer. As soon as the weather moderated slightly, Lester, who now posed as a photographic oracle, and myself, went to the city one fine morning to buy the camera. The neat little leather-covered box was duly inspected and purchased, together with the pamphlet of instructions that seemed so enticingly mysterious to my uninformed mind. The camera was just like Lester's, with the exception of some minor improvements which had been effected since the time when he had purchased his. On the way home, Lester and I drew up a compact whereby I was to have the use of his darkroom and chemicals until I felt that I was fairly on my photographic legs. Then I was to fix up one of my own. The camera had been sold loaded with plates, ready for use, and I lost no time in snapping several views here and there as the fancy seized me. Lester taught me to develop them, and when the most of them came up under the chemicals clear and sharp, my delight was great. And when I made prints from them, and the familiar home scenes and my playmates' faces were there plainly before me, it seemed to me that the universe could hold nothing more entrancing than amateur photography. Of course I had failures, but they were few compared with the successes. One morning in May, after I had become thoroughly versed in the art of using the camera and had fitted up a darkroom of my own in the attic, Lester and I sallied out with our cameras, for no other purpose than to secure a half-dozen snapshots whenever desirable ones might present themselves. It was an ideal day for picture-taking. Rain had fallen the night before and had left the atmosphere clear and brilliant, with none of that dim haze which is the cameraist's nemesis so often. We had strolled along the road, perhaps 2 miles out of the village, and had caught 3 or 4 very pretty views. None had presented themselves, however, for some time, when, by a turn of the road, we came upon a man drinking from a spring at the side of the road. He was but a few feet away, and was stooping down with his back toward us. "Let's get him," said I, in a low tone. "All right," replied Lester. "You do it, though. I've only got 1 plate left." I had several unexposed plates remaining in my camera, so I pointed the box toward the man and pressed the button. Just at the instant when the shutter must have operated, the man heard us and turned his head, facing us squarely. He evidently understood what we were about, for he scowled deeply and walked rapidly away through the woods, without, however, offering to molest us. He carried a small black grip with him. As the man's retreating figure disappeared through the trees, Lester and I drew a long breath of relief, for we felt like criminals detected in a crime, and we were a trifle afraid of the fellow beside. We wandered on a little further, snapping a few more wayside pictures, and then turned toward home and retraced our steps. That afternoon Lester came over to my father's house to witness the development of the morning's pictures. As, one by one, we put the plates through the developer, a majority came out well. 1 or 2 were a trifle underexposed, and there were minor defects in others, but on the whole they were very good. The star negative of the lot, however, was that of the stranger whom I had photographed drinking, and who had turned his head and caught me in the act. That was perfect. Everything was brilliantly sharp, and the shutter had caught the man's full face. In the negative, even so small an object as his eyes stood out beautifully. We made a blueprint of this negative, and both Lester and myself recognized the faithfulness of the likeness, notwithstanding the fact that we had seen the man but a moment. About the middle of the afternoon my father returned from the neighbouring town, 10 miles away, in one of the banks of which he was clerk. He seemed to be much excited and perturbed about something. My mother noticed it also, and immediately inquired as to the cause of his uneasiness. "The bank was robbed last night," he answered, "and over $50,000 stolen. Every cent I had in the world is gone with the rest." My mother made an exclamation of dismay. "And the worst of it is," went on my father, "that we are almost certain who the thief is, but we haven't a thing in the world to trace him by, not a vestige of a photograph or anything like it, which we could give to detectives to guide them in the hunt. The man's gone, and the money with him." And my father sank despondently into a chair. Meanwhile, Lester and I stood by, listening silently, the still wet blueprint in my hand. After a minute I went and pressed the print out flat upon the table, on which my father's arm was leaning. At any other time I would have proudly exhibited it to him, and would have been sure of his interest and appreciation, but I did not feel like intruding upon his present worriment. As I laid the picture face upward upon the table, my father turned his head and looked at it indifferently. Suddenly he pushed me aside and bent over the print so closely that his face almost touched it. I recovered my balance with difficulty and stared at him in frightened bewilderment. My father had never acted in this manner before, and I was almost afraid he had gone mad. "Great Scott!" he exclaimed. "The very thing!" Then, wheeling around, he grasped me by the shoulders and wanted to know where I got that picture. I was far too dazed by his strange actions to answer a word, so Lester interposed and told my father, in as few words as possible, of our morning expedition, and of the man whom we had photographed in the act of drinking. "Bless the camera!" ejaculated my father excitedly. "That's Eli Parker, the thief, and the best likeness of him I ever saw, too." Then he questioned us closely as to the direction the man had taken when discovered, and ended by confiscating the print and the negative, and rushing out of the house to take the next train back to town. Lester and I talked about it all the afternoon, and felt ourselves quite heroes for having the temerity to stand before a real bank robber. 50 prints were immediately struck off from the negative, and these were given to detectives, who scoured the country in every direction. After a 2 days' search, those nearest home were successful, and found Parker in the same woods where Lester and I had first surprised him. He had sought to evade capture by avoiding railroads, and hiding himself until the first excitement of the robbery had passed. As the whole amount of stolen funds was discovered in the little black grip which he carried, he was convicted of the crime without difficulty, and sentenced for a term of 15 years in state prison. The sequel of the incident was the most agreeable and the most astonishing of all. One day, a month subsequent, when Parker had been safely housed in the penitentiary, my father came home, and, with a mysterious smile upon his face, handed me an envelope. Upon being opened, the discovery was made that Howard Benton and Lester Drake were authorized to draw upon the First National Bank of C for $100 apiece, in slight recognition of their part in apprehending Eli Parker, the perpetrator of the recent robbery upon that institution. I am still an ardent disciple of amateur photography. Who wouldn't be under such circumstances? End of How My Camera Caught a Bank Robber by Elton J. Buckley.
Inside June by Zona Gale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Inside June by Zona Gale. The difficulty with a June day is that you never can get near enough to it. This month comes within few houses, and if you want it, you must go out to it. When you are within doors, Knowing that out of doors it is June, the urge to be out there with it is resistless. But though you wade in green, steep in sun, breast wind, and glory in them all, still the day itself eludes you. It would seem, in June, that there should be a specific for the malady of being oneself, so that one might get to be a June day outright. However, if one were oneself more and more, might not one finally become a June day? Or something of this sort. I am quoting, as nearly as may be, from the book of our youth, your youth and mine. Always the book of youth will open at a page like this, and occasionally it is as if we turned back and read there, and made a path right away through the page. This morning a rose-breasted grosbeak wakened me, singing on a bough of box elder so close to my window that the splash of rose on his throat almost startled me. It was as if I ought not to have been looking, and to turn away from out of doors was like leaving someone who was saying something. But as soon as I stepped into the day I perceived my old problem. The difficulty with a June day is that you can never get near enough. I stood for a little at the front gate, trying soberly to solve the matter. Or I stood where the front gate should have been, for in our midland American villages we have few fences or hedges, and alas, no stone walls. Though undoubtedly this lack comes from an insufficient regard for privacy, yet this negative factor I am inclined to condone for the sake of the positive motive. And this I conceive to be that we are wistful of more ample occupation than is commonly contrived by our 50 feet village lots. And so we royally add to our yards the sidewalk and the planting space and the road, and as much of our neighbor's lawn as our imagination can annex. There seems to me to be in this a certain charming pathos, as it were, a survival in us of the time when we had only to name broad lands our own, and to stay upon them in order to make them ours in very fact. And now it is as if this serene pushing back of imaginary borders were in reality an appending, a kind of spiritual taking up of a claim. How do I get near to June? I admit that it is a question of the veriest idler. But what a delightful company of these questions one can assemble! As how to find one's way to a place that is the way it seems away across a meadow. How to meet enough people who hear what one says in just the way that one means it. How to get back at will those fugitive moments when one almost knows what it is all about. And with this question the field of the idler becomes the field of the wise man. And indeed, if one idles properly, or rather, if the proper person idles, the two fields are not always on opposite sides of the road. To idle is by no means merely to do nothing. It is an avocation, a calling away, nay, one should say, a piping away. To idle is to inhibit the body and to let the spirit keep on. Not everyone can idle. I know estimable people who frequently relax, like chickens in the sun, but I know only a few who use relaxation as a threshold and not as a goal, and who idle until the hour yields its full blessing. I wonder if to idle at adventure might not be the way to June, so I went out on the 6 o'clock street in somewhat the spirit in which another might ride the greenwood. Almost immediately I had an encounter, for I came on my neighbor in her garden. Not my neighbor who lives on the other side of me, and who is a big and obvious deacon, with a family of a great many light gowns, but my neighbor. She was watering her garden. These water rules and regulations of the village are among its spells. To look at the members of the Water Commission, one would never suspect them of romance. But if they have it not, Why have they named from 5 until 9 o'clock the only morning hours when one may use the city water for one's lawn and garden? I insist that it cannot be a mere regard for the municipal resources, and that the commissioners must see something of the romance of getting up before 5 o'clock to drench one's garden, and are providing for the special educational value of such a custom. Or, if I do not believe this, I wish very much that I did, with the proper grounds. To tell the truth, however, I do not credit even my neighbour with feeling the romance of the hour and of her occupation. She is a still woman of more than 40, who does not feel a difference between her flower and her vegetable gardens, but regards them both as a part of her life in the kind of car-window indifference and complacency of certain travellers. She raises foxgloves and parsley, and the sun shines over all. I must note a strange impression which my neighbour gives me. She has always for me an air of personal impermanence. I have the fancy, amounting to a sensation, that she is where she is for just a moment, and that she must rush back and be at it again. I do not know at what. But whether I see her in church or at a festival, I have always all I can do to resist saying to her, "How did you get away?" It was so that she was watering her flowers, as if she were intending at any moment to hurry off to get breakfast or put up the hammock or mend. And yet before she did so, she told me, who was a willing listener, a motion or two of the spirit of the village. There is, I observe, a nicety of etiquette here about the not quite news, not quite gossip shared with strangers and semi-strangers. The rules seem to be: strangers shall be told only the pleasant occurrences and conditions. Half-strangers may discuss the unpleasant matters which they themselves have somehow heard, but only pleasant matters may be added by accretion. The rest of society may say whatever it has a mind. But this mind, as I believe, is not harsh, since nobody ever gossips except to people who gossip back. Miss Toplady told me last night that Calliope Marsh is coming home for the Java entertainment next week, my neighbour imported first, and this was the best news that she could have given me. It has been a great regret to me that this summer Calliope is not in the village. She has gone to the city to nurse some distant kinswoman more lonely than she, and until ill health came, long forgetful of Calliope. But she is to come back now and again, to this and to that, for the village interests are all her own. I have never known anyone in whom the tribal sense is so persistently alive as in Calliope. I asked my neighbour what this Java entertainment would be, which was to give back Calliope, and she looked her amazement that I did not know. It would be, it appeared, one of those great fairs which the Missionary Society is always projecting and carrying magnificently forward. "It's awful feet-aching work," said my neighbour, reflectively, "but honestly, Calliope seems to like it. I dunno, but I do too. The Sodality meant to have one when they set out to pave Daphne Street, but it turned out it wasn't needed. Well, big affairs like that makes it seem as if we'd been born into the whole world and not just into Friendship Village." My neighbour told me that a new public library had been opened in a corner of the post office store, and that a great crowd was drawing books, though for this she herself cannot vouch, since the library is only open Saturday evenings, and Saturday, she says with decision, is a bad night. It is, in fact, I note, very difficult to find a free night in the village, save only Tuesday. Monday, because of its obvious duties and incident fatigue, is as impossible as Sunday. Wednesday is club day. Thursday is prayer meeting. Friday is sacred to church suppers and entertainments and the Ladies' Aid Society, and Saturday is invariably denominated a bad night and omitted without question. We are remote from society, but Tuesday is literally our only free evening. Of course it won't be the same with you about books, my neighbor admits. You can send your girl down to get a book for you, but I have to be home to get out the clean clothes. How's your girl going to like the country? She asked. I am to have here in the village, I find, many a rebuke for habits of mine which lag behind my theories. For though I try to solve my share of a tragic question by giving to my Swedish maid, Elfa, the self-respect and the privilege suited to a human being dependent on me, together with ways of comfort and some leisure, yet I find the homely customs of the place to have accomplished more than my careful system. And though when I took her from town I scrupulously added to the earnings of my little maid, I confess that it had not occurred to me to wonder whether or not she would like Friendship Village. We seem so weary far from the conditions which we so facilely conceive. Especially I seem far. I am afraid that I engaged Elfa in the first place with less attention to her economic fitness than that she is so trim and still and wistful, with such a peculiarly winning upward look, and that her name is Elfa. I told my neighbor that I did not know yet whether Elfa would like it here or not, and for refuge I found fault with the worms on the rose bushes. Also, I made a note in my head to ask Elfa how she likes the country, but the spirit of a thing is flown when you make a note of it in your head. How does Elfa like the town, for that matter? I never have asked her this, either. She'll be getting married on your hands anyway, my neighbor observed. The ladies here say that's one trouble with trying to keep a hired girl. They will get married, but I say, let 'em. At least here is a matter in which my theory, like that of my neighbors, outruns those of certain folk of both town and village. For I myself have heard women complain of their servants marrying and establishing families, and deplore this short-sightedness in not staying where there is a good home, a nice room, plenty to eat, and all the flat pieces sent to the laundry. "Speaking of books," said my neighbor, "have you seen Nicholas Moore?" "I see almost no new books," I told her guiltily. "Me either," she said. "I don't mean he's a book. He's a boy. Nicholas Moore, that does a little writing himself. I guess you will see him. He'll be bringing some of his writing up to show you. He took some to the new school principal, I heard, and to the invalid that was here from the city. He seems to be sort of lonesome, though he has got a good position. He's interested in celluloid and he rings the Catholic bell. Nicholas must be near 30, but he hasn't even showed any signs." "Signs?" I hazarded. "Of being in love," she says simply. And I have pondered pleasantly on this significant ellipsis of hers, which takes serenely for granted the basic business of the world. Her elision reminds me of the delicate animism of the Japanese, which says, when the rice pot speaks with a human voice, then the demon's name is Kanjo. One can appraise a race or an individual by the class of things which speech takes for granted, love or a demon or whatever it be. And apropos of showing signs, do I remember Leva Vesey and Timothy Toplady, Jr.? I am forced to confess that I remember neither. I recall, to be sure, that the Topladys had a son, but I had thought of him as a kind of qualifying clause, and it is difficult to conceive of him as the subject of a new sentence. When I hear of Leva Vesey, I get her confused with a pink gingham apron and a pail of buttermilk which used sometimes to pass my house with Leva combined. Fancy that pink gingham and that pail becoming a person! And my neighbor tells me that the qualifying clause and the pink gingham are keeping company, and perhaps are to determine the cut of indeterminate clauses and aprons, world without end. The young folks will couple off. says my neighbor, and, she adds, in a manner of spontaneous impression, I think it's nice. And it's nice for the whole family, too. I've seen families that wouldn't ever have looked at each other come to be real friends and able to see the angels in each other just by the young folks pairing off. This whole town's married criss-cross and kiddering, family into family. I like it. It kind o' binds the soil. My neighbor told me of other matters current in the village, pleasant commonplaces having for her the living spirit which the commonplace holds in hostage. "I'm breathing," little child soberly announced to me that first day of our acquaintance, and I wonder why I smiled. My neighbor slowly crossed her garden, and I followed on the walk. These informal colloquies of no mean length are perfectly usual in the village, and they do not carry the necessity for an invitation within the house or the implication of a call. The relations of hostess and guest seem simply to be suspended, and we talk with the freedom of spirits met in air. Is this not in its way prophetic of the time when we shall meet, burdened of no conventions or upholstery, or perhaps even words, and there talk with the very freedom of villagers? Meanwhile I am content with conventions, and passive amid upholstery, but I do catch myself looking forward. Suddenly my neighbor turned to me with such a startled, inquiring manner, that I sent my attention out as at an alarm to see what she meant. And then I heard what I had not before noted, a thin, wavering line of singing that had begun in the street beyond our houses, and now floated inconsequently to us, lifting, dipping, wandering. I could even hear the absurd words: "My Mary Ann Mary, what you mean I never know. You don't make me merry very, but you make me sorry, oh." The O prolonged, undulatory, exploring the air. To say something was like interrupting my neighbor's expression, so I waited, and "It's old Carey," she explained briefly. "When he does that it's like something hurts you, ain't it?" I thought that this would be no one of my acquaintance, and I said so, but tentatively, lest I should be forgetting some inherent figure of the village. "He's come here in the year," she explained, and, save about the obvious import of old Carey's maudlin song, she maintained that fine tribal reticence of hers. "Except for the drinking," she even said, "he seems to be a quiet, nice man. But it's a shame, for Peter's sake. Peter Carey," she added, like a challenge, "is the brainiest young man in this town, say what you want." On which she told me something of this young superintendent of the cannon factory who has tried it in Nebraska, and could not bear to leave his father here this way, and has just returned. "He works hard, and plays the violin, and is making a man of himself generally," she told me. "Don't miss him. And I have promised that I will try not to miss Peter Carey. They live out towards the cemetery way," she added, "him and his father, all alone. Peter'll be along by here in a minute on his way to work. It's most 1:45. I set my husband down to his breakfast and got up his lunch before I come out. I don't have my breakfast till the men folks get out of the way." I never cease to marvel at these splendid capabilities which prepare breakfasts, put up lunches, turn the attention to the garden, and all, so to speak, with the left hand, ready at any moment to enter upon the real business of life, to minister to the sick, or bury the dead, or conduct a town meeting or church supper or a birth. They have a kind of goddess-like competence, these women. At any of these offices they arrive, lacking the cloud, it is true, but magnificently equipped to settle the occasion. In crises of, say, deafness, they will clap a hot pancake on a friend's ear with an Aesculapian savoir faire, for their efficiencies combine those of lost generations with all that they hear of in this, in an open-minded eclecticism. With Puritans and Forsters and courtiers in our blood, who knows but that we have, too, the lingering ichor of gods and goddesses? Oh, don't you wish you had? What a charming peculiarity it would be to be descended from a state of immortality, as well as to be preparing for it, nay, even now to be entered upon it! In a few moments after that piteous, fuddled song had died away on the other street, Peter Carey came by my neighbour's house. He was a splendid, muscular figure, in a neutral belted shirt and a hat battered quite to college exactions, though I am sure that Peter did not know that. I could well believe that he was making a man of himself. I have temerity to say that this boy superintendent of a canning factory looked as, in another milieu, Shelley might have looked, but so it was. It was not the first time that I have seen in such an one the look, the eyes with the vision and the shadow. I have seen it in the face of a man who stood on a step-ladder, papering a wall. I have seen it in a mason who looked up from the foundation that he mortared. I have seen it often and often in the faces of men who tilled the soil. I was not surprised to know that Peter Carey took on the violin. The violin is a way out for that look in one's eyes, as for Nicholas Moore, I have no doubt, is the ringing of the Catholic bell. And I am not prepared to say that celluloid and wallpaper and mortar and meadows and canneries, run under good conditions, may not be a way out as well. At all events, the look was still in Peter's face. Peter glanced briefly at my neighbour, running the risk of finding us both looking at him, realized the worst, blushed a man's brown blush, and nodded and smiled after he had looked away from us. "You see this grass?" said my neighbour. "Peter keeps it cut. My husband don't get home till so late. We're awfully fond of Peter." There is no more tender eulogy, and I would rather have that said of me in the village than in any place I know. No grace of manner or dress or mind can deceive anybody. They are fond of you or they are not, and I would trust their reasons for either. My neighbour's husband came out the front door at that moment, and he and Peter, without greeting, went on together. Her husband did not look toward us, because in the village it seems not to be a husband and wife ceremonial to say good-bye in the morning. I often fall wondering how it is in other places. Is it possible that men in general go away to work without the consciousness of family, of themselves as going forth on the common quest? Is it possible that women see them go and are so unaware of the wonder of material life that they do not instance it in, at least, good-bye? One would think that even the female bear in the back of the cave must growl out something simple when her lord leaves her in the hope of a good kill. And when the two men had turned down the brick walk, the maple leaves making a come and go of shadows and sun patterns on their backs, my neighbour looked at me with a smile, or say, with two-thirds of a smile, as if her vote to smile were unanimous, but she were unwilling by it to impart too much. "It's all Miggy with Peter," she said, as if she were mentioning a symptom. "Miggy?" I said with interest, and found myself nodding to this new relationship as to a new acquaintance. And I was once more struck with the precision with which certain simple people and nearly all great people discard the particularities and lay bare their truths. Could any amount of elegant phrasing so reach the heart of the thing and show it beating as did "It's all Miggy with Peter"? "Yes," my neighbour told me, "it's been her with him ever since he come here." Assuredly I thought the better of Miggy for this, and "Is it all Peter with Miggy?" I inquired with some eagerness. Land knows, my neighbour thought, and handed me the hose to hold while she turned off the water at the hydrant. I remember that a young robin tried to alight on the curving spray just as the water failed and drooped. I'd like to get a joke on a robin that way," said my neighbor, and laughed out, in a kind of pleasant fellowship with jokes in general and especially with robins. "It made Maggie's little sister laugh so the other day when that happened," she added. Then she glanced over at me with a look in her face that I have not seen there before. "Land," she said, "this is the time of day, after my husband goes off in the morning, when I wish I had a little young thing running round. Now, almost more than at night. Well, I don't know, both times." I nodded, without saying anything, my eyes on a golden robin prospecting vainly among the green mulberries. I wish that I were of those who know what to say when a door is open like this to some shut place. "Well," said my neighbor, "now I'll bake up the rest of the batter. Want a pink?" Thus tacitly excused, how true her instinct was, courteously to put the three-fringed pinks in my hand to palliate her leaving, I have come back to my house and my own breakfast. "Elpha," said I, first thing, "do you think you are going to like the country?" My little maid turned to me with her winning, upward look. "No'm," she shocked me by saying, and there was another door, opened into another shut place, and I did not know what to say to that either. But I am near to my neighbor, and in a manner to which Elpha's trimness and wistfulness never have impressed me, near to Elpha herself, and I am near to the village. As I left the outdoors just now, all the street was alive, with men and girls going to work, women opening windows, a wagon or two in from a Caledonia farm, a general, universal, not to say cosmic air of activity and coffee. All the little houses set close together up and down the street were like a friendly porch party on a long narrow veranda where folks sit knee to knee with an avenue between for the ice cream to be handed. All the little lawns and gardens were disposed like soft green skirts, delicately embroidered, fragrant, flowing. As I looked, it seemed to me that I could hear the faint hum of the village talk, in every house the intimate, revealing confidences of the family, quick with hope or anxiety or humor or passion, animated by its common need to live. And along the street flooded the sun, akin to the morning quickening in many a heart. The day has become charged for me with something besides daylight, something which no less than daylight pervades, illumines, comes to meet me at 1,000 points. I wonder if it can be that, unaware, I did get near to June? End of Inside June by Zona Gale. The Lion's Daughter by Kahlil Gibran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. The Lion's Daughter by Kahlil Gibran. 4 slaves stood fanning an old queen who was asleep upon her throne, and she was snoring. And upon the queen's lap a cat lay purring and gazing lazily at the slaves. The first slave spoke and said, "How ugly this old woman is in her sleep. See her mouth droop, and she breathes as if the devil were choking her." Then the cat said, purring, "Not half so ugly in her sleep as you in your waking slavery." And the second slave said, "You would think sleep would smooth her wrinkles instead of deepening them. She must be dreaming of something evil." And the cat purred, "Would that you might sleep also and dream of your freedom." And the third slave said, "Perhaps she is seeing the procession of all those that she has slain." And the cat purred, "Aye, she sees the procession of your forefathers and your descendants." And the fourth slave said, "It is all very well to talk about her, but it does not make me less weary of standing and fanning." And the cat purred. "You shall be fanning to all eternity, for as it is on earth, so it is in heaven." At this moment the old queen nodded in her sleep, and her crown fell to the floor. And one of the slaves said, "That is a bad omen." And the cat purred. "The bad omen of one is the good omen of another." And the second slave said, "What if she should wake and find her crown fallen? She would surely slay us." And the cat purred. "Daily from your birth she has slain you, and you know it not." And the third slave said, "Yes, she would slay us, and she would call it making sacrifice to the gods." And the cat purred. "Only the weak are sacrificed to the gods." And the fourth slave silenced the others, and softly he picked up the crown and replaced it, without waking her, on the old queen's head. And the cat purred. "Only a slave restores a crown that has fallen." And after a while the old queen woke, and she looked about her and yawned. Then she said, "Methought I dreamed, and I saw 4 caterpillars chased by a scorpion around the trunk of an ancient oak tree. I like not my dream." Then she closed her eyes and went to sleep again. And she snored. And the 4 slaves went on fanning her. And the cat purred. "Fan on, stupids. You fan but the fire that consumes you." End of The Lion's Daughter by Kahlil Gibran.
The Lost Ship from More Cargoes by William Wymark Jacobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Lost Ship by W. W. Jacobs. On a fine spring morning in the early part of the present century, Tetby, a small port on the east coast, was keeping high holiday. Tradesmen left their shops and laborers their work and flocked down to join the maritime element collected on the quay. In the usual way, Tetby was a quiet, dull little place, clustering in a tiny heap of town on one side of the river and perching in scattered red-tiled cottages on the cliffs of the other. Now, however, people were grouped upon the stone quay, with its litter of fish baskets and coils of rope, waiting expectantly, for today the largest ship ever built in Tetby, by Tetby hands, was to start upon her first voyage. As they waited, discussing past Tetby ships, their builders, their voyages, and their fate, a small piece of white sail showed on the noble bark from her moorings up the river. The groups on the quay grew quite animated as more sail was set, and in a slow and stately fashion the new ship drew near. As a light breeze took her sails, she came faster, sitting the water like a duck, her lofty masts tapering away to the sky as they broke through the white clouds of canvas. She passed within 10 fathoms of the quay, and the men cheered, and the women held their children up to wave farewell, for she was manned from captain to cabin boy by Tetby men, and bound for the distant South Seas. Outside the harbor she altered her course somewhat, and bent, like a thing of life, to the wind blowing outside. The crew sprang into the rigging and waved their caps and kissed their grimy hands to receding Tetby. They were answered by rousing cheers from the shore, hoarse and masculine, to drown out the lachrymose attempts of the women. They watched her until their eyes were dim, and she was a mere white triangle speck on the horizon. Then, like a melting snowflake, she vanished into the air, and the Tetby folk, some envying the bold mariners, and others thankful that their lives were cast upon the safe and pleasant shore, slowly dispersed to their homes. Months passed, and the quiet routine of Tetby went on undisturbed. Other crafts came into port, and discharging and loading in an easy, comfortable fashion, sailed again, The keel of another ship was laid in the shipyard, and slowly the time came round when the return of Tetby's Pride, for so she was named, might be reasonably looked for. It was feared that she might arrive in the night, the cold and cheerless night, when wives and children are abed, and even if roused to go down to the quay, would see no more of her than her sidelights staining the water, and her dark form stealing cautiously up the river. They would have her come by day, to see her first on the horizon, into which she had dipped and vanished, to see her come closer and closer, the good stout ship seasoned by southern seas and southern suns, with the crew crowding the sides to gaze at Tetby and see how the children had grown. But she came not. Day after day the watchers waited for her in vain. It was whispered at length that she was overdue, and later on, but only by those who had neither kith nor kin aboard her, that she was missing. Long after all hope was gone, wives and mothers, after the manner of their kind, watched and waited on the cheerless quay. One by one they stayed away, and forgot the dead to attend to the living. Babies grew into sturdy, ruddy-faced boys and girls into young men and women, but no news of the missing ship, no word from the missing men. Slowly year succeeded year, and the lost ship became a legend. The man who had built her was old and gray, and time had smoothed away the sorrows of the bereaved. It was on a dark, blustering September night that the old woman sat by her fire knitting. The fire was low, for it was more for the sake of company than warmth, and it formed an agreeable contrast to the wind which was whistling around the house, bearing on its wings the sound of the waves as they came crashing ashore. "God help those at sea tonight," said the old woman devoutly, as a stronger gust than usual shook the house. She put her knitting in her lap and clasped her hands. At that moment the cottage door opened. The lamp flared and smoked up the chimney with the draught, and then went out. As the old woman rose from her seat, the door closed. "Who's there?" she cried nervously. Her eyes were dim and the darkness sudden, but she fancied she saw something standing by the door, and snatching a spill from the mantelpiece, she thrust it into the fire and relit the lamp. A man stood on the threshold, a man of middle age, with white, drawn face and scrubby beard. His clothes were in rags, and his hair unkempt, and his light gray eyes sunken and tired. The old woman looked at him and waited for him to speak. When he did so, he took a step towards her and said, "Mother." With a great cry she threw herself upon his neck and strained him with her withered bosom and kissed him. She could not believe her eyes, her senses, but clasped him convulsively and bade him speak again, and wept, and thanked God, and laughed all in a breath. Then she remembered herself and led him tottering to the old Windsor chair, thrust him in it, and quivering with excitement, took food and drink from the cupboard and placed before him. He ate hungrily, the old woman watching him and standing by his side to keep his glass filled with the home-brewed beer. At times he would have spoken, but she motioned him to silence and bade him eat, the tears coursing down her aged cheeks as she looked at his white, famished face. At length he laid down his knife and fork and drank off the ale, intimating that he had finished. "My boy," said the old woman in a broken voice, "I thought you were gone down with the Tetby's Pride long years ago." He shook his head heavily. "The captain and crew and the good ship?" asked the mother. "Where are they?" "Captain and crew," said the son in a strange, hesitating fashion. "It's a long story. The ale has made me heavy. They are—" He left off abruptly and closed his eyes. "Where are they?" asked his mother. "What happened?" He opened his eyes slowly. "I am tired, dead tired. I have not slept. I'll tell you morning." He nodded again, and the old woman shook him gently. "Go to bed, then. Your old bed, Jim. It's as you left it, and it's made with the sheets aired. It's been ready for you ever since." He rose to his feet and stood swaying to and fro. His mother opened a door in the wall, and taking a lamp, lighted him up the steep wooden staircase to the room he knew so well. Then he took her in his arms in a feeble hug, and kissing her on the forehead, sat down wearily on the bed. The old woman returned to her kitchen, and falling upon her knees, remained for some time in a state of graceful, pious ecstasy. When she arose, she thought of those other women, and snatching a shawl from its peg behind the door, ran up the deserted street with her tidings. In a very short time the town was astir. Like a breath of hope the whisper flew from house to house. Doors closed for the night were thrown open, and wondering children questioning their weeping mothers. Blurred images of husbands and fathers long since given over for dead stood out clearly and distinctly, smiling with bright faces on their dear ones. At the cottage door 2 or 3 people had already collected, and others were coming up the street in an unwonted bustle. They found their way barred by an old woman, a resolute old woman, her face still working with the great joy which had come into her old life, but who refused them admittance until her son had slept. Their thirst for news was uncontrollable, but with a swelling in her throat she realized that her share in Tetby's pride was safe. Women who had been waiting and got patient at last after years of waitings could not endure these additional few hours. Despair was endurable, but suspense. Oh, God! Was their man alive? What did he look like? Had he aged much? "He is so fatigued he can scarcely speak," she said. She had questioned him, but he was unable to reply. Give him but till the dawn, and they should know all. So they waited, for to go home and sleep was impossible. Occasionally they moved a little way up the street, but never very far, and gathered in small knots, excitedly discussing the great event. It came to be understood that the rest of the crew had been cast away on an uninhabited island. It could be nothing else, and would doubtless soon be with them, all except 1 or 2 perhaps, who were old men when the ship sailed, and had probably died in the meantime. One said this in the hearing of an old woman whose husband, if alive, would be in extreme old age, but she smiled peacefully, albeit her lip trembling, and said she only expected to hear of him. That was all. The suspense became almost unendurable. Would this man never wake? Would it never be dawn? The children were chilled with the wind, but their elders could scarcely have felt an Arctic frost. With growing impatience they waited, glancing at times at 2 women who held themselves somewhat aloof from the others, 2 women who had married again, and whose second husbands waited, awkwardly enough, with them. Slowly the weary, windy night wore away, the old woman, deaf to their appeals, still keeping her door fast. The dawn was not yet, though the oft-consulted watches announced it near at hand. It was very close now, and the watchers collected by the door. It was undeniable that things were seen a little more distinctly. One could see better the gray, eager faces of his neighbors. They knocked upon the door, and the old woman's eyes filled as she opened it and saw those faces. Unasked and unchided, they invaded the cottage and crowded round the door. "I will go up and fetch him," said the old woman. If each could hear the beating of the others' hearts, the noise would have been deafening. But as it was, there was complete silence, except for some overwrought woman's sob. The old woman opened the door leading to the room above, and with the slow, deliberate steps of age ascended the stairs, and those below heard her calling softly to her son. 2 or 3 minutes passed, and she was heard descending the stairs again, alone. The smile, the pity, had left her face, and she seemed dazed and strange. "I cannot wake him," she said piteously. "He sleeps so sound. He was fatigued. I have shaken him, but he still sleeps." As she stopped and looked appealingly round, the other old woman took her hand, and pressing it, led her to a chair. 2 of the men sprang quickly up the stairs. They were absent for a short while, and then they came down like men bewildered and distraught. No need to speak. A low wail of utter misery rose from the woman and was caught up and repeated by the crowd outside, where the only man who could have set their hearts at rest had escaped the perils of the deep and died quietly in his bed. End of The Lost Ship by W. W. Jacobs.
Men I'm Not Married To by Dorothy Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Men I'm Not Married To. No matter where my route may lie, no matter whither I repair, in brief, no matter how or why or when I go, the boys are there. On lane and byways, street and square, on alley path and avenue, they seem to spring up everywhere. The men I am not married to. I watch them as they pass me by, at each in wonderment I stare, and but for heaven's grace I cry, there goes the Guy whose name I'd wear. They represent no species rare, they walk and talk as others do, they're fair to see, but only fair. The men I am not married to. I'm sure that to a mother's eye is each potentially a bear, but though at home they rank ace high, no change of heart could I declare, yet worry silvers not their hair, they deck them not with sprigs of rue. It's curious how they do not care, the men I am not married to. L'Envoi. In fact, if they'd a chance to share their lot with me a lifetime through, they'd doubtless tender me the air. The men I am not married to. Freddie. Oh boy, people say of Freddie. You just ought to meet him sometime. He's a riot, that's what he is. More fun than a goat. Other and more imaginative souls play whimsically with the idea and say that he is more fun than a barrel of monkeys. Still others go at the thing from a different angle and refer to him as being as funny as a crutch. But I always feel myself that they stole the line from Freddie. Satire, that is his dish. And there you have really one of Freddie's great crosses. People steal his stuff right and left. He will say something one day, and the next it will be as good as all over the city. Time after time I have gone to him and told him that I have heard lots of vaudeville acts using his comedy, but he just puts on the most killing expression and says, "Oh, say not suchly," in that way of his, and of course it gets me laughing so that I can't say another word about it. That is the way he always is, just laughing it off when he is told that people are using his best lines without even so much as a word of acknowledgement. I never hear anyone say, "There is such a thing as being too good-natured," but that I think of Freddie. You never knew anyone like him on a party. Things will be dragging along the way they do at the beginning of the evening with the early arrivals sitting around asking one another, have they been to anything good at the theatre lately, and is it any wonder there is so much sickness around with the weather so changeable? The party will be just about plucking at the coverlet, when in will breeze Freddy, and from that moment on the evening is little short of a whirlwind. Often and often I have heard him called the life of the party, and I have always felt that there is not the least bit of exaggeration in the expression. What I envy about Freddy is that poise of his. He can come right into a room full of strangers and be just as much at home as if he had gone through grammar school with them. He smashes the ice all to nothing the moment he is introduced to the other guests by pretending to misunderstand their names and calling them something entirely different, keeping a perfectly straight face all the time, as if he never realized there was anything wrong. A great many people say he puts them in mind of Buster Keaton that way. He is never at a loss for a screaming crack. If the hostess asks him to have a chair, Freddy comes right back at her with, "No thanks, we have chairs at home." If the host offers him a cigar, he will say, just like a flash, "What's the matter with it?" If one of the men borrows a cigarette and a light from him, Freddy will say in that dry voice of his, "Do you want the coupons too?" Of course, his wit is pretty fairly caustic, but no one ever seems to take offence at it. I suppose there is everything in the way he says things. And he is practically a whole vaudeville show in himself. He is never without a new story of what Pat said to Mike as they were walking down the street, or how Abby tried to cheat Ike, or what old Aunt Jemima answered when she was asked why she had married for the 5th time. Freddy does them in dialect, and I have often thought it is a wonder that we don't all split our sides, and never a selection that every member of the family couldn't listen to either. Just healthy fun. Then he has a repertory of song numbers too. He gives them without accompaniment, and every song has a virtually unlimited number of verses, after each one of which Freddy goes conscientiously through the chorus. There is one awfully clever one, a big favourite of his, with the chorus rendered a different way each time, showing how they sang it when Grandma was a girl, how they sing it in Gay Paris, and how a cabaret performer would do it. Then there are several along the general lines of Casey Jones, 2 or 3 about Negroes, who specialized on the banjo, and a few in which the lyric of the chorus consists of the syllables "ha ha ha." The idea is that the audience will get laughing along with the singer. If there is a piano in the house, Freddy can tear things even wider open. There may be many more accomplished musicians, but nobody can touch him as far as being ready to oblige goes. There is never any of this hanging back, waiting to be coaxed, or protesting that he hasn't touched a key in months. He just sits right down and does all his specialities for you. He is particularly good at doing Dixie with one hand and Home, Sweet Home with the other, and Joseph Hoffman himself can't tie Freddy when it comes to giving an imitation of a fife and drum corps approaching, passing, and fading away in the distance. But it is when the refreshments are served that Freddy reaches the top of his form. He always insists on helping to pass plates and glasses, and when he gets a big armful of them, he pretends to stumble. It is as good as a play to see the hostess' face. Then he tucks his napkin into his collar and sits there just as solemnly as if he thought that were the thing to do. Or perhaps he will vary that one by folding the napkin into a little square and putting it carefully in his pocket, as if he thought it was a handkerchief. Oh, you just ought to see him making believe that he has swallowed an olive pit, and the remarks he makes about the food. I do wish I could remember how they go. He is funniest, though, it seems to me, when he is pretending that the lemonade is intoxicating and that he feels its effects pretty strongly. When you have seen him do this, it will be small surprise to you that Freddy is in such demand for social functions. But Freddy is not one of those humorists who perform only when out in society. All day long he is bubbling over with fun, and the beauty of it is that he is not a mere theorist as a joker, a practical. That's Freddy all over. If he isn't sending long telegrams collect to his friends, then he is sending them packages of useless groceries, COD. A telephone is just so much meat to him. I don't believe anyone will ever know how much fun Freddy and his friends get out of Freddy's calling them up and making them guess who he is. When he really wants to extend himself, he calls up in the middle of the night and says that he is the wire tester. He uses that one only on special occasions, though. It is pretty elaborate for everyday use. But day in and day out, you can depend upon it that he is putting over some uproarious trick with a dribble glass, or a loaded cigar, or a pencil with a rubber point, and you can feel completely sure that no matter where he is, or how unexpectedly you may come upon him, Freddy will be right there with a funny line or a comparatively new story for you. That is what people marvel over when they are talking about him, how he is always just the same. It is right there, really, that they put their finger on the big trouble with him. But you just ought to meet Freddy sometime. He's a riot. That's what he is. More fun than a circus. Mortimer had his photograph taken in his dress suit. Raymond. So long as you keep him well in land, Raymond will never give you trouble. But when he gets down to the seashore, he affects a bathing suit fitted with little sleeves. On wading into the sea ankle deep, he leans over and carefully applies handfuls of water to his wrists and forehead. Charlie. It's curious, but no one seems to be able to recall what Charlie used to talk about before the country went what may be called, with screaming effect, dry. Of course, there must have been a lot of unsatisfactory weather even then, and I don't doubt that he slipped in a word or two when the talk got around to the insanity of the then current styles of women's dress. But though I have taken up the thing in a serious way, and have gone about among his friends making inquiries, I cannot seem to find that he could ever have got any farther than that in the line of conversation. In fact, he must have been one of those strong, silent men in the old days. Those who have not seen him for several years would be in a position to be knocked flat with a feather if they could see what a regular little chatterbox Charlie has become. Say what you will about prohibition, and who has a better right, you would have to admit, if you knew Charlie, that it has been the making of him as a conversationalist. He never requires his audience to do any feeding for him. It needs no careful leading around of the subject, no tactful questions, no well-timed allusions to get him nicely loosened up. All you have to do is say good evening to him, ask him how everybody over at his house is getting along, and give him a chair, though this last is not essential, and silver-tongued Charlie is good for 3 hours straight on where he is getting it, how much he has to pay for it, and what the chances are of his getting hold of a couple of cases of genuine pinch bottle along around the middle of next week. I have known him to hold entire dinner parties spellbound from cocktails to finger bowls with his monologue. Now, I would be well down among the last when it comes to wanting to give you the impression that Charlie has been picked for the All-American Alcoholic Team. Despite the wetness of his conversation, he is just a nice, normal, conscientious drinker, willing to take it or let it alone in the order named. I don't say he would not be able to get along without it, but neither do I say that he doesn't get along perfectly splendidly with it. I don't think I ever saw anyone who could get as much fun as Charlie can out of splitting the 18th Amendment with a friend. There is a glamour of vicarious romance about him. You gather from his conversation that he comes into daily contact with any number of picturesque people. He tells about a friend of his who owns 3 untouched bottles of the last absinthe to come into the country, or a lawyer he knows, one of whose grateful clients sent him 6 cases of champagne in addition to his fee, or a man he met who had to move to the country in order to have room for his Scotch. Charlie has no end of anecdotes about the interesting women he meets too. There is one girl he often dwells on, who, if you only give her time, can get you little bottles of chartreuse, each containing an individual drink. Another gifted young woman friend of his is the inventor of a cocktail in which you mix a spoonful of orange marmalade. Yet another is the justly proud owner of a pet marmoset, which becomes the prince of good fellows as soon as you have fed him a couple of teaspoonfuls of gin. It is the next best thing to knowing these people yourself, to hear Charlie tell about them. He just makes them live. It is wonderful how Charlie's circle of acquaintances has widened during the last 2 years. There is nothing so broadening as prohibition. Among his new friends he numbers a conductor on a train that runs down from Montreal, and a young man who owns his own truck, and a group of chaps who work in drug-stores, and I don't know how many proprietors of homey little restaurants in the basements of brownstone houses. Some of them have turned out to be but fair-weather friends, unfortunately. There was one young man whom Charlie had looked upon practically as a brother, who went particularly bad on him. It seems he had taken a pretty solemn oath to supply Charlie as a personal favour with a case of real Gordon, which he said he was able to get through his high social connections on the other side. When what the young man called a nominal sum was paid, and the case was delivered, its bottles were found to contain a nameless liquor, though those of Charlie's friends who gave it a fair trial suggested Storm King as a good name for the brand. Charlie has never laid eyes on the young man from that day to this. He is still unable to talk about it without a break in his voice. As he says, and quite rightly too, it was the principle of the thing. But for the most part, his new friends are just the truest pals a man ever had. In more time than it takes to tell it, Charlie will keep you right abreast with them, sketch in for you how they are and what they are doing and what their last words to him were. But Charlie can be the best of listeners too. Just tell him about any little formula you may have picked up for making it at home, and you will find the most sympathetic of audiences and one who will even go to the flattering length of taking notes on your discourse. Relate to him tales of unusual places where you have heard that you can get it, or of grotesque sums that you have been told have been exchanged for it, and he will hang on to your every word, leading you on, asking intelligent questions, encouraging you by references to like experiences of his own. But don't let yourself get carried away with success and attempt to branch out into other topics, for you will lose Charlie in a minute if you try it. But that, now I think of it, would probably be the very idea you would have in mind. Lloyd wears washable neckties. Henry, you would really be surprised at the number of things that Henry knows just a shade more about than anybody else does. Naturally, he can't help realizing this about himself, but you mustn't think for a minute that he has let it spoil him. On the contrary, as the French so well put it, he has no end of patience with others, and he is always willing to oversee what they are doing and to offer them counsel. When it comes to giving his time and his energy, there is nobody who could not admit that Henry is generous. To a fault, I have even heard people go so far as to say, if, for instance, Henry happens to drop in while 4 of his friends are struggling along through a game of bridge, he does not cut in and take a hand, thereby showing up their playing in comparison to his. No, Henry draws up a chair and sits looking on with a kindly smile. Of course, now and then he cannot restrain a look of pain, or an exclamation of surprise, or even a burst of laughter, as he listens to the bidding, but he never interferes. Frequently, after a card has been played, he will lean over and, in a good-humoured way, tell the player what he should have done instead, and how he might just as well throw his hand down then and there. But he always refuses to take any more active part in the game. Occasionally, when a uniquely poisonous play is made, I have seen Henry thrust his chair aside and pace about in speechless excitement, but for the most part he is admirably self-controlled. He always leaves with a few cheery words to the players, urging them to keep at it and not let themselves get discouraged. And that is the way Henry is about everything. He will stroll over to a tennis court and stand on the sidelines at what I am sure must be great personal inconvenience, calling words of advice and suggestion for sets at a stretch. I have even known him to follow his friends all the way around a golf course, offering constructive criticism on their form as he goes. I tell you, in this day and generation, you don't find many people who will go as far out of their way for their friends as Henry does, and I am far from being the only one who says so too. I have often thought that Henry must be the boy who got up the idea of leaving the world a little better than he found it. Yet he never crashes in on his friends' affairs. Only after the thing is done does he point out to you how it could have been done just a dash better. After you have signed the lease for the new apartment, Henry tells you where you could have got one cheaper and sunnier. After you are all tied up with the new firm, Henry explains to you where you made your big mistake in leaving the old one. It is never any news to me when I hear people telling Henry that he knows more about more things than anybody they ever saw in their lives. And I don't remember ever having heard Henry give them any argument on that one. Joe. After Joe had had 2 cocktails, he wanted to go up and bat for the trap drummer. After he had had 3, he began to get personal about the unattractive shade of the necktie worn by the strange man at the next table. Oliver. Oliver had a way of dragging his mouth to one side by means of an inserted forefinger, explaining to you meanwhile, in necessarily obscure tones, the work which his dentist had just accomplished on his generously displayed back teeth. Albert sprinkled powdered sugar on his sliced tomatoes. End of Men I'm Not Married To, by Dorothy Parker.
The Minions of Midas by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Minions of Midas from Moonface and Other Stories by Jack London. Wade Ashler is dead. Dead by his own hand. To say that this was entirely unexpected by the small cadre which knew him would be to say an untruth, and yet never once had we, his intimates, ever canvassed the idea. Rather had we been prepared for it in some incomprehensibly subconscious way. Before the perpetration of the deed, its possibility is remotest from our thoughts. But when we did know that he was dead, it seemed, somehow, that we had understood and looked forward to it all the time. This, by retrospective analysis, we could easily explain by the fact of his great trouble. I use great trouble advisedly. Young, handsome, with an assured position as the right-hand man of Eben Hale, the great street railway magnate, there was no reason for him to complain of fortune's favors. And yet we had watched his smooth brow furrow and corrugate, as under some canking care or devouring sorrow. We had watched his thick black hair thin and silver, as green grain under brazen skies and parching drought. Who can forget, in the midst of the hilarious scenes he toward the last sought with greater and greater avidity, who can forget, I say, the deep abstractions and black moods into which he fell? At such times, when the fun rippled and soared from height to height, suddenly, without rhyme or reason, his eyes would turn lackluster, his brows knit, as with clenched hands and face overshot with spasms of mental pain, he wrestled on the edge of the abyss with some unknown danger. He never spoke of his troubles, nor were we indiscreet enough to ask. But it was just as well, for had we, and had he spoken, our help and strength would have availed nothing. When Eben Hale died, whose confidential secretary he was, nay, well-nigh adopted son and full business partner, he no longer came among us, not as I now know that our company was distasteful to him, but because his troubles had so grown that he could not respond to our happiness nor find surcease with us. Why this should be so we could not at the time understand, for when Eben Hale's will was probated, the world learned that he was sole heir to his employer's many millions, and it was expressly stipulated that this great inheritance was given to him without qualification, hitch, or hindrance in the exercise thereof. Not a share of stock, not a penny of cash was bequeathed to the dead man's relatives. As for his direct family, one astounding clause expressly stated that Wade Ashler was to dispense to Eben Hale's wife and sons and daughters whatever money his judgment dictated, at whatever time he deemed advisable. Had there been any scandal in the dead man's family, or had his sons been wild or undutiful, then there might have been a glimmering of reason for this most unusual action. But Eben Hale's domestic happiness had been proverbial in the community, and one would have to travel far and wide to discover a cleaner, saner, wholesomer progeny of sons and daughters, while his wife, well, for those who knew her best, she was endearingly termed the mother of the Graki. Nevertheless, to state, this inexorable will was a 9 days' wonder, but the expectant public was disappointed in that no contest was made. It was only the other day that Eben Hale was laid away in his stately marble mausoleum, and now Wade Ashler is dead. The news was printed in the morning's paper. I have just received through the mail a letter from him, posted evidently but a short hour before he hurled himself into eternity. This letter, which lies before me, is a narrative in his own handwriting, linking together numerous newspaper clippings and facsimiles of letters. The original correspondence, he has told me, is in the hands of the police. He has begged me also, as a warning to society against the most frightful and diabolical danger which threatens its very existence, to make public the terrible series of tragedies in which he has been innocently concerned. I herewith append the text in full. It was August 1899, just after my return from my summer vacation, when the blow fell. We did not know it at the time. We had not yet learned to school our minds to such awful possibilities. Mr. Hale opened the letter, read it, and tossed it on my desk with a laugh. When I had looked it over, I also laughed, saying, "Some ghastly joke, Mr. Hale, and one in very poor taste. Find here, my dear John, an exact duplicate of the letter in question. Office of the M&M, August 17, 1899. Mr. Eben Hale, Money Baron. Dear Sir, we desire you to realize upon whatever portion of your vast holdings is necessary to obtain in cash $20 millions. This sum we require you to pay over to us or to our agents. You will note that we do not specify any given time, for it is not our wish to hurry you in this matter. You may even, if it is easier for you, pay us in 10, 15, or 20 installments, but we will accept no single installment of less than $1 million. Believe us, dear Mr. Hale, when we say that we have embarked upon this course of action utterly devoid of animus. We are members of the intellectual proletariat, the increasing numbers of which mark in red lettering the last day of the 19th century. We have, from a thorough study of economics, decided to enter upon this business. It has many merits, chief among which may be noted that we can indulge in large and lucrative operations without capital. So far, we have been fairly successful, and we hope our dealings with you may be pleasant and satisfactory. Pay attention while we explain our views more fully. At the base of the present system of society is to be found the property right, and this right of an individual to hold property is demonstrated, in the last analysis, to rest solely and wholly upon might. The male gentlemen of William the Conqueror divided and apportioned England amongst themselves with the naked sword. This, we are sure you will grant, is true of all feudal possessions. With the invention of steam and the Industrial Revolution, there came into existence the capitalist class, in the modern sense of the word. These capitalists quickly towered above the ancient nobility. The captains of industry have virtually dispossessed the descendants of the captains of war. Mind, not muscle, wins in today's struggle for existence. But this state of affairs is nonetheless based upon might. The change has been qualitative. The old-time feudal baronage ravaged the world with fire and sword. The modern money baronage exploits the world by mastering and applying the world's economic forces. Brain, not brawn, endures, and those best fitted to survive are the intellectually and commercially powerful. We, the M of M, are not content to become wage slaves. The great trusts and business combines, with which you have your rating, prevent us from rising to the place among you, which our intellects qualify us to occupy. Why? Because we are without capital. We are of the unwashed, but with this difference. Our brains are the best, and we have no foolish ethical or social scruples. As wage slaves, toiling early and late, and living abstemiously, we could not save in 80 years, nor in 20 times 80 years, a sum of money sufficiently successful to cope with the great aggregations of massed capital which now exist. Nevertheless, we have entered the arena. We now throw down the gauge to the capital of the world. Whether or not it wishes to fight or not, it shall have to fight. Mr. Hale, our interests dictate us to demand of you $20 millions. While we are considerate enough to give you reasonable time in which to carry out your share of the transaction, Please do not delay too long. When you have agreed to our terms, insert a suitable notice in the agony column of the Morning Blazer. We shall then acquaint you with our plans to transfer the sum mentioned. You had better do this sometime prior to October 1st. If you do not, in order to show that we are in earnest, we shall on that date kill a man on East 39th Street. He will be a working man. This man you do not know, nor do we. You represent a force in modern society. We also represent a force, a new force. Without anger or malice, we have closed in battle. As you will readily discern, we are simply a business proposition. You are the upper, and we the nether millstone. This man's life shall be ground out between. You may save him if you agree to our conditions, and act in time. There was once a king cursed with a golden touch. His name we have taken to do duty as our official seal. Some day, to protect ourselves against competitors, we shall copyright it. Beg to remain, the Minions of Midas. I leave it to you, dear John. Why should we not have laughed over such a preposterous communication? The idea, we could not but grant, was well conceived, but it was too grotesque to be taken seriously. Mr. Hale said he would preserve it as a literary curiosity, and shoved it away in a pigeonhole. Then we promptly forgot its existence. And as promptly, on the 1st of October, going over the morning mail, we read the following. Office of the M. of M., October 1st, 1899. Mr. Eben Hale, Money Baron. Dear Sir, your victim has met his fate. An hour ago on East 39th Street, a workman was thrust through the heart with a knife. Ere you read this, his body will be lying at the morgue. Go and look upon your handiwork. On October 14th, in token of our earnestness in this matter, and in case you do not relent, we shall kill a policeman on or near the corner of Polk Street and Claremont Avenue. Very cordially, the Minions of Midas. Again Mr. Hale laughed. His mind was full of a prospective deal with the Chicago syndicate for the sale of all his street railway lines in that city, and so he went on dictating to the stenographer, never giving it a second thought. But somehow, I know not why, a heavy depression fell upon me. What if it were not a joke, I asked myself, and turned involuntarily to the morning paper. There it was, as benefited an obscure person of the lower classes. A paltry half-dozen lines tucked away in a corner next to a patent medicine advertisement. Shortly after 5 o'clock this morning, on East 39th Street, a laborer named Pete Lascal, while on his way to work, was stabbed in the heart by an unknown assailant, who escaped by running. The police have been unable to discover any motive for the murder. Impossible, was Mr. Hale's rejoinder when I had read the item aloud. But the incident evidently weighed upon his mind, for late in the afternoon, with many epithets denunciatory of his foolishness, he asked me to acquaint the police with the affair. I had the pleasure of being laughed at in the inspector's private office, although I went away with the assurance that they would look into it, and that the vicinity of Polk and Claremont would be doubly patrolled on the night mentioned. There it dropped, until 2 weeks had sped by, when the following note came to us through the mail. Office of the M. of M., October 15, 1899. Mr. Eben Hale, Money Baron. Dear Sir, your second victim has fallen on scheduled time. We are in no hurry, but to increase the pressure we shall henceforth kill weekly. To protect ourselves against police interference, we shall hereafter inform you of the event but a little prior to or simultaneously with the deed. Trusting this finds you in good health, we are the Minions of Midas. This time Mr. Hale took up the paper, and after a brief search, read to me this account. A dastardly crime. Joseph Donahue, assigned only last night to special patrol duty in the 11th Ward, at midnight was shot through the brain and instantly killed. The tragedy was enacted in the full glare of a street light on the corner of Polk Street and Claremont Avenue. Our society is indeed unstable when the custodians of its peace are thus openly and wantonly shot down. The police, so far, have been unable to obtain the slightest clue." Barely had he finished this when the police arrived, the inspector himself and two of his keenest sleuths. Alarm sat on their faces, and it was plain that they were seriously perturbed. Though the facts were so few and simple, we talked long, going over the affair again and again. When the inspector went away, he confidently assured us that everything would soon be straightened out, and the assassins run to ground. In the meantime, he thought it well to detail guards for the protection of Mr. Hale and myself, and several more to be constantly on vigil around the house and grounds. After the lapse of a week, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, this telegram was received. Office of the M. of M., October 21st, 1899. Mr. Eben Hale, Money Baron. Dear Sir, we are sorry to note how completely you have misunderstood us. You have seen fit to surround yourself and household with armed guards, as though, forsooth, we were common criminals, apt to break in upon you and wrest away by force your 20 millions. Believe us, this is the furthest from our intention. You will readily comprehend, after a little sober thought, that your life is dear to us. Do not be afraid. We would not hurt you for the world. It is our policy to cherish you tenderly and protect you from all harm. Your death means nothing to us. If it did, rest assured that we would not hesitate a moment in destroying you. Think this over, Mr. Hale. When you have paid us our price, there will be a need for retrenchment. Dismiss your guards now and cut down your expenses. Within minutes of the time you receive this, a nurse girl will have been choked to death in Brentwood Park. The body may be found in the shrubbery lining the path that leads off to the left of the bandstand. Cordially yours, the Minions of Midas. The next instant, Mr. Hale was on the telephone, warning the inspector of the impending murder. The inspector excused himself in order to call up Police Substation F and dispatch men to the scene. 15 minutes later, he rang us up and informed us that a body had been discovered, yet warm, in the place indicated. That evening, the papers teemed with the glaring Jack the Strangler headlines, denouncing the brutality of the deed and complaining about the laxity of the police. We were also closeted with the inspector, who begged us by all means to keep the affair secret. Success, he said, depended upon silence. As you know, John, Mr. Hale is a man of iron. He refused to surrender. But, oh, John, it was terrible, nay, horrible, this awful something, this blind force in the dark. We could not fight, could not plan, could do nothing save hold our hands and wait. And week by week, as certain as the rising of the sun, came the notification and death of some person, man or woman, innocent of evil, but just as much killed by us as though we had done it with our own hands. A word from Mr. Hale and the slaughter would have ceased, but he hardened his heart and waited, the lines deepening, the mouth and eyes growing sterner and firmer, and the face aging with the hours. It is needless for me to speak of my own suffering during that frightful period. Find here the letters and telegrams of the M. of M. and the newspaper accounts, etc., of various murders. You will notice also the letters warning Mr. Hale of certain machinations of commercial enemies and secret manipulations of stock. The M. of M. seemed to have its hand on the inner pulse of the business and financial world. They possessed themselves of and forwarded to us information which our agents could not obtain. One timely note from them, at a critical moment in a certain deal, saved all of 5 millions to Mr. Hale. At another time, they sent us a telegram, which probably was the means of preventing an anarchist crank from taking my employer's life. We captured the man on his arrival and turned him over to the police, who found upon him enough of the new and powerful explosive to sink a battleship. We persisted. Mr. Hale was grit clear through. He dispersed at the rate of 100,000 per week for Secret Service. The aid of the Pinkertons and of countless private detective agencies was called in, and in addition to this, thousands were on our payroll. Our agents swarmed everywhere, in all guises, penetrating all classes of society. They grasped at a myriad clues. Hundreds of suspects were jailed, and at various times thousands of suspicious persons were under surveillance. But nothing tangible came to light. With its communications, the M of M continually changed its method of delivery, and each messenger they sent us was arrested forthwith. But these inevitably proved to be innocent individuals, while their descriptions of the persons who had employed them for the errand never tallied. On the last day of December, we received this notification. The office of the M of M, December 31st, 1899. Mr. Eben Hale, Money Baron. Dear Sir, pursuant to our policy, with which we flatter ourselves you are already well versed, we beg to state that we shall give a passport from this Vale of Tears to Inspector Byng, with whom, because of our attentions, you have become well acquainted. It is his custom to be in his private office at this hour. Even as you read this, he breathes his last. Cordially yours, the Minions of Midas. I dropped the letter and sprang to the telephone. Great was my relief when I heard the inspector's hearty voice, but even as he spoke, his voice died away in the receiver to a gurgling sob, and I heard faintly the crash of a falling body. Then a strange voice helloed me, sent me the regards of the M of M, and broke the switch. Like a flash, I called up the public office of the Central Police, telling them to go at once to the inspector's aid in his private office. Then I held the line, and a few minutes later received the intelligence that he had been found bathed in his own blood and breathing his last. There were no eyewitnesses, and no trace was discoverable of the murderer. Whereupon Mr. Hale immediately increased his secret service till $250,000 flowed weekly from his coffers. He was determined to win out. His graduated rewards aggregated over 10 millions. You have a fair idea of his resources, and you can see in what manner he drew upon them. It was the principle, he affirmed, that he was fighting for, not the gold. And it must be admitted that his course proved the nobility of his motive. The police departments of all the great cities cooperated, and even the United States government stepped in, and the affair became one of the highest questions of state. Certain contingent funds of the nation were devoted to the unearthing of the M of M, and every government agent was on the alert. But all in vain. The Minions of Midas carried on their damnable work unhampered. They had their way and struck unerringly. But while he fought to the last, Mr. Hale could not wash his hands of the blood with which they were dyed. Though not technically a murderer, though no jury of his peers would ever have convicted him, none the less the death of every individual was due to him. As I said before, a word from him and the slaughter would have ceased, but he refused to give that word. He insisted that the integrity of society was assailed, that he was not sufficiently a coward to desert his post, and that it was manifestly just that a few should be martyred for the ultimate welfare of the many. Nevertheless, this blood was upon his head, and he sank into a deeper and deeper gloom. I was likewise overwhelmed with the guilt of an accomplice. Babies were ruthlessly killed, children, aged men, and not only were these murders local, but they were distributed over the country. In the middle of February, one evening, as we sat in the library, there came a sharp knock at the door. On responding to it, I found, lying on the carpet of the corridor, the following missive. Office of the M of M, February 15th, 1900. Mr. Eben Hale, Money Baron. Dear Sir, does not your soul cry out upon the red harvest it is reaping? Perhaps we have been too abstract in conducting our business. Let us now be concrete. This Adeline Laidlaw is a talented young woman, as good, we understand, as she is beautiful. She is the daughter of an old friend, Judge Laidlaw, and we happen to know that you carried her in your arms when she was an infant. She is your daughter's closest friend, and at present is visiting her. When your eyes have read thus far, her visit will have terminated. Very cordially, the minions of Midas. My God, we did not instantly realize the terrible import. We rushed through the day rooms. She was not there, and on to her own apartments. The door was locked, but we crashed it down by hurtling ourselves against it. There she lay, just as she had finished dressing for the opera, smothered with a pillow torn from the couch, the flush of life yet on her flesh, the body still flexible and warm. Let me pass over the rest of this horror. You will surely remember, John, the newspaper accounts. Late that night Mr. Hale summoned me to him, and before God did pledge me most solemnly to stand by him and not to compromise, even if all kith and kin were destroyed. The next day I was surprised at his cheerfulness. I had thought he would be deeply shocked by this last tragedy. How deep I was soon to learn. All day he was light-hearted and high-spirited, as though at last he had found a way out of this frightful difficulty. The next morning we found him dead in his bed, a peaceful smile upon his careworn face. Asphyxiation. Through the connivance of the police and the authorities, it was given out to the world as heart disease. We deemed it wise to withhold the truth, but little good has it done us. Little good has anything done us. Barely had I left that chamber of death, when, but too late, the following extraordinary letter was received. Office of the M. of M., February 17th, 1900. Mr. Eben Hale, Money Baron. Dear Sir, you will pardon our intrusion, we hope, so closely upon the sad event of the day before yesterday, but what we wish to say may be of the utmost importance to you. It is in our mind that you may attempt to escape us. There is but one way, apparently, as you have ere this doubtless discovered. But we wish to inform you that even this way is barred. You may die, but you die failing and acknowledge your failure. Note this. We are part and parcel of your possessions. With your millions, we pass down to your heirs and assigns forever. We are the inevitable. We are the culmination of industrial and social wrong. We turn upon the society that has created us. We are the successful failures of the age, the scourges of a degraded civilization. We are the creatures of the perverse social selection. We meet force with force. Only the strong shall endure. We believe in the survival of the fittest. You may have crushed your wage slaves into the dirt, but you have survived. The captains of war at your command have shot down like dogs your employees in a score of bloody strikes. By such means you have endured. We do not grumble at the result, for we acknowledge and have our being in the same natural law. And now the question has arisen, under the present social environment, which of us shall survive? We believe we are the fittest. You believe you are the fittest. We leave the eventuality to time and law. Cordially yours, the minions of Midas. John, do you wonder now that I shunned pleasures and avoided friends? But why explain? Surely this narrative will make everything clear. 3 weeks ago, Adelaide Laylaw died. Since then, I have waited in hope and fear. Yesterday, the will was probated and made public. Today, I was notified that a woman of the middle classes would be killed in Golden Gate Park in faraway San Francisco. The dispatches in tonight's papers give the details of the brutal happening, details which correspond with those furnished me in advance. It is useless. I cannot struggle against the inevitable. I have been faithful to Mr. Hale and have worked hard. Why my faithfulness should have been thus rewarded, I cannot understand. Yet I cannot be false to my trust, nor break my word by compromising. Still, I have resolved that no more deaths shall be upon my head. I have willed the many millions I lately received to their rightful owners. Let the stalwart sons of Eben Hale work out their own salvation. Ere you read this, I shall have passed on. The minions of Midas are all-powerful. The police are impotent. I have learned from them that other millionaires have been likewise mulcted and persecuted. how many is not known, for when one yields to the M of M, his mouth is henceforth sealed. Those who have not yielded are even now reaping their scarlet harvest. The grim game is being played out. The federal government can do nothing. I also understand that similar branch organizations have made their appearance in Europe. Society is shaken to its foundation. Principalities and powers are as brands ripe for the burning. Instead of the masses against the classes, it is a class against the classes. We, the guardians of human progress, are being singled out and struck down. Law and order have failed. The officials have begged me to keep this secret. I have done so, but can do so no longer. It has become a question of public import, fraught with the direst consequences, and I shall do my duty before I leave this world by informing it of its peril. Do you, John, as my last request, make this public. Do not be frightened. The fate of humanity rests in your hand. Let the press strike off millions of copies. Let the electric current sweep it around the world. Wherever men meet and speak, let them speak of it in fear and trembling. And then, when thoroughly aroused, let society arise in its might and cast out this abomination. Yours, in long farewell, Wade Atchler. The End of The Minions of Midas by Jack London.
The American Preceptor by Caleb Bingham, 1811. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Self-interest dialogue between two neighbors. Derby. Good morning, neighbor Scrapewell. I have half a dozen miles to ride today, and should be extremely obliged if you would lend me your gray mare. Scrapewell. I should be happy, friend Derby, to oblige you, but am under a necessity of going immediately to the mill with 3 bags of corn. My wife wants the meal this very morning. Derby. Then she must want it still, for I can assure you the mill does not go today. I heard the miller tell Will Davis that the water was too low. Scrapewell. You don't say so. That is quite unlucky, for in that case I shall be obliged to gallop off to town for the meal. My wife would comb my head for me if I should neglect it. Derby. I can save you this journey. I have a plenty of meal at home, and will lend your wife as much as she wants. Scrapewell. Ah, neighbor Derby, I am sure your meal will never suit my wife. You can't conceive how whimsical she is. Derby. If she were 10 times more whimsical than she is, I am certain she would like it. For you sold it to me yourself, and you assured me it was the best you ever had. Scrapewell. Yes, that's true indeed. I always have the best of everything. You know, neighbor Derby, that no one is more ready to oblige than I am. But I must tell you, the mare this morning refused to eat hay, and truly I am afraid she will not carry you. Derby. Oh, never fear. I will feed her well with oats on the road. Scrapewell. Oats? Neighbor, oats are very dear. Derby. They are so indeed, but no matter of that. When I have a good job in view, I never stand for trifles. Scrapewell. It is very slippery, and I am really afraid she will fall and break your neck. Derby. Give yourself no uneasiness about that. The mare is certainly sure-footed, and besides, you were just now talking yourself of galloping her to town. Scrapewell. Well then, to tell you the plain truth, though I wish to oblige you with all my heart, my saddle is torn quite in pieces, and I have just sent my bridle to be mended. Derby. Luckily, I have both a bridle and a saddle hanging up at home. Scrapewell. Ah, that may be, but I am sure your saddle never fit my mare. Derby. Well then, I'll borrow neighbor Clodpole's. Scrapewell. Clodpole's? His will no more fit than yours does. Derby. At the worst, then, I'll go to my friend Squire Jones. He has half a score of them, and I am sure he will lend me one that will fit her. Scrapewell. You know, friend Derby, that no one is more willing to oblige his neighbour than I am. I do assure you, the beast should be at your service with all my heart, but she has not been curried, I believe, for 3 weeks past. Her foretop and mane want combing and cutting very much. If anyone should see her in her present plight, it would ruin the sale of her. Derby. Oh, a horse is soon curried, and my son Sand shall dispatch her at once. Scrapewell. Yes, very likely. But I, this moment, recollect the creature has no shoes on. Derby. Well, is there not a blacksmith hard by? Scrapewell. What, that tinker of a Dobson? I would not trust such a bungler to shoe a goat. No, no, none but Uncle Tom Thumper is capable of shoeing my mare. Derby. As good luck will have it, then, I shall pass right by his door. Scrapewell, calling to his son, Timothy, Timothy, here's neighbour Derby who wants the loan of the grey mare to ride to town today. You know the skin has rubbed off her back last week a hand's breadth or more. He gives Tim a wink. However, I believe she is well enough by this time. You know, Tim, how ready I am to oblige my neighbours, and indeed we ought to do all the good we can in this world. We must certainly let neighbour Derby have her, if she will possibly answer his purpose. Yes, yes, I see plainly by Tim's countenance, neighbour Derby, that he's disposed to oblige you. I would not have refused you the mare for the worth of her. If I had, I should have expected you would have refused me in your turn. None of my neighbours can accuse me of being backward in doing them a kindness. Come, Timothy, what do you say? Tim. What do I say, father? Why, I say, sir, that I am no less ready than you are to do a neighbourly kindness, but the mare is by no means capable of performing the journey. About a hand's breadth, did you say, sir? Why, the skin is torn from the poor creature's back of the bigness of your great brimmed hat, and besides, I have promised her, as soon as she is able to travel, to Ned Saunders to carry a load of apples to the market. Scrapewell. Do you hear that, neighbour? I am very sorry matters turn out thus. I would not have disobliged you for the price of 2 such mares, but believe me, neighbour Derby, I am really sorry for your sake that matters turned out thus. Derby. And I as much as yours, neighbour Scrapewell, for to tell you the truth, I received a letter this morning from Mr. Griffin, who tells me, if I will be in town this day, he will give me the refusal of all that lot of timber which he is about cutting down upon the back of Cobble Hill, and I intended you should have shared half of it, which would have been not less than $50 in your pocket. But, Scrapewell, $50, did you say? Derby. Ah, truly did I. But as your mare is out of order, I'll go and see if I can get old Rowan, the blacksmith's horse. Scrapewell. Old Rowan? My mare is at your service, neighbour. Here, Tim, tell Ned Saunders he can't have the mare. Neighbour Derby wants her, and I won't refuse so good a friend anything he asks for. Derby. But what are you to do for meal? Scrapewell. My wife can do without it this fortnight if you want the mare so long. Derby. But then your saddle is all in pieces. Scrapewell. Oh, I meant the old one. I have bought a new one since, and you shall have the first use of it. Derby. And you would have me call at Thumper's and get her shod? Scrapewell. No, no, I had forgotten to tell you that I let neighbour Dobson shoe her last week by way of trial, and to do him justice, I must own he shoes extremely well. Derby. But if the poor creature has lost so much skin off her back. Scrapewell. Pooh, pooh, that is just one of our Tim's large stories. I do assure you, it was not at first bigger than my thumbnail, and I am certain it has not grown any since. Derby. At least, however, let her have something she will eat, since she refuses hay. Scrapewell. She did indeed refuse hay this morning, but the only reason was that she was crammed full of oats. You have nothing to fear, neighbour. The mare is in perfect trim, and she will skim you over the ground like a bird. I wish you a good journey, and a profitable job. and of self-interest dialogue between two neighbours by Caleb Bingham.
Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Adventure 1, Silver Blaze. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London, 2017. Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes by Arthur Conan Doyle. Adventure 1, Silver Blaze. "I am afraid, Watson, that I shall have to go," said Holmes as we sat down together to our breakfast one morning. "Go? Where to?" "To Dartmoor, to King's Pyland." I was not surprised. Indeed, my only wonder was that he had not already been mixed up in this extraordinary case, which was the one topic of conversation throughout the length and breadth of England. For a whole day my companion had rambled about the room with his chin upon his chest and his brows knitted, charging and recharging his pipe with the strongest black tobacco, and absolutely deaf to any of my questions or remarks. Fresh editions of every paper had been sent up by our newsagent, only to be glanced over and tossed down into a corner. Yet, silent as he was, I knew perfectly well what it was over which he was brooding. There was but one problem before the public which could challenge his powers of analysis, and that was the singular disappearance of the favourite for the Wessex Cup and the tragic murder of its trainer. When, therefore, he suddenly announced his intention of setting out for the scene of the drama, it was only what I had both expected and hoped for. "I should be most happy to go down with you if I should not be in the way," said I. "My dear Watson, you would confer a great favour upon me by coming, and I think that your time will not be misspent, for there are points about the case which promise to make it an absolutely unique one. We have, I think, just time to catch our train at Paddington, and I will go further into the matter upon our journey. You would oblige me by bringing with you your very excellent field glasses." And so it happened that an hour or so later I found myself in the corner of a first-class carriage flying along en route for Exeter, while Sherlock Holmes, with his sharp, eager face framed in his ear-flapped travelling cap, dipped rapidly into the bundle of fresh papers which he had procured at Paddington. We had left Reading far behind us before he thrust the last one of them under the seat and offered me his cigar-case. "We are going well," said he, looking out of the window and glancing at his watch. "Our rate at present is 53.5 miles an hour." "I had not observed the quarter-mile post," said I. "Nor have I, but the telegraph posts upon this line are 60 yards apart, and the calculation is a simple one. I presume that you have looked into the matter of the murder of John Straker and the disappearance of Silver Blaze?" "I have seen what the Telegraph and the Chronicle have to say. It is one of those cases where the art of the reasoner should be used rather for the sifting of details than for the acquiring of fresh evidence. The tragedy has been so uncommon, so complete, and of such personal importance to so many people that we are suffering from a plethora of surmise, conjecture, and hypothesis. The difficulty is to detach the framework of fact, of absolute undeniable fact, from the embellishments of theorists and reporters. Then, having established ourselves upon this sound basis, it is our duty to see what inferences may be drawn, and what are the special points upon which the whole mystery turns. On Tuesday evening I received telegrams from both Colonel Ross, the owner of the horse, and from Inspector Gregory, who is looking after the case, inviting my cooperation. "Tuesday evening!" I exclaimed. "And this is Thursday morning. Why didn't you go down yesterday?" "Because I made a blunder, my dear Watson, which is, I am afraid, a more common occurrence than any one would think who only knew me through your memoirs. The fact is that I could not believe it possible that the most remarkable horse in England could long remain concealed, especially in so sparsely inhabited a place as the north of Dartmoor. From hour to hour yesterday I expected to hear that it had been found, and that his abductor was the murderer of John Straker. When, however, another morning had come, and I found that beyond the arrest of young Fitzroy Simpson nothing had been done, I felt that it was time for me to take action. Yet in some ways I feel that yesterday has not been wasted. You have formed a theory, then? At least I have got a grip on the essential facts of the case. I shall enumerate them to you, for nothing clears up a case so much as stating it to another person, and I can hardly expect your cooperation if I do not show you the position from which we start. I lay back against the cushions, puffing at my cigar, while Holmes, leaning forward with his long thin forefinger checking off the points upon the palm of his left hand, gave me a sketch of the events which had led to our journey. "Silver Blaze," said he, "is from the Somomi stock, and holds as brilliant a record as his famous ancestor. He is now in his 5th year, and has brought in turn each of the prizes of the turf to Colonel Ross, his fortunate owner. Up to the time of the catastrophe, he was the first favourite for the Wessex Cup, the betting being 3-1 on him. He has always, however, been a prime favourite with the racing public, and has never yet disappointed them, so that even at those odds enormous sums of money have been laid upon him. It is obvious, therefore, that there were many people who had the strongest interest in preventing Silver Blaze from being there at the fall of the flag next Tuesday. The fact was, of course, appreciated at King's Pyland, where the Colonel's training stable is situated. Every precaution was taken to guard the favourite. The trainer, John Straker, is a retired jockey who rode in Colonel Ross's colours before he became too heavy for the weighing chair. He has served the Colonel for 5 years as jockey and for 7 as trainer, and has always shown himself to be a zealous and honest servant. Under him were 3 lads, for the establishment was a small one, containing only 4 horses in all. One of these lads sat up each night in the stable, while the others slept in the loft. All 3 bore excellent characters. John Straker, who is a married man, lived in a small villa about 200 yards from the stables. He has no children, keeps 1 maidservant, and is comfortably off. The country round is very lonely, but about half a mile to the north there is a small cluster of villas which have been built by a Tavistock contractor for the use of invalids, and others who may wish to enjoy the pure Dartmoor air. Tavistock itself lies 2 miles to the west, while across the moor, also about 2 miles distant, is the larger training establishment of Mapleton, which belongs to Lord Blackwater, and is managed by Silas Brown. In every other direction the moor is a complete wilderness, inhabited only by a few roaming gypsies. Such was the general situation last Monday night when the catastrophe occurred. On that evening the horses had been exercised and watered as usual, and the stables were locked up at 9 o'clock. 2 of the lads walked up to the trainer's house, where they had supper in the kitchen, while the third, Ned Hunter, remained on guard. At a few minutes after 9, the maid, Edith Baxter, carried down to the stables his supper, which consisted of a dish of curried mutton. She took no liquid, as there was a water tap in the stables, and it was the rule that the lad on duty should drink nothing else. The maid carried a lantern with her, as it was very dark and the path ran across the open moor. Edith Baxter was within 30 yards of the stables when a man appeared out of the darkness and called to her to stop. As he stepped into the circle of yellow light thrown by the lantern, she saw that he was a person of gentlemanly bearing, dressed in a grey suit of tweeds, with a cloth cap. He wore gaiters and carried a heavy stick with a knob to it. She was most impressed, however, by the extreme pallor of his face and by the nervousness of his manner. His age, she thought, would be rather over 30 than under it. "Can you tell me where I am?" he asked. "I had almost made up my mind to sleep on the moor when I saw the light of your lantern." "You are close to the King's Pyland training stables," said she. "Oh, indeed, what a stroke of luck!" he cried. "I understand that a stable boy sleeps there alone every night. Perhaps that is his supper, which you are carrying to him. Now I am sure that you would not be too proud to earn the price of a new dress, would you?" He took a piece of white paper folded up out of his waistcoat pocket. "See that the boy has this tonight, and you shall have the prettiest frock that money can buy." She was frightened by the earnestness of his manner and ran past him to the window through which she was accustomed to hand the meals. It was already opened, and Hunter was seated at the small table inside. She had begun to tell him what had happened when the stranger came up again. "Good evening," said he, looking through the window. "I wanted to have a word with you." The girl had sworn that as he spoke, she noticed the corner of the little paper packet protruding from his closed hand. "What business have you here?" asked the lad. "It's business that may put something into your pocket," said the other. "You've 2 horses in the Wessex Cup, Silver Blaze and Bayard. Let me have the straight tip and you won't be a loser. Is it a fact that at the weights Bayard could give the other 100 yards in 5 furlongs, and that the stable have put their money on him?" "So you're one of those damned touts!" cried the lad. "I'll show you how we serve them in King's Pyland." He sprang up and rushed across the stable to unloose the dog. The girl fled away to the house, but as she ran she looked back and saw that the stranger was leaning through the window. A minute later, however, when Hunter rushed out with the hound, he was gone, and though he ran all round the buildings, he failed to find any trace of him. "One moment," I asked. "Did the stable boy, when he ran out with the dog, leave the door unlocked behind him?" "Excellent, Watson, excellent," murmured my companion. "The importance of the point struck me so forcibly that I sent a special wire to Dartmoor yesterday to clear the matter up. The boy locked the door before he left it. The window, I may add, was not large enough for a man to get through." Hunter waited until his fellow grooms had returned, when he sent a message to the trainer and told him what had occurred. Straker was excited at hearing the account, though he does not seem to have quite realized its true significance. It left him, however, vaguely uneasy, and Mrs. Straker, waking at 1 in the morning, found that he was dressing. In reply to her inquiries, he said that he could not sleep on account of his anxiety about the horses, and that he intended to walk down to the stables to see that all was well. She begged him to remain at home, as she could hear the rain pattering against the window. But in spite of her entreaties, he pulled on his large mackintosh and left the house. Mrs. Straker awoke at 7 in the morning to find that her husband had not yet returned. She dressed herself hastily, called the maid, and set off for the stables. The door was open. Inside, huddled together upon a chair, Hunter was sunk in a state of absolute stupor. The favourite stall was empty, and there were no signs of his trainer. The 2 lads who slept in the chaff-cutting loft above the harness room were quickly aroused. They had heard nothing during the night, for they are both sound sleepers. Hunter was obviously under the influence of some powerful drug, and as no sense could be got out of him, he was left to sleep it off while the 2 lads and the 2 women ran out in search of the absentees. They still had hopes that the trainer had for some reason taken out the horse for early exercise, but on ascending the knoll near the house, from which all the neighbouring moors were visible, they not only could see no signs of the missing favourite, but they perceived something which warned them that they were in the presence of a tragedy. About 1/4 of a mile from the stables, John Straker's overcoat was flapping from a furze bush. Immediately behind there was a bowl-shaped depression in the moor, and at the bottom of this was found the dead body of the unfortunate trainer. His head had been shattered by a savage blow from some heavy weapon, and he was wounded on the thigh, where there was a long clean cut, inflicted evidently by some very sharp instrument. It was clear, however, that Straker had defended himself vigorously against his assailants, for in his right hand he held a small knife, which was clotted with blood up to the handle, while in his left he clasped a red and black silk cravat, which was recognized by the maid as having been worn on the preceding evening by the stranger who had visited the stables. Hunter, on recovering from his stupor, was also quite positive as to the ownership of the cravat. He was equally certain that the same stranger had, while standing at the window, drugged his curried mutton, and so deprived the stables of their watchman. As to the missing horse, there were abundant proofs in the mud which lay at the bottom of the fatal hollow that he had been there at the time of the struggle. But from that morning he has disappeared, and although a large reward has been offered and all the gypsies of Dartmoor are on the alert, no news has come of him. Finally, an analysis has shown that the remains of his supper, left by the stable lad, contain an appreciable amount of powdered opium, while the people at the house partook of the same dish on the same night without any ill effect. Those are the main facts of the case, stripped of all surmise and stated as baldly as possible. I shall now recapitulate what the police have done in the matter. Inspector Gregory, to whom the case has been committed, is an extremely competent officer. Were he but gifted with imagination, he might rise to great heights in his profession. On his arrival, he promptly found and arrested the man upon whom suspicion naturally rested. There was little difficulty in finding him, for he inhabited one of those villas which I have mentioned. His name, it appears, was Fitzroy Simpson. He was a man of excellent birth and education, who had squandered a fortune upon the turf, and who lived now by doing a little quiet and genteel bookmaking in the sporting clubs of London. An examination of his betting book shows that bets to the amount of £5,000 had been registered by him against the favourite. On being arrested, he volunteered the statement that he had come down to Dartmoor in the hope of getting some information about the King's Pyland horses and also about Desborough, the second favourite, which was in charge of Silas Brown at the Mapleton stables. He did not attempt to deny that he had acted as described upon the evening before, but declared that he had no sinister designs and had simply wished to obtain first-hand information. When confronted with his cravat, he turned very pale and was utterly unable to account for its presence in the hand of the murdered man. His wet clothing showed that he had been out in the storm of the night before, and his stick, which was a Penang lawyer weighted with lead, was just such a weapon as might, by repeated blows, have inflicted the terrible injuries to which the trainer had succumbed. On the other hand, there was no wound upon his person, while the state of Straker's knife would show that one at least of his assailants must bear his mark upon him. There you have it all in a nutshell, Watson, and if you can give me any light, I shall be infinitely obliged to you. I had listened with the greatest interest to the statement which Holmes, with characteristic clearness, had laid before me. Though most of the facts were familiar to me, I had not sufficiently appreciated their relative importance, nor their connection to each other. Is it not possible, I suggested, that the incised wound upon Straker may have been caused by his own knife in the convulsive struggles which follow any brain injury? It is more than possible, it is probable, said Holmes. In that case, one of the main points in favour of the accused disappears. And yet, said I, even now I fail to understand what the theory of the police can be. I'm afraid that whatever theory we state has very grave objections to it, returned my companion. The police imagine, I take it, that this Fitzroy Simpson, having drugged the lad, and having in some way obtained a duplicate key, opened the stable door and took out the horse, with the intention apparently of kidnapping him altogether. His bridle is missing, so that Simpson must have put this on. Then, having left the door open behind him, he was leading the horse away over the moor, when he was either met or overtaken by the trainer. A row naturally ensued. Simpson beat out the trainer's brains with his heavy stick, without receiving any injury from the small knife which Straker used in self-defence, and then the thief either led the horse on to some secret hiding-place, or else it might have bolted during the struggle, and be now wandering out on the moors. That is the case as it appears to the police, and improbable as it is, all other explanations are more improbable still. However, I shall very quickly test the matter when I am once upon the spot, and until then I cannot really see how we can get much further than our present position. It was evening before we reached the little town of Tavistock, which lies, like the boss of a shield, in the middle of the huge circle of Dartmoor. Two gentlemen were awaiting us in the station. The one a tall, fair man with lion-like hair and beard, and curiously penetrating light blue eyes. The other a small, alert person, very neat and dapper, in a frock coat and gaiters, with trim little side whiskers and an eyeglass. The latter was Colonel Ross, the well-known sportsman, the other Inspector Gregory, a man who was rapidly making his name in the English detective service. "I am delighted that you have come down, Mr. Holmes," said the Colonel. "The inspector here has done all that could possibly be suggested, but I wish to leave no stone unturned in trying to avenge poor Straker and in recovering my horse." "Have there been any fresh developments?" asked Holmes. "I am sorry to say that we have made very little progress," said the inspector. "We have an open carriage outside, and as you would no doubt like to see the place before the light fails, we might talk it over as we drive." A minute later we were all seated in a comfortable landau, and were rattling through the quaint old Devonshire city. Inspector Gregory was full of his case and poured out a stream of remarks, while Holmes threw in an occasional question or interjection. Colonel Ross leaned back with his arms folded and his hat tilted over his eyes, while I listened with interest to the dialogue of the two detectives. Gregory was formulating his theory, which was almost exactly what Holmes had foretold in the train. "The net is drawn pretty close round Fitzroy Simpson," he remarked, "and I believe myself that he is our man. At the same time I recognise that the evidence is purely circumstantial, and that some new development may upset it. How about Straker's knife? We have quite come to the conclusion that he wounded himself in his fall. My friend Dr. Watson made that suggestion to me as we came down. If so, it would tell against this man Simpson. Undoubtedly, he has neither a knife nor any sign of a wound. The evidence against him is certainly very strong. He had a great interest in the disappearance of the favourite. He lies under suspicion of having poisoned the stable boy. He was undoubtedly out in the storm. He was armed with a heavy stick, and his cravat was found in the dead man's hand. I really think we have enough to go before a jury." Holmes shook his head. "A clever counsel would tear it all to rags," said he. "Why should he take the horse out of the stable? If he wished to injure it, why could he not do it there? Has a duplicate key been found in his possession? What chemist sold him the powdered opium? Above all, where could he, a stranger to the district, hide a horse, and such a horse as this? What is his own explanation as to the paper which he wished the maid to give to the stable boy? He says that it was a £10 note. One was found in his purse. But your other difficulties are not so formidable as they seem. He is not a stranger to the district. He has twice lodged at Tavistock in the summer. The opium was probably bought from London. The key, having served its purpose, would be hurled away. The horse may be at the bottom of one of the pits or old mines upon the moor. What does he say about the cravat? He acknowledges that it is his, and declares that he had lost it. But a new element has been introduced into the case, which may account for his leading the horse from the stable." Holmes pricked up his ears. "We have found traces which show that a party of gypsies encamped on Monday night within a mile of the spot where the murder took place. On Tuesday they were gone. Now, presuming that there was some understanding between Simpson and these gypsies, might he not have been leading the horse to them when he was overtaken, and may they not have him now?" "It is certainly possible. The moor is being scoured for these gypsies. I have also examined every stable and outhouse in Tavistock, and for a radius of 10 miles. There is another training stable quite close, I understand." "Yes, and that is a factor which we must certainly not neglect. As Desborough, their horse, was second in the betting, they had an interest in the disappearance of the favourite. Silas Brown, the trainer, is known to have had large bets upon the event, and he was no friend to poor Straker. We have, however, examined the stables, and there is nothing to connect him with the affair, and nothing to connect this man Simpson with the interests of the Mapleton stables? Nothing at all. Holmes leaned back in the carriage and the conversation ceased. A few minutes later, our driver pulled up at a neat little red brick villa with overhanging eaves which stood by the road. Some distance off, across a paddock, lay a long grey-tiled outbuilding. In every other direction the low curves of the moor, bronze-coloured from the fading ferns, stretched away to the skyline, broken only by the steeples of Tavistock and by a cluster of houses away to the westward, which marked the Mapleton stables. We all sprang out with the exception of Holmes, who continued to lean back with his eyes fixed upon the sky in front of him, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. It's only when I touched his arm that he roused himself with a violent start and stepped out of the carriage. "Excuse me," said he, turning to Colonel Ross, who had looked at him in some surprise. "I was daydreaming." There was a gleam in his eyes and a suppressed excitement in his manner which convinced me, used as I was to his ways, that his hand was upon a clue, though I could not imagine where he had found it. "Perhaps you would prefer at once to go to the scene of the crime, Mr. Holmes," said Gregory. "I think that I should prefer to stay here a little and go into one or two questions of detail. Straker was brought back here, I presume?" "Yes, he lies upstairs. The inquest is tomorrow." "He has been in your service some years, Colonel Ross?" "I have always found him an excellent servant." "I presume that you made an inventory of what he had in his pockets at the time of his death, Inspector?" "I have the things themselves in the sitting-room, if you would care to see them." "I should be very glad." We all filed into the front room and sat around the central table while the inspector unlocked a square tin box and laid a small heap of things before us. There was a box of vestas, 2 inches of tallow candle, an ADP briarroot pipe, a pouch of sealskin with half an ounce of long-cut Cavendish, a silver watch with a gold chain, 5 sovereigns in gold, an aluminium pencil case, a few papers, and an ivory-handled knife with a very delicate, inflexible blade marked Weiss and Company, London. "This is a very singular knife," said Holmes, lifting it up and examining it minutely. "I presume, as I see bloodstains upon it, that it is the one which was found in the dead man's grasp. Watson, this knife is surely in your line." "It is what we call a cataract knife," said I. "I thought so. A very delicate blade devised for very delicate work. A strange thing for a man to carry with him upon a rough expedition, especially as it would not shut in his pocket." "The tip was guarded by a disc of cork which we found beside his body," said the inspector. "His wife tells us that the knife had lain upon the dressing-table and that he had picked it up as he left the room. It was a poor weapon, but perhaps the best he could lay his hands on at the moment." "Very possible. How about these papers?" 3 of them are receipted hay dealers' accounts. One of them is a letter of instructions from Colonel Ross. The other is a milliner's account for £37.15 made out to Madame Lesurier of Bond Street, to William Derbyshire. Mrs. Straker tells us that Derbyshire was a friend of her husband's and that occasionally his letters were addressed here. "Madame Derbyshire had somewhat expensive tastes," remarked Holmes, glancing down the account. 22 guineas is rather heavy for a single costume. However, there appears to be nothing more to learn, and we may now go down to the scene of the crime. As we emerged from the sitting-room, a woman, who had been waiting in the passage, took a step forward and laid a hand upon the inspector's sleeve. Her face was haggard and thin and eager, stamped with the print of a recent horror. "Have you got them? Have you found them?" she panted. "No, Mrs. Straker, but Mr. Holmes here has come from London to help us, and we shall do all that is possible." "Surely I met you in Plymouth at a garden party some little time ago, Mrs. Straker?" said Holmes. No, sir, you are mistaken. Dear me, why I could have sworn to it. You wore a costume of dove-coloured silk with ostrich feather trimming. I never had such a dress, sir, answered the lady. Ah, that quite settles it, said Holmes. And with an apology he followed the inspector outside. A short walk across the moor took us to the hollow in which the body had been found. At the brink of it was the furze bush upon which the coat had been hung. There was no wind that night, I understand, said Holmes. None, but very heavy rain. In that case the overcoat was not blown against the furze bush, but placed there. Yes, it was laid across the bush. You fill me with interest. I perceive that the ground has been trampled up a good deal. No doubt many feet have been here since Monday night. A piece of matting has been laid here at the side, and we've all stood upon that. Excellent. In this bag I have one of the boots which Straker wore, one of Fitzroy Simpson's shoes, and a cast horseshoe of silver blaze. My dear Inspector, you surpass yourself. Holmes took the bag, and descending into the hollow, he pushed the matting into a more central position. Then, stretching himself upon his face and leaning his chin upon his hands, he made a careful study of the trampled mud in front of him. "Hello," said he suddenly. "What's this?" It was a wax vesta half burned, which was so coated with mud that it looked at first like a little chip of wood. "I cannot think how I came to overlook it," said the inspector, with an expression of annoyance. "It was invisible, buried in the mud. I only saw it because I was looking for it." "What? You expected to find it?" "I thought it not unlikely." He took the boots from the bag and compared the impressions of each of them with marks upon the ground. Then he clambered up to the rim of the hollow and crawled about among the ferns and bushes. "I'm afraid that there are no more tracks," said the inspector. "I have examined the ground very carefully for 100 yards in each direction." "Indeed," said Holmes, rising. "I should not have the impertinence to do it again, after what you say. But I should like to take a little walk over the moor before it grows dark, that I may know my ground tomorrow, and I think that I shall put this horseshoe in my pocket, for luck." Colonel Ross, who had shown some signs of impatience at my companion's quiet and systematic method of work, glanced at his watch. "I wish you would come back with me, Inspector," said he. "There are several points on which I should like your advice, and especially as to whether we do not owe it to the public to remove our horse's name from the entries for the Cup." "Certainly not," cried Holmes with decision. "I should let the name stand." The Colonel bowed. "I am very glad to have had your opinion, sir," said he. "You will find us at poor Straker's house when you have finished your walk, and we can drive together into Tavistock." He turned back with the inspector, while Holmes and I walked slowly across the moor. The sun was beginning to sink behind the stables of Mapleton, and the long sloping plain in front of us was tinged with gold, deepening into rich ruddy browns where the faded ferns and brambles caught the evening light. But the glories of the landscape were all wasted upon my companion, who was sunk in the deepest thought. "It is this way, Watson," he said at last. "We may leave the question of who killed John Straker for the instant, and confine ourselves to finding out what has become of the horse. Now, supposing that he broke away during or after the tragedy, where would he have gone to? The horse is a very gregarious creature. If left to himself, his instincts would have been either to return to King's Pyland or go over to Mapleton. Why should he run wild upon the moor? He would surely have been seen by now. And why should gypsies kidnap him? These people always clear out when they hear of trouble, for they do not wish to be pestered by the police. They could not hope to sell such a horse. They would run a great risk and gain nothing by taking him. Surely that is clear. Where is he, then? I've already said that he must have gone to King's Pyland or to Mapleton. He is not at King's Pyland. Therefore he is at Mapleton. Let us take that as a working hypothesis and see what it leads us to. This part of the moor, as the inspector remarked, is very hard and dry. But it falls away towards Mapleton, and you can see from here that there is a long hollow over yonder, which must have been very wet on Monday night. If our supposition is correct, then the horse must have crossed that, and there is the point where we should look for his tracks. We'd been walking briskly during the conversation, and a few more minutes brought us to the hollow in question. At Holmes' request, I walked down the bank to the right and he to the left, but I had not taken 50 paces before I heard him give a shout and saw him waving his hand to me. The track of a horse was plainly outlined in the soft earth in front of him, and the shoe which he took from his pocket exactly fitted the impression. "See the value of imagination," said Holmes. "It is the one quality which Gregory lacks." We imagined what might have happened, acted upon the supposition, and find ourselves justified. Let us proceed. We crossed the marshy bottom and passed over a quarter of a mile of dry, hard turf. Again the ground sloped, and again we came on the tracks. Then we lost them for half a mile, but only to pick them up once more quite close to Mapleton. It was Holmes who saw them first, and he stood pointing, with a look of triumph upon his face. A man's track was visible beside the horse's. "The horse was alone before," I cried. "Quite so. It was alone before. Hallo, what is this?" The double track turned sharp off and took the direction of King's Pyland. Holmes whistled, and we both followed along after it. His eyes were on the trail, but I happened to look a little to one side, and saw to my surprise the same tracks coming back again in the opposite direction. "One for you, Watson," said Holmes when I pointed it out. "You have saved us a long walk, which would have brought us back on our own traces. Let us follow the return track." We had not to go far. It ended at the paving of asphalt which led up to the gates of the Mapleton stables. As we approached, a groom ran out from them. "We don't want any loiterers about here," said he. "I only wish to ask the question," said Holmes, with his finger and thumb in his waistcoat pocket. "Should I be too early to see your master, Mr. Silas Brown, if I were to call at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning?" "Bless you, sir, if any one is about, he will be, for he is always the first stirring." "But here he is, sir, to answer your questions for himself." "No, sir, no. It is as much as my place is worth to let him see me touch your money. Afterwards, if you like." As Sherlock Holmes replaced the half-crown which he had drawn from his pocket, a fierce-looking elderly man strode out from the gate with a hunting-crop swinging in his hand. "What's this, Dawson?" he cried. "No gossiping. Go about your business. And you, what the devil do you want here?" 10 minutes' talk with you, my good sir," said Holmes, in the sweetest of voices. "I've no time to talk to every gadabout. We want no stranger here. Be off, or you may find a dog at your heels." Holmes leaned forward and whispered something in the trainer's ear. He started violently and flushed to the temples. "It's a lie!" he shouted. "An infernal lie!" "Very good. Shall we argue about it here in public, or talk it over in your parlour?" "Oh, come in if you wish to." Holmes smiled. "I shall not keep you more than a few minutes, Watson," said he. "Now, Mr. Brown, I am quite at your disposal." It was 20 minutes, and the reds had all faded into greys before Holmes and the trainer reappeared. Never have I seen such a change as had been brought about in Silas Brown in that short time. His face was ashy pale, beads of perspiration shone upon his brow, and his hand shook until the hunting-crop wagged like a branch in the wind. His bullying, overbearing manner was all gone too, and he cringed along at my companion's side like a dog with its master. "Your instructions will be done. It shall all be done," said he. "There must be no mistake," said Holmes, looking round at him. The other winced as he read the menace in his eyes. "Oh no, there shall be no mistake. It shall be there. Should I change it first or not?" Holmes thought a little and then burst out laughing. "No, don't," said he. "I shall write to you about it. No tricks now, or... Oh, you can trust me. You can trust me." "Yes, I think I can. Well, you shall hear from me tomorrow." He turned upon his heel, disregarding the trembling hand which the other held out to him, and we set off for King's Pyland. A more perfect compound of the bully, coward, and sneak than Master Silas Brown I have seldom met with, remarked Holmes as we trudged along together. He has the horse, then? He tried to bluster out of it, but I described to him so exactly what his actions had been upon that morning that he is convinced that I was watching him. Of course, you observed the peculiarly square toes in the impressions, and that his own boots exactly correspond to them. Again, of course, no subordinate would have dared to do such a thing. I described to him how, when according to his custom he was the first down, he perceived a strange horse wandering over the moor, how he went out to it, and his astonishment at recognizing, from the white forehead which has given the favourite its name, that chance had put in his power the only horse which could beat the one upon which he had put his money. Then I described how his first impulse had been to lead him back to King's Pyland, and how the devil had shown him how he could hide the horse until the race was over, and how he had led it back and concealed it at Mapleton. When I told him every detail, he gave it up and thought only of saving his own skin. But his stables had been searched. Oh, an old horse-faker like him has many a dodge. But are you not afraid to leave the horse in his power now, since he has every interest in injuring it? My dear fellow, he will guard it as the apple of his eye. He knows that his only hope of mercy is to produce it safe. Colonel Ross did not impress me as a man who would be likely to show much mercy in any case. The matter does not rest with Colonel Ross. I follow my own methods and tell as much or as little as I choose. That is the advantage of being unofficial. I don't know whether you observed it, Watson, but the Colonel's manner has been just a trifle cavalier to me. I'm inclined now to have a little amusement at his expense. Say nothing to him about the horse. Certainly not without your permission. And of course this is all quite a minor point compared to the question of who killed John Straker. And you will devote yourself to that? On the contrary, we both go back to London by the night train. I was thunderstruck by my friend's words. We'd only been a few hours in Devonshire, and that he should give up an investigation which he had begun so brilliantly was quite incomprehensible to me. Not a word more could I draw from him until we were back at the trainer's house. The Colonel and the Inspector were awaiting us in the parlour. "My friend and I returned to town by the night express," said Holmes. "We have had a charming little breath of your beautiful Dartmoor air." The inspector opened his eyes, and the Colonel's lip curled in a sneer. "So you despair of arresting the murderer of poor Straker," said he. Holmes shrugged his shoulders. "There are certainly grave difficulties in the way," said he. "I have every hope, however, that your horse will start upon Tuesday, and I beg you that you will have your jockey in readiness. Might I ask for a photograph of Mr. John Straker?" The inspector took one from an envelope and handed it to him. "My dear Gregory, you anticipate all my wants. If I might ask you to wait here for an instant, I have a question which I should like to put to the maid." "I must say I am rather disappointed in our London consultant," said Colonel Ross bluntly, as my friend left the room. "I do not see that we are any further than when he came." "At least you have his assurance that your horse will run," said I. "Yes, I have his assurance," said the Colonel with a shrug of his shoulders. "I should prefer to have the horse." I was about to make some reply in defence of my friend when he entered the room again. "Now, gentlemen," said he, "I am quite ready for Tavistock." As we stepped into the carriage, one of the stable lads held the door open for us. A sudden idea seemed to occur to Holmes, for he leaned forward and touched the lad upon the sleeve. "You have a few sheep in the paddock," he said. "Who attends to them?" "I do, sir." "Have you noticed anything amiss with them of late?" "Well, sir, not of much account, but 3 of them have gone lame, sir." I could see that Holmes was extremely pleased, for he chuckled and rubbed his hands together. "A long shot, Watson, a very long shot," said he, pinching my arm. "But, Gregory, let me recommend to your attention this singular epidemic among the sheep. Drive on, coachman. Colonel Ross still wore an expression which showed the poor opinion which he had formed of my companion's ability, but I saw by the inspector's face that his attention had been keenly aroused. "You consider that to be important?" he asked. "Exceedingly so." "Is there any point to which you would wish to draw my attention?" "To the curious incident of the dog in the night time." "The dog did nothing in the night time." "That was the curious incident," remarked Sherlock Holmes. 4 days later, Holmes and I were again in the train, bound for Winchester to see the race for the Wessex Cup. Colonel Ross met us by appointment outside the station, and we drove in his drag to the course beyond the town. His face was grave and his manner was cold in the extreme. "I have seen nothing of my horse," said he. "I suppose that you would know him when you saw him?" asked Holmes. The Colonel was very angry. "I've been on the turf for 20 years and never was asked such a question as that before," said he. "A child would know Silver Blaze with his white forehead and his mottled off foreleg." "How is the betting?" "Well, that is the curious part of it. You could have got 15 to 1 yesterday, but the price has become shorter and shorter until you can hardly get 3 to 1 now." Said Holmes. "Somebody knows something, that is clear." As the drag drew up in the enclosure near the grandstand, I glanced at the card to see the entries. "Wessex Plate," it ran. 50 sovs each, H-foot, with 100 sovs added for 4 and 5-year-olds. Second L300, third L200. New course 1 mile and 5 furlongs. Mr. Heath Newton's The Negro, red cap. Cinnamon jacket, Colonel Wardlaw's pugilist. Pink cap, blue and black jacket, Lord Blackwater's Desborough. Yellow cap and sleeves, Colonel Ross's Silver Blaze. Black cap, red jacket. Duke of Balmoral's Iris, yellow and black stripes. Lord Singlethorpe's Rasper, purple cap, black sleeves. "We scratched our other one and put all hopes on your word," said the Colonel. "Why, what is that? Silver Blaze favourite?" 5 to 4 against Silver Blaze, roared the ring. 5 to 4 against Silver Blaze. 5 to 15 against Desborough. 5 to 4 on the field. "There are the numbers up," I cried. "They are all 6 there." "All 6 there? Then my horse is running," cried the Colonel in great agitation. "But I don't see him. My colours have not passed." "Only 5 have passed. This must be he." As I spoke, a powerful bay horse swept out from the weighing enclosure and cantered past us, bearing on its back the well-known black and red of the Colonel. "That's not my horse," cried the owner. "That beast has not a white hair upon his body. What is this that you have done, Mr. Holmes?" "Well, well, let's see how he gets on," said my friend imperturbably. For a few minutes he gazed through my field-glasses. "Capital! An excellent start!" he cried suddenly. "There they are, coming round the curve." From our drag we had a superb view as they came up the straight. The 6 horses were so close together that a carpet could have covered them, but halfway up, the yellow of the Mapleton stable showed to the front. Before they reached us, however, Desborough's bolt was shot, and the Colonel's horse, coming away with a rush, passed the post a good 6 lengths before its rival, the Duke of Balmoral's Iris making a bad third. "It's my race, anyhow," gasped the Colonel, passing his hand over his eyes. "I confess that I can make neither head nor tail of it. Don't you think that you have kept up your mystery long enough, Mr. Holmes?" "Certainly, Colonel, you shall know everything. Let us go round and have a look at the horse together. Here he is," he continued, as we made our way into the weighing enclosure, where only owners and their friends find admittance. "You have only to wash his face and his leg in spirits of wine, and you will find that he is the same old Silver Blaze as ever." "You take my breath away." "I found him in the hands of a faker, and took the liberty of running him just as he was sent over." "My dear sir, you have done wonders. The horse looks very fit and well. It never went better in its life. I owe you 1,000 apologies for having doubted your ability. You have done me a great service by recovering my horse. You would do me a greater still if you could lay your hands on the murderer of John Straker." "I have done so," said Holmes quietly. The Colonel and I stared at him in amazement. "You have got him?" Where is he, then? He is here. Here? Where? In my company at the present moment. The Colonel flushed angrily. I quite recognise that I am under obligations to you, Mr. Holmes, said he, but I must regard what you have just said as either a very bad joke or an insult. Sherlock Holmes laughed. I assure you that I have not associated you with the crime, Colonel, said he. The real murderer is standing immediately behind you. He stepped past and laid his hand upon the glossy neck of the thoroughbred. The horse? Cried both the Colonel and myself. Yes, the horse, and it may lessen his guilt if I say that it was done in self-defence, and that John Straker was a man who was entirely unworthy of your confidence. But there goes the bell, and as I stand to win a little on this next race, I shall defer a lengthy explanation until a more fitting time. We had the corner of a Pullman car to ourselves that evening as we whirled back to London, and I fancied that the journey was a short one to Colonel Ross as well as to myself, as we listened to our companion's narrative of the events which had occurred at the Dartmoor training stables upon the Monday night, and the means by which he had unravelled them. I confess, said he, that any theories which I had formed from the newspaper reports were entirely erroneous, and yet there were indications there, had they not been overlaid by other details which concealed their true import. I went to Devonshire with the conviction that Fitzroy Simpson was the true culprit, although, of course, I saw that the evidence against him was by no means complete. It was while I was in the carriage, just as we reached the trainer's house, that the immense significance of the curried mutton occurred to me. You may remember that I was distrait and remained sitting after you had all alighted. I was marvelling in my own mind how I could possibly have overlooked so obvious a clue. I confess, said the Colonel, that even now I cannot see how it helps us. It was the first link in my chain of reasoning. Powdered opium is by no means tasteless. The flavour is not disagreeable, but it is perceptible. Were it mixed with any ordinary dish, the eater would undoubtedly detect it and would probably eat no more. A curry was exactly the medium which would disguise this taste. By no possible supposition could this stranger, Fitzroy Simpson, have caused curry to be served in the trainer's family that night, and it is surely too monstrous a coincidence to suppose that he happened to come along with powdered opium upon the very night when a dish happened to be served which would disguise the flavour. That is unthinkable. Therefore Simpson becomes eliminated from the case, and our attention centres upon Straker and his wife, the only two people who could have chosen curried mutton for supper that night. The opium was added after the dish was set aside for the stable boy, for the others had the same supper with no ill effects. Which of them, then, had access to that dish without the maid seeing them? Before deciding that question, I had grasped the significance of the silence of the dog, for one true inference invariably suggests others. The Simpson incident had shown me that a dog was kept in the stables, and yet, though someone had been in and fetched out a horse, he had not barked enough to arouse the two lads in the loft. Obviously the midnight visitor was someone whom the dog knew well. I was already convinced, or almost convinced, that John Straker went down to the stables in the dead of the night and took out Silver Blaze. For what purpose? For a dishonest one, obviously, or why should he drug his own stable boy? And yet I was at a loss to know why. There have been cases before now where trainers have made sure of great sums of money by laying against their own horses, through agents, and then preventing them from winning by fraud. Sometimes it is a pulling jockey, sometimes it is some surer and subtler means. What was it here? I hoped that the contents of his pockets might help me to form a conclusion. And they did so. You cannot have forgotten the singular knife which was found in the dead man's hand, a knife which certainly no sane man would choose for a weapon. It was, as Dr. Watson told us, a form of knife which is used for the most delicate operations known in surgery, and it was to be used for a delicate operation that night. You must know, with your wide experience of turf matters, Colonel Ross, that it is possible to make a slight nick upon the tendons of a horse's ham, and to do it subcutaneously, so as to leave absolutely no trace. A horse so treated would develop a slight lameness, which would be put down to a strain in exercise or a touch of rheumatism, but never to foul play. "Villain! Scoundrel!" cried the Colonel. "We have here the explanation of why John Straker wished to take the horse out onto the moor. So spirited a creature would have certainly roused the soundest of sleepers when it felt the prick of the knife. It was absolutely necessary to do it in the open air." "I have been blind," cried the Colonel. "Of course that was why he needed the candle and struck the match." "Undoubtedly. But in examining his belongings, I was fortunate enough to discover not only the method of the crime, but even its motives. As a man of the world, Colonel, you know that men do not carry other people's bills about in their pockets. We have most of us quite enough to do to settle our own. I at once concluded that Straker was leading a double life and keeping a second establishment. The nature of the bill showed that there was a lady in the case, and one who had expensive tastes. Liberal as you are with your servants, one can hardly expect that they can buy 20-guinea walking dresses for their ladies. I questioned Mrs. Straker as to the dress, without her knowing it, and having satisfied myself that it had never reached her, I made a note of the milliner's address, and felt that by calling there with Straker's photograph I could easily dispose of the mythical Derbyshire. From that time on all was plain. Straker had led out the horse to a hollow where his light would be invisible. Simpson in his flight had dropped his cravat, and Straker had picked it up, with some idea perhaps that he might use it in securing the horse's leg. Once in the hollow, he had got behind the horse and had struck a light, but the creature, frightened at the sudden glare, and with the strange instinct of animals feeling that some mischief was intended, had lashed out, and the steel shoe had struck Straker full on the forehead. He had already, in spite of the rain, taken off his overcoat in order to do his delicate task, and so, as he fell, his knife gashed his thigh. Do I make it clear? "Wonderful!" cried the Colonel. "Wonderful! You might have been there." My final shot was, I confess, a very long one. It struck me that so astute a man as Straker would not undertake this delicate tender nicking without a little practice. What could he practice on? My eyes fell upon the sheep, and I asked a question which, rather to my surprise, showed that my surmise was correct. When I returned to London, I called upon the milliner, who had recognized Straker as an excellent customer of the name of Derbyshire, who had a very dashing wife with a strong partiality for expensive dresses. I have no doubt that this woman had plunged him over head and ears in debt, and so led him into this miserable plot. "You have explained all but one thing," cried the Colonel. "Where was the horse?" "Ah, it bolted and was cared for by one of your neighbours. We must have an amnesty in that direction, I think. This is Clapham Junction, if I am not mistaken, and we shall be in Victoria in less than 10 minutes. If you care to smoke a cigar in our rooms, Colonel, I shall be happy to give you any other details which might interest you." End of Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Adventure 1, Silver Blaze. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Sun and Sea by Maksim Gorky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Sun and Sea by Maksim Gorky. The sun melts in the blue midday sky, pouring hot, many-colored rays onto the water and the earth. The sea slumbers and exhales an opal mist. The bluish water glistens like steel. A strong smell of brine is carried to the lonely shore. The waves advance and splash lazily against a mass of gray stones. They roll slowly upon the beach, and the pebbles make a jingling sound. They are gentle waves, as clear as glass, and there is no foam on them. The mountain is enveloped in a violet haze of heat. The gray leaves of the olive trees shine like old silver in the sun. In the gardens which cover the mountain side the gold of lemons and oranges gleams in the dark velvet of the foliage. The red blossoms of pomegranate trees smile brightly, and everywhere there are flowers. How the sun loves the earth! There are two fishermen on the stones. One is an old man, in a straw hat. He has a heavy-looking face, covered on cheeks and chin and upper lip with gray bristles. His eyes are embedded in fat. His nose is red, and his hands are sunburnt. He has cast his pliant fishing rod far out into the sea, and he sits upon a rock, his hairy legs hanging over the green water. A wave washes up and bathes them, and from the dark toes clear, heavy drops of water fall back into the sea. Behind the old man, leaning with one elbow on a rock, stands a tawny, black-eyed fellow, thin and lank. On his head is a red cap, and a white jersey covers his muscular torso. His blue trousers are rolled up to the knee. He tugs with his right hand at his mustache and looks thoughtfully out to sea. In the distance black streaks of fishing boats are moving, and far beyond them, scarcely visible, is a white sail. The white sail is motionless, and seems to melt like a cloud in the sun. "Is she a rich signora?" the old man inquires in a husky voice, as he makes an unsuccessful effort to cross his knees. The young man answered quietly, "I think so. She has a brooch, and earrings with large stones as blue as the sea, and many rings, and a watch. I think she is an American." "And beautiful?" "Oh, yes, very slender, it is true, but such eyes, just like flowers, and, do you know, a mouth so small and slightly open. It is the mouth of an honest woman, and of the kind that loves but once in her life." "I think so, too." The old man drew in his rod, winked as he looked at the hook, and muttered with a laugh, "A fish is no fool, to be sure." "Who fishes at midday?" asked the youth, getting down on his knees. "I," replied the old man, putting on fresh bait. And having thrown the line far into the sea, he asked, "You rowed her till the morning, you said?" "The sun was rising when we got out on the shore," readily replied the young man with a heavy sigh. 20 lire? "Yes." "She might have given more." "She might have given much." "What did you speak to her about?" The youth seemed annoyed and lowered his head gloomily. "She does not know more than 10 words, so we were silent." "True love," said the old man, looking back and showing his strong teeth in a broad smile, "strikes the heart like lightning, and is as dumb as lightning, you know." The young man picked up a large stone and was about to throw it into the sea, but he threw it back over his shoulder, saying, "Sometimes one cannot understand what people want with different languages." "They say some day it will be different," said the old man, after a moment's thought. Over the blue surface of the sea, in the far-off milky mist, noiselessly glides a white steamer, like the shadow of a cloud. "To Sicily," said the old man, nodding towards the steamer. From somewhere or other he took a long, uneven, black cigar, broke it in two, and, handing one half over his shoulder to the young man, asked, "What did you think about, as you sat with her?" "Man always thinks of happiness." "That's why he is always so stupid," the old man put in quietly. They began to smoke. The blue smoke wreaths hung over the stones in the breathless air which was impregnated with a rich odor of fertile earth and gentle water. "I sang to her, and she smiled." "Eh?" "But you know that I sing badly." "Yes, I know." "Then I rested the oars and looked at her." "Aha!" "I looked, saying to myself, Here I am, young and strong, while you are languishing. Love me and make me happy." Was she feeling lonely? Who that is not poor goes to a strange land if he feels merry? Bravo! "I promise by the name of the Virgin Mary," I thought to myself, "that I will be kind to you, and that everybody shall be happy who lives near us." "Well, well!" exclaimed the old man, throwing back his large head and bursting into loud bass laughter. "I will always be true to you. Or, I thought, let us live together a little while. I will love you to your heart's content. Then you can give me some money for a boat and rigging, and a piece of land, and I will return to my own dear country and will always, as long as I live, remember and think kindly of you." There's some sense in that. Then, towards the morning, it seemed to me that I needed nothing, that I did not want money, only her, even if it were only for one night. That is simpler. Just for one single night. "Well, well," said the old man. "It seems to me, Uncle Pietro, that a small happiness is always more honest." The old man was silent. His thick, shaven lips were compressed. He looked intently into the green water. The young man sang quietly and sadly. "O son!" "Yes, yes," said the old man suddenly, shaking his head. "A small happiness is more honest, but a great happiness is better. Poor people are better looking, but the rich are stronger. It is always so." The waves rock and splash. Blue wreaths of smoke float, like nymphs, above the heads of the two men. The young man rises to his feet and sings quietly, his cigar stuck in a corner of his mouth. He leans his shoulder against the gray side of the rock, folds his arms across his chest, and looks out to the sea with the eyes of a dreamer. But the old man is motionless. His head has sunk on his breast, and he seems to doze. The violet shadows on the mountains grow deeper and softer. "O sun!" sings the youth. "The sun was born more beautiful than thou. Bathe me in thy light. O sun, fill me with thy life." The green waves chuckle merrily. End of Sun and Sea by Maksim Gorky.
Uzbek to Rady at Venice, from the Persian Letters, by Charles Louis de Secondat, Baron Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uzbek to Rady at Venice. Coffee is very much in use in Paris. There are a great many public resorts where it may be drunk. In some of these houses gossip is the order of the day, in others chess. There is one place where the coffee is prepared in such fashion that it renders those who imbibe it witty. At least, everyone who leaves believes that he is 4 times wittier than when he entered. I confess, though, I am rather disgusted with those talented personages, for instead of making themselves useful to their country, they waste their abilities on the most childish trifles. For example, when I arrived in Paris, I found them quite excited over the most trivial question imaginable. It was that of the reputation of a Greek poet, as to the place of whose birth and the time of whose death the world has remained in ignorance for 2000 years. Both parties acknowledged that he was an excellent poet. The dispute turned solely on the degree of his excellence, and each had his own standard of measurement. But some of these dispensers of fame had a higher one, some a lower, and now you have the whole ground of the quarrel. It surely was spirited enough. The most insulting remarks were interchanged with great cordiality. Some of the retorts were so acrimonious that the manner of the debate was to me as great a source of wonder as the matter. If any one, said I to myself, or harebrained enough to attack the reputation of some honest citizen in presence of the defenders of this Greek poet, he would meet with an unpleasant surprise. For I have no doubt that a zeal so sensitive with regard to the fame of the dead would blaze up at once in defense of the living. But however that may be, I added, heaven defend me from attracting in my direction the enmity of the censors of a poet who, though he has lain 2000 years in the tomb, is not safe from their implacable hatred. Their fury is now expended on the air. What would it be if animated by the presence of a living foe? The persons to whom I have referred dispute in the vulgar tongue, and must be distinguished from another kind of controversialists, who use a barbarous language that of itself seems to increase the range and obstinacy of the combatants. There are quarters where these people may be seen contending like a confused mass of soldiers in black regimentals, engaged in some hand-to-hand encounter. Subtle distinctions are their food, obscure reasonings and false inferences their very life. Their trade, although at first sight one might imagine its followers would die of hunger, really brings them in some return. We have had the spectacle of an entire nation expelled from their own country, crossing the seas in order to settle in France, and carrying with them no other means of provision for the necessities of existence except a formidable talent for disputation. Adieu. Paris, the last day of the moon of Zilhag, 1713. End of Uzbek to Redi at Venice. From the Persian Letters, by Charles Louis de Secondat, Baron Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755.
Women I'm Not Married To, by Franklin P. Adams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Perroy. Women I'm Not Married To, by Franklin Pierce Adams. Whene'er I take my walks, you know the rest. Abroad I always meet Elaine or Maud or Anne or Flo, Belinda, Blanche or Marguerite, and melancholy bitter-sweet sets seal upon me when I view coldly and from a judgment seat the women I'm not married to. Not mine the sighs for long ago, not mine to mourn the obsolete. With Burns and Shelley, Keats and Poe, I have no yearning to compete. No Dead Sea pickled pears I eat, I never touch a drop of rue. I toast and drink my pleasures neat the women I'm not married to. Fate with her celebrated blow frequently knocks me off my feet, and like her dice box chucks a throw that usually has me beat. Yet although love has tried to treat me rough, award the kid is due. Look at the list, though incomplete, the women I'm not married to. My dears whom gracefully I greet, gaze at these lucky ladies who are of to make this thing concrete the women I'm not married to. Elaine. There have been more beautiful girls than Elaine, for I have read about them, and I have utter faith in the printed word, and I expect my public, a few of whom are, just for a second, more than 2¼ million weekly, to put the same credence in my printed word. When I said there have been more beautiful girls than Elaine, I lied. There haven't been. She was a daub. Blue were her eyes as the fairy flax. Her eyebrows were like curved snowdrifts. Her neck was like the swan. Her face, it was the fairest that e'er the sun shone on. She walked in beauty like the night. Her lips were like the cherries ripe that sunny walls of Boreas screen. Her teeth were like a flock of sheep with fleeces newly washed and clean. Her hair was like the curling mist that shades the mountain side at Inn. And oh, she danced in such a way no sun upon an Easter day was half so fine a sight. If I may interrupt the poets, I should say she was one pip. She was, I might add. Kind of pretty. Enchantment was hers, and Fairyland her exclusive province. I would walk down a commonplace street with her, and it would become the Primrose Path, and a one-way path at that, with nobody but us on it. If I said it was a nice day, and if I told her that once, I told her 100 times, she would say, "Isn't it?" My very words to Isabel when I telephoned her this morning. So we had, I said to myself, a lot in common. And after a conversation like that I would go home and lie awake and think, if two persons can be in such harmony about the weather, a fundamental thing, a thing that prehistoric religions actually were based upon, what possible discord ever could be between us? For I have known families to be rent with disagreements as to meteorological conditions. "Isn't this," my sister used to say, "a nice day?" "No," my reply used to be, "it's a dreadful day. It's blowy, and it's going to rain." And I would warn my mother that my sister Amy, or that child, was likely to grow up into a liar. But as I have tried to hint, beauty was Elaine's, and when she spoke of the weather, I used to feel sorry for everybody who had lived in the olden times. From yesterday back to the afternoon Adam told Eve that no matter how hot it was, they always got a breeze, before there was any weather at all. It wasn't only the weather. We used to agree on other things. Once, when she met a schoolgirl friend in Hyde Park, whom she hadn't seen since a year ago, out in Lakeview, she said that it was a small world after all, and I told her she never said a truer word. And about golf, she didn't think. She said one day that it was as strenuous as tennis, but it certainly took you out in the open air. Well, that was how I felt about it too. So you see it wasn't just the weather, though at that time I thought that would be enough. Well, one day we were walking along, and she looked at me and said, "I wonder if you'd like me so much if I weren't pretty." It came over me that I shouldn't. "No," I said, "I should not." "That's the first honest thing you ever said to me," she said. "No, it isn't," I said. "It is too," was her rejoinder. "It's nothing of the kind," I said. "Yes, it is," she said, her petulant temper getting the better of her. So we parted on that, and I often think how lucky I am to have escaped from Elaine's distrust of honesty, and from her violent and passionate temper. Maud. Maud and I might have been happy together. She was not the kind you couldn't be candid with. She used to say she admired honesty and sincerity above all other traits, and she was deeply interested in me, which was natural enough, as I had no reservations, no reticences from her. I believed that when you cared about a girl it was wrong to have secrets from her. And that was her policy too, though now and then she carried it too far. One day I telephoned her and asked her what she had been doing that morning. "I have been reading the most fascinating book," she said. "What book?" I asked politely. "I can't remember the title," she said, "but it's about a man in love with a girl, and he—" "Who wrote it?" I interrupted. "Wait a minute," said Maud. I waited 4 minutes. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," she said. "I mislaid the book. I thought I'd left it in my room, and I looked all around for it, and then I asked Huldah if she'd seen it, and she said no, though I asked her that the other day about something else, and she said no, and later I found out that she had seen it and put it in a drawer. So I went to the library, and the book wasn't there, and then I went back to my room and looked again, and I was just coming back to tell you I couldn't find it, when here it is. Guess where? Right on the telephone stand." "Who wrote it?" "Hutchinson. Hutchison is the author. A.M.S. No, wait a minute. A.S.M. Hutchinson. Not Hutchison. There's an N in it. 2 N's, really, but I mean an N between the I and the S. I mean it's Hutchinson, not Hutchison. But what's the difference? Who writes a book as long as it's a good book?" There may have been more, but I was reasonably certain that the author's name was Hutchinson, so I hung up the receiver, though the way I felt at the time was that hanging was too good for it. I had dinner with her that night at a restaurant. "Coffee?" asked the waiter. "No," I said, and to her, "Coffee keeps me awake. If I took a cup now I wouldn't close an eye all night. Some folks can drink it and not notice it, but take me, I'm funny that way, and if I took a cup now I wouldn't close an eye all night. Some can and some can't. I like it, but it doesn't like me. Ha ha! I wouldn't close an eye all night, and if I don't get my sleep, and a good 8 hours at that, I'm not fit for a thing all the next day. It's a pretty important thing, sleep, and—" It was important to Maud, self-centered thing that she was. Here was I confiding to her something I never had told another soul, and she wasn't merely dozing, she was asleep. I rattled a knife against a plate, and she awoke. It was a good thing I found out about her in time. Anne. In winter, when the ground was white, I thought that Anne would be all right. In summer, quite the other way. I knew she'd never be okay. She liked to go to the theatre, but what she went for was to be amused, as there was enough sadness in real life without going to the theatre for it. She told me that I was just a great big boy, that all men, in fact, were just little boys grown up. I took her to a movie show, and she read most of the captions to me, slowly, and when she read them to herself, her lips moved. She never took a drink in days of old when booze was sold and barrooms held their sway. That is my line, not Anne's. But now she takes a cocktail when one is offered, saying, "This may be my last chance." Women, she told me, didn't like her much, but she didn't care, as she was, she always said, a man's woman. Just the same, folks said. She told me that she was wonderful in a sick room. And so, what with the movies and one thing and another, the winter passed. She was glad I was a tennis player, and we'd have some exciting sets in the summer. No, she said games. I should have known then, but I was thinking of her hair and how cool it was to stroke. Well, one May afternoon, there we were on the tennis court. It belonged to a friend of hers, and it hadn't been ruled recently nor marked, though you could tell that here a base line and there a service line once had been. I asked her which court she wanted, and she said it didn't matter. She played equally rottenly on both sides. Nor was that, I found it, overstating things. She served, and called "Ready?" before each service. When she sent a ball far outside, she called "Home run" or "Just out." And if I served a double fault, she said either "Too bad" or "Thank you." When the score was deuce, she called it "Juice." And when I beat her 6-0, as you could have done, or you, or even you, she said she was off her game, that it was a lot closer than the score indicated, that she'd beat me before the summer was over, that didn't the net seem terribly low or something, and that I wasn't used to playing with women, or I wouldn't hit the ball so hard all the time. Little remains to be told. Anne is now the wife of a golfing banker. Wednesday night I met her at a party. "Golf?" she echoed. "Oh, yes. That is, I don't play it. I play at it. Tennis is really my game, but I haven't had a racket in my hand in 2 years. We must have some of our games again. I nearly beat you last time, remember?" Flo. I hadn't seen Flo since she was about 14, so when I got a letter asking me to call, I said I'd go. She was pretty, but the older I get, the fewer girls I see that aren't. Of course, I ought to have known. The letter was addressed with a 4 preceding my name instead of city or the name of the town. Flo had written local. Even a professional detective should have known then. It was just her refined vocabulary that sent me reeling into the night. She wondered where I resided and how long I'd been located there. She had purchased something. She had gowned when she meant dressed. She had gotten tired, she said of affectation. She said she had retired early the night before, and she spoke of a boot limmer. And as I was leaving, she said, "Don't remain away so long this time. You know, have no fury like a woman scorned." Belinda. I remember Belinda. She was arguing with another young woman about the car fare. "Let me pay," said Belinda, and she paid. There, I mused, is a perfect woman, nobly planned. I met her shortly after that, and she came through many a test. Once I saw her go up to an elevated railroad station, hand in a nickel, and not say, "One, please." Once I asked her about what day it was, and she said, "Wednesday," without adding, "all day." She spoke once of a cultivated taste without adding, "like olives," and once said, "That's another story," without adding, "as Kipling says." And once, and that was the day I nearly begged her to be mine, when she said that something had been grossly exaggerated, she failed to giggle, like the report of Mark Twain's death. So you see, Belinda had points. She had a dog that wasn't more intelligent than most human beings. She wasn't forever saying that there was no reason why a man and a woman shouldn't be just good pals. She didn't put me at ease, the way the others did, by looking at me for 3 minutes and then saying that good looks didn't matter much to a man after all. She didn't, when you gave her something, take it and say coyly, "For me?" as who should say, "You dear thoughtful thing," when you might have brought it for John D. Rockefeller. And she didn't say that she couldn't draw a straight line or that she had no card sense or that she couldn't write a decent letter. She could write a decent letter. She did. Lots of them. To me, too. She wrote the best letters I ever read. They were intelligent, humorous, and, why shouldn't I tell the truth, ardent. Fervid is nearer, candescent is not far off, and that is how I lost her. "P.S." she wrote, "burn this letter, and all of them." A few weeks later, Belinda said, "At the rate I write you, my letters must fill a large drawer by this time." "Why?" I said. "I burned them. They're all burned." "I never want to see you again as long as I live," she said. "Goodbye." And my goodbye was the last communication between me and Belinda. Blanche. Blanche is a girl I'd hate to wed because of a lot of things she said. Excuse my French. When she says "gee whiz" on the telephone, guess who this is? You ask her, did she like the show or book, she'll say, well, yes and no. For the kitty she buys a comfy nightie. She says, "my bestest," and "all righty." "If I had no humor I'd simply die," says Blanche. I know that that's a lie. She wouldn't marry. Oh, heaven forbid. Men are such brutes. You said it, kid. Marguerite. Marguerite was an agreeer. She strove, and not without success, to please. She hated an argument. One reason perhaps being, I found this out later, that she couldn't put one fourth on any subject. But I had theories, in the days of Marguerite, and I wanted to know whether she was in sympathy with them. One of my theories was that a lot of domestic infelicity could be avoided if a husband didn't keep his business affairs to himself, if he made a confidant, a possible assistant, of his wife. I had contempt for the women whose boast it was that Fred never brings business into the house. So I used to talk to Marguerite about that theory. When we were married, wouldn't it be better to discuss the affairs of the business day at home with her? Certainly, because simply talking about them was something, and maybe she could even help. Yes, that was what a wife was for. Why should a man keep his thoughts bottled up just because his wife wasn't in his office with him? No reason at all. I agree with you perfectly. About politics. Wasn't this man Harding doing a good job, and weren't things looking pretty good, everything considered? He certainly is, and they certainly are, was Marguerite's adroit summing up. Well, I had theories about books and child labor and pictures and clam chowder and Harry Leon Wilson stuff and music and the younger generation and cord tires and things like that, and she'd agree with everything I said. Then one night, as in a vision, something came to me. I had a theory that it would be terrible to have somebody around all the time who agreed with you about everything. Marguerite agreed. I had another theory. Don't you agree, I put it, that we shouldn't get along at all well? And never had she agreed more quickly. I thought she really put her heart into it. And we never should have hit it off, either. End of Women I'm Not Married To by Franklin Pierce Adams.
I Am a Nucleus by Stephen Barr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan McAdam. When I got home from the office, I was not so much tired as beaten down, but the effect is similar. I let myself into the apartment, which had an absentee wife look, and took a cold shower. The present downtown temperature, according to the radio, was 87 degrees, but according to my Greenwich Village thermometer, it was 96. I got dressed and went into the living room, and wished ardently that my wife Molly were here to tell me why the whole place looked so woebegone. What did they do, I asked myself, that I have left undone? I've vacuumed the carpet, I've dusted, and I've straightened the cushions. Ah, the ashtrays! I emptied them, washed them, and put them back, but still the place looked wife-deserted. It had been a bad day. I'd forgotten to wind the alarm clock, so I'd had to hurry to make a story conference at one of the TV studios I write for. I didn't notice the impending rainstorm and had no umbrella when I reached the sidewalk, to find myself confronted with an almost tropical downpour. I would have turned back, but a taxi came up and a woman got out, so I dashed through the rain and got in. Madison and 54th, I said. Right, said the driver, and I heard the starter grind, and then go on grinding. After some futile efforts, he turned to me. Sorry, Mac, you'll have to find another cab. Good hunting. If possible, it was raining still harder. I opened the newspaper over my hat and ran for the subway, 3 blocks. Whizzing traffic held me up at each crossing, and I was soaked when I reached the platform, just in time to miss the local. After an abnormal delay, I got one which exactly missed the express at 14th Street. The same thing happened at both ends of the crosstown shuttle, but I found the rain had stopped when I got out at 51st and Lexington. As I walked across to Madison Avenue, I passed a big excavation site where they were getting ready to put up a new office building. There was the usual crowd of buffs watching the digging machines and, in particular, a man with a pneumatic drill who was breaking up some hard-packed clay. While I looked, a big lump of it fell away, and for an instant I was able to see something that looked like a chunk of dirty glass, the size of an old-fashioned hat box. It glittered brilliantly in the sunlight, and then his chattering drill hit it. There was a faint bang, and the thing disintegrated. It knocked him on his back, but he got right up and realized he was not hurt. At the moment of the explosion, if so feeble a thing can be called one, I felt something sting my face and, on touching it, found blood on my hand. I mopped at it with my handkerchief, but, though slight, the bleeding would not stop. So I went to a drugstore and bought some pink adhesive which I put on the tiny cut. When I got to the studio, I had found that I had missed the story conference. During the day, by actual count, I heard the phrase, "I'm just spitballin'," 8 times, and another Madison Avenue favorite, "the whole ball of wax," 12 times. However, my story had been accepted without change because nobody had noticed my absence from the conference room. There you have what is known as the advertising world, the advertising game, or the advertising racket, depending on which rung of the ladder you have achieved. The subway gave a repeat performance going home, and as I got to the apartment house we lived in, the cop on the afternoon beat was standing there talking to the doorman. He said, "Hello, Mr. Graham. I guess you must have just missed it at your office building." I looked blank, and he explained. "We just heard a little while ago. All 6 elevators in your building jammed at the same time. Sounds crazy. I guess you missed it." Anything can happen in advertising, I thought. "That's right, Danny. I just missed it," I said, and went on in. Psychiatry tells us that some people are accident-prone. I, on the other hand, seemed recently to be coincidence-prone, fluke-happy, and except for the alarm clock, I'd had no control over what had been going on. I went into our little kitchen to make a drink and reread the directions Molly had left, telling me how to get along by myself until she got back from her mother's in Oyster Bay. in a matter of 10 days. How to make coffee, how to open a can, whom to call if I took sick and such. My wife used to be a trained nurse, and she is quite convinced that I cannot take a breath without her. She is right, but not for the reason she supposes. I opened the refrigerator to get some ice and saw another notice. When you take out the milk or butter, put it right back, and close the door too. Intimidated, I took my drink into the living room and sat down in front of the typewriter. As I stared into the novel that was to liberate me from Madison Avenue, I noticed the mistake and picked up a pencil. When I put it down, it rolled off the desk and, with my eyes on the manuscript, I groped under the chair for it. Then I looked down. The pencil was standing on its end. There, I thought to myself, is that one chance in a million we hear about, and picked up the pencil. I turned back to my novel and drank some of the highball in hopes of inspiration, and surceased from the muggy heat, but nothing came. I went back and read the whole chapter to try and get a forward momentum, but came to a dead stop at the last sentence. Damn the heat. Damn the pencil. Damn Madison Avenue and advertising. My drink was gone, and I went back to the kitchen and read Molly's notes again to see if they would be like a letter from her. I noticed one that I had missed, pinned to the door of the dumbwaiter. Garbage picked up at 6:30 a.m., so the idea is to put it here the night before. I love you. What can you do when the girl loves you? I made another drink and went and stared out of the living room at the roof opposite. The sun was out again, and a man with a stick was exercising his flock of pigeons. They wheeled in a circle, hoping to be allowed to perch, but were not allowed to. Pigeons fly as a rule in formation and turn simultaneously, so that their wings all catch the sunlight at the same time. I was thinking about this decorative fact when I noticed they were making a turn. They seemed to bunch up together. By some curious chance, they all wanted the same place in the sky to turn in, and several collided and fell. The man was as surprised as I was and went to one of the dazed birds and picked it up. He stood there shaking his head from side to side, stroking its feathers. My speculations about this peculiar aerial traffic accident were interrupted by loud voices in the hallway. Since our building is very well behaved, I was astonished to hear what sounded like an incipient free-for-all, and among the angry voices I recognized that of my neighbor, Nat, a very quiet guy who works on a newspaper and who has never, to my knowledge, given wild parties, particularly in the late afternoon. "You can't say a thing like that to me," I heard him shout. "I tell you I got that deck this afternoon, and they weren't open till we started to play." Several other loud voices started at the same time. "Nobody gets 5 straight flushes in a row." "Yeah, and only when you were dealer." The tone of the argument was beginning to get ugly, and I opened the office door to offer Nat help if he needed it. There were 4 men confronting him, evidently torn between the desire to make an angry exit and the impulse to stay and beat him up. His face was furiously red, and he looked stunned. "Here," he said, holding out a deck of cards. "For Pete's sake, look at 'em yourselves if you think they're marked." The nearest man struck them up from his hand. "Okay, Houdini, so they're not marked. All I know is 5 straight." His voice trailed away. He and the others stared at the scattered cards on the floor. About half were face down, as might be expected, and the rest face up, all red. Someone must have rung, because at that moment the elevator arrived, and the 4 men, with half-frightened, incredulous looks, and in silence, got in and were taken down. My friend stood looking at the neatly arranged cards. "Judas," he said, and started to pick them up. "Will you look at that? My God, what a session." I helped him and said to come in for a drink and tell me all about it, but I had an idea what I would hear. After a while, he calmed down, but he still seemed dazed. "Never seen anything equal to it," he said. "Wouldn't have believed it. Those guys didn't believe it. Every round normal. Nothing unusual about the hands. 3 of a kind, a low straight, that sort of thing. And one guy got queens over 10s. Until it gets to my deal. Brother! Straight flush to the king. Every time. And each time somebody else has 4 aces." He started to sweat again, so I got up to fix him another drink. There was 1 quart of club soda left, but when I tried to open it, the top broke and glass chips got into the bottle. "I'll have to go down for more soda," I said. "I'll come too. I need air." At the delicatessen around the corner, the man gave me 3 bottles in what must have been a wet bag, because as he handed them to me over the top of the cold meat display, the bottom gave and they fell onto the tile floor. None of them broke, although the fall must have been from at least 5 feet. Nat was too wound up in his thoughts to notice, and I was getting used to miracles. We left the proprietor with his mouth open and met Danny, the cop, looking in at the door, also with his mouth open. On the sidewalk, a man walking in front of Nat suddenly stooped to tie his shoe, and Nat, to avoid bumping him, stepped off the curb and a taxi swerved to avoid Nat. The street was still wet and the taxi skidded, its rear end lightly flipping the front of one of those small foreign cars, which was going rather fast. It turned sideways and, without any side slip, went right up the stoop of a brownstone opposite, coming to rest with its nose inside the front door, which a man opened at the moment. The sight of this threw another driver into a skid, and when he and the taxi had stopped sliding around, they were face to face, arranged crosswise to the street. This gave them exactly no room to move either forward or backward, for the car had brought its back to a hydrant and the taxi to a lamp. Although rather narrow, this is a two-way street, and in no time at all traffic was stacked up from both directions as far as the avenues. Everyone was honking his horn. Danny was furious, more so when he tried to put through a call to his station house from the box opposite. It was out of order. Upstairs, the wind was blowing into the apartment, and I closed the windows, mainly to shut out the tumult and all the shouting. Nat had brightened up considerably. "I'll stay for one more drink, and then I'm due at the office," he said. "You know, I think this would make an item for the paper." He grinned and nodded towards the pandemonium. When he was gone, I noticed it was getting dark and turned on the desk lamp. Then I saw the curtains. They were all tied in knots, except one. That was tied in 3 knots. All right, I told myself. It was the wind. But I felt the time had come for me to get expert advice, so I went to the phone to call McGill. McGill is an assistant professor of mathematics at a university uptown and lives near us. He is highly imaginative, but we believe he knows everything. When I picked up the receiver, the line sounded dead, and I thought, more trouble. Then I heard a man cough, and I said, "Hello?" McGill's voice said, "Alec, you must have picked up the receiver just as we were connecting. That's a damn funny coincidence." "Not in the least," I said. "Come on over here. I've got something for you to work on." "Well, as a matter of fact, I was just calling up to ask you and Molly." "Molly's away for the week. Can you get over here quick? It's urgent." "At once," he said, and hung up. While I waited, I thought I might try getting down a few paragraphs of my novel. Perhaps something would come now. It did, but as I came to a point where I was about to put down the word, a gurgling, I decided it was too reminiscent of Gilbert and Sullivan, and stopped at the letter R. Then I saw I had unaccountably hit all 4 keys one step to the side of the correct one, and tore out the page, with my face red. This was absolutely not my day. "Well," McGill said, "nothing you've told me is impossible or supernatural. Just very, very improbable. In fact, the odds against the poker game alone would lead me to suspect Nat, well as I know him. It's all those other things." He got up and walked over to the window and looked at the hot twilight while I waited. Then he turned around. He had a look of concern. "Alec, you're a reasonable guy, so I don't think you'll take offense at what I'm going to say. What you have told me is so impossibly unlikely, and the odds against it so astronomical, that I must take the view that you're either stringing me or you're subject to a delusion." I started to get up and expostulate, but he motioned me back. "I know, but don't you see that this is far more likely than—" He stopped and shook his head. Then he brightened. "I have an idea. Maybe we can have a demonstration." He thought for a tense minute and then snapped his fingers. "Have you any change on you?" "Why, yes," I said. "Quite a bit." I reached into my pocket. There must have been nearly $2 in silver and pennies. "Do you think they'll each have the same date, perhaps?" "Did you accumulate all that change today?" "No, during the week." He shook his head. "In that case, no. Discounting the fact that you could have prearranged it, if my dim provisional theory is right, that would be actually impossible. It would involve time reversal. I'll tell you about it later. No, just throw down the change. Let's see if they all come up heads." I moved away from the carpet and tossed a handful of coins onto the floor. They clattered and bounced together, and stacked themselves into a neat pile. I looked at McGill. His eyes narrowed. Without a word, he took a handful of coins from his own pocket and threw them. These coins didn't stack. They just fell into an exactly straight line, the adjacent ones touching. "Well," I said, "what more do you want?" "Great Scott," he said, and sat down. "I suppose you know that there are two great apparently opposite principles governing the universe, random and design. The sands on the beach are an example of random distribution, and life is an example of design. The motions of the particles of a gas are what we call random, but there are so many of them, we treat them statistically and derive the second law of thermodynamics. Quite reliable. It isn't theoretically hard and fast, it's just a matter of extreme probability. Now life, on the other hand, seems not to depend on probability at all. Actually, it goes against it. Or you might say it is certainly not an accidental manifestation." "Do you mean," I asked in some confusion, "that some form of life is controlling the coins and the other things?" He shook his head. "No. All I mean is that improbable things usually have improbable explanations. When I see natural law being broken, I don't say to myself, 'Here's a miracle.' I revise my version of the Book of Rules. Something, I don't know what, is going on, and it seems to involve probability, and it seems to center around you. Were you still in that building when the elevator stuck, or near it?" "I guess I must have been. It happened just after I left." You're the center, all right. But why?" "Center of what?" I asked. "I feel as though I were the center of an electrical storm. Something has it in for me." McGill grinned. "Don't be superstitious, and especially don't be anthropomorphic." "Well, if it's just the opposite of random, it's got to be a form of life." "On what basis? All we know for certain is that some random motions are being rearranged. A crystal, for example, is not life, but it's a non-random arrangement of particles." I wonder." He had a faraway frowning look. I was beginning to feel hungry and the drinks had worn off. "Let's go out and eat," I said. "There's not a damn thing in the kitchen and I'm not allowed to cook. Only eggs and coffee." We put on our hats and went down to the street. From either end we could hear wrecking trucks towing away the stalled cars. There were, by this time, a number of harassed cops directing the maneuver, and we heard one of them say to Danny, "I don't know what the hell's going on around here. Every goddamn car's got something the matter with it. They can't none of them back out for one reason or another. Never seen anything like it." Near us, two pedestrians were doing a curious little two-step as they tried to pass one another. As soon as one of them moved aside to let the other pass, the other would move to the same side. They both had embarrassed grins on their faces, but before long their grins were replaced by looks of suspicion and determination. "All right, smart guy," they both shouted in unison, and barged ahead, only to collide. They backed off and threw simultaneous punches which met midair. Then began one of the most remarkable bouts ever witnessed. A fight in which fist hit fist but never anything else, until both champions backed away undefeated, muttering identical excuses and threats. Danny appeared at that moment. His face was dripping. "You all right, Mr. Graham?" he asked. "I don't know what's going on around here, but ever since I came in on this afternoon, things are going crazy. Bartley!" he shouted. He could succeed as a hog caller. "Bring those dames over here." 3 women in a confused wrangle, with their half-open umbrellas intertwined, were brought across the street, which meant climbing over fenders. Bartley, a fine young patrolman, seemed self-conscious. The lady seemed not to be. "All right now, Mrs. MacPhillip," one of them said. "Leave go of my umbrella and we'll say no more about it." "And so now it's Mrs. MacPhillip, is it?" said her adversary. The third, a younger one with her back turned to us, her umbrella also caught in the tangle, pulled at it in a tentative way, at which the other 2 glared at her. She turned her head away and tried to let go, but the handle was caught in her glove. She looked up and I saw it was Molly, my nurse wife. "Oh, Alec!" She managed to detach herself. "Are you all right?" "Was I all right?" "Molly, what are you doing here?" "I was so worried, and when I saw all this, I didn't know what to think." She pointed to the stalled cars. Are you really all right? Of course I'm all right, but why? The Oyster Bay operator said someone kept dialing and dialing Mother's number, and there wasn't anyone on the line. So then she had it traced and it came round from our phone here. I kept calling up, but I only got the busy signal. Oh dear, are you sure you're all right? I put my arm around her and glanced at McGill. He had an inward look. Then I caught Danny's eye. It had a thoughtful, almost suspicious cast to it. Trouble does seem to follow you, Mr. Graham, was all he said. When we got upstairs, I turned to McGill. Explain to Molly, I said, and incidentally to me. I'm not properly briefed yet. He did so, and when he got to summing up, I had the feeling she was a jump ahead of him. In other words, you think it's something organic? Well, Mr. McGill said, I'm trying to think of anything else it might be. I'm not doing so well, he confessed. But so far as I can see, Molly answered, it's mere probability, and without any overall pattern. Not quite. It has a center. Alec is the center. Molly looked at me with a curious expression for a moment. Do you feel all right, darling? She asked me. I nodded brightly. You'll think this is silly of me, she went on to McGill. But why isn't it something like an overactive poltergeist? Pure concept, he said. No genuine evidence. Magnetism? Absolutely not. For one thing, most of the objects affected weren't magnetic. And don't forget magnetism is a force, not a form of energy, and a great deal of energy has been involved. I admit the energy has mainly been supplied by the things themselves, but in a magnetic field, all you'd get would be stored kinetic energy, such as when a piece of iron moves to a magnet or a line of force. Then it would just stay there, like a rundown clock weight. These things do a lot more than that. They go on moving. Why did you mention a crystal before? Why not a life form? Only an analogy, said Gale. A crystal resembles life in that it has a definite shape and exhibits growth, but that's all. I'll agree this. Thing has no discernible shape and motion is involved. But plants don't move and amoebas have no shape. Then a crystal feeds, but it does not convert what it feeds on. It merely rearranges into a non-random pattern. In this case, it's rearranging random motions, and it has a nucleus and seems to be growing, at least in what you might call improbability. Molly frowned. Then what is it? What's it made of? I should say that it was made of motions. There's a similar idea about the atom. Another thing that's like a crystal in that it appears to be forming around a nucleus not of its own material. The way a speck of sand thrown into a supersaturated solution becomes a nucleus of crystallization. Sounds like the pearl in an oyster, Molly said, and gave me an impertinent look. Why? I asked McGill. Did you say the coins couldn't have the same date? I mean, apart from the off chance I got them that way. Because I don't think this thing got going before today, and everything that's happened can all be described as improbable motions here and now. The dates were already there, and to change them would require a retroactive action, reversing time. That's out, in my book. That telephone now. The doorbell rang. We were not surprised to find that it was the telephone repairman. He took the set apart and clucked like a hen. I guess you dropped something on the floor, mister, he said with strong disapproval. Certainly not, I said. Is it broken? Not exactly broken, but... He shook his head and took it apart some more. McGill went over and they discussed the problem in undertones. Finally the man left and Molly called her mother to reassure. McGill tried to explain to me what had happened with the phone. You must have jogged something loose, and then you replaced the receiver in such a way that the contact wasn't quite open. But for Pete's sake, Molly says the calls were going on for a long time. I phoned you only a short time ago and it must have taken her nearly 2 hours to get here from Oyster Bay. Then you must have done it twice, and the vibrations in the floor, something like that, just happened to cause the right induction impulses. Yes, I know how you feel, he said, seeing my expression. It's beginning to bear down. Molly was through telephoning and suggested going out for dinner. I was so pleased to see her I'd forgotten all about being hungry. I'm in no mood to cook, she said. Let's get away from all this. McGill raised an eyebrow. If all this, as you call it, will let us. In the lobby, we ran into Nat. looking smug in a journalistic way. "I've been put on the story. Who could be better? I live here. So far, I don't quite get what's happening. I've been talking to Danny, but he didn't say much. I got the feeling he thinks you're involved in some mystical Hibernian way. Hello, McGill, what's with you?" "He's got a theory," said Molly. "Come and eat with us, and he'll tell you all about it." Since we decided on an air-conditioned restaurant nearby on 6th Avenue, we walked. The jam of cars didn't seem to be any less than before, and we saw Danny again. He was talking to a police lieutenant, and when he caught sight of us, he said something that made the lieutenant look at us with interest, particularly at me. "If you want your umbrella, Mrs. Graham," Danny said, "it's at the station house. What there's left of it, that is." Molly thanked him, and there was a short pause, during which I felt the speculative regard of the lieutenant. I pulled out a packet of cigarettes, which I had opened, as always, by tearing off the top. I happened to have it upside down, and all the cigarettes fell out. Before I could move my foot to obliterate what they had spelled out on the sidewalk, the two cops saw it. The lieutenant gave me a hard look, but said nothing. I quickly kicked the insulting cigarettes into the gutter. When we got to the restaurant, it was crowded but cool, although it didn't stay cool for long. We sat down at a side table near the door and ordered Tom Collins's as we looked at the menu. Sitting at the next table were a fat lady, wearing a very long, brilliant green evening gown, and a dried-up, sour-looking man in a tux. When the waiter returned, they preempted him and began ordering dinner fussily. Cold cuts for the man, and vichyssoise, lobster salad, and strawberry parfait for the fat lady. I tasted my drink. It was most peculiar. Salt seemed to have been used instead of sugar. I mentioned this, and my companions tried theirs and made faces. The waiter was concerned and apologetic, and took the drinks back to the bar across the room. The bartender looked over at us and tasted one of the drinks. Then he dumped them in his sink with a puzzled expression and made a new batch. After shaking this up, he set out a row of glasses, put ice in them, and began to pour. That is to say, he tilted the shaker over the first one, but nothing came out. He bumped it against the side of the bar and tried again. Still nothing. Then he took off the top and pried into it with his pick, his face pink with exasperation. I had the impression that the shaker had frozen solid. Well, ice is a crystal, I thought to myself. The other bartender gave him a fresh shaker, but the same thing happened, and I saw no more because the customers sitting at the bar crowded around in front of him, offering advice. Our waiter came back, baffled, saying he'd have the drinks in a moment, and went to the kitchen. When he returned, he had Madame's vichyssoise and some rolls, which he put down, and then went to the bar, where the audience had grown larger. Molly lit a cigarette and said, "I suppose this is all part of it, Alec. Incidentally, it seems to be getting warmer in here." It was, and I had the feeling the place was quieter. A background noise had stopped. It dawned on me that I no longer heard the faint hum of the air conditioner over the door, and as I started to say so, I made a gesture towards it. My hand collided with Molly's when she tapped her cigarette over the ashtray, and the cigarette landed in the neighboring vichyssoise. "Hey, what's the idea?" snarled the sour-looking man. "I'm terribly sorry," I said. "It was an accident. Throwing cigarettes at people," the fat lady said. "I really didn't mean to," I began again, getting up. There must have been a hole in the edge of their tablecloth which one of my cuff buttons caught in, because as soon as I stepped out from between the closely set tables, I pulled everything, tablecloth, silver, water glasses, ashtrays, and the vichyssoise a la nicotine, onto the floor. The fat lady surged from the banquet and slapped me meatily. The man licked his thumb and danced as boxers are popularly supposed to do. The owner of the place, a man with thick black eyebrows, hustled towards us with a determined manner. I tried to explain what had happened, but I was outshouted, and the owner frowned darkly. One of the waiters came up to the owner and tapped him on the shoulder and started to tell him about the air conditioner, thus creating a momentary diversion, which did not, however, include the fat lady. "He must be drunk," she told her companion, who nodded contemptuously. A man carrying a stepladder came down the aisle from the back, his eye on the air conditioner, but not, it seemed, on the stepladder, which bumped the owner of the restaurant on the shoulder just as he was turning back to me. It was not a hard bump, but it threw him off balance, so that he more or less embraced the waiter. Then he turned around, and it was obvious he thought I had struck him. The room was now divided into two groups, ourselves and our audience. and those who were too far away or intent on other matters to have noticed the fracas, the chief of these being the man with the step-ladder, was paying undivided attention to the air conditioner. The owner was very angry with me. "Mister, I think you'd better leave," he said. "He will not," Molly said. "It was an accident, and you," he added to the fat lady who was about to interrupt, "keep quiet. We'll buy you some more soup." "Maybe it was an accident like you say," the owner declared, "but no one's going to push me when my back is turned. Out you go, mister. The drinks are on the house." "We haven't had any drinks yet," I said. "There was salt in them." "What do you mean, salt? My bartenders—" The air conditioner suddenly let out a loud whirring, and I glanced up. The stepladder which the man was on began to slide open like an acrobatic dancer doing a split. I stepped past the angry restaurateur and put my hand out to stop it, but as I did, the extension bar that was supposed to hold it together parted, and it came down with a rush, knocking over several tables. The repairman pulled part of the works out with him as he fell, and the fan belt broke. The motor raced and black smoke poured out. "What do you think you're trying to do?" the owner yelled at me over the whine of the machinery. "God damn it, haven't you done enough already?" I took 2 steps back, in dismay of what I was accused of, and stepped on the skirt of the fat lady's green evening gown. She in turn took 2 steps and was, as it were, laid bare. The previous hubbub was nothing to what now resulted, and the smoke was becoming thicker. Then the door opened, and to my horror, Danny and his lieutenant came in, and I was the first thing their eyes fastened on. Everyone started shouting at once and pointing at me. Then the sprinkler system went on. The cell was clean, although very hot, and I was not treated badly. There was, in fact, an air of superstitious respect almost. A cop gave me some magazines and, against regulations, a late paper, but it was not late enough to carry the story of the restaurant mob scene. In it, however, was a garbled account of our traffic jam and a reference to the 6 elevators simultaneously and unaccountably stuck in the ITV building, but no connection was suggested. My mind was in too much of an uproar to read, and I paced up and down. It seemed hours since McGill had called my lawyer Vanelli. Some fantastic mishap must be holding him up, I thought. Then I happened to bump into the door of the cell and found the lock hadn't caught. More of the same. There didn't seem to be any point in trying to escape. Where would I go? Besides, I would have to leave through the desk room, where there would be at least the desk lieutenant and a sergeant on the phone. I began to wonder what effect it would have if I were to call out and tell them. "Hey!" I shouted, but my voice was drowned out by a blast from the radio in the squad room. It died down immediately. Someone must have hit a loud spot on the dial. I had an idea. "Hey!" I shouted again, and again was drowned out. I opened the bar door and looked up and down the corridor. No one was in sight. Without making any unnecessary noise, but not stealthily either, I walked as naturally as I could past the door to the squad room, where all the heads were turned away, listening to the sensational pronouncements of Bill Bart, the radio gossip. "And in your commentator's view, this man is dangerous. After attacking a woman and setting fire to a restaurant, he was arrested and is being held for investigation. But I predict that the double domes and alleged scientists will come up with some more gobbledygook, and we ordinary citizens will be left into the dark as to why and how Graham is causing all this trouble. So far, fortunately, no one has been seriously injured, but I predict—" I left and went on down the corridor. So Bill Bart was giving me a play. What kind of crazy guesswork was he foisting on his public, I wondered, and came to the desk room. I looked in at the door. On one side, a sergeant was talking to an elderly, worried-looking couple and never turned his head. On the other, a gray-haired lieutenant sitting at the raised desk dropped his glasses as I came in. They fell on the floor and smashed. "Mother of God!" he muttered and gave me a cursory glance. "Good night, Doctor," he said. "Not that there's anything good about it." He was fumbling in the desk as I walked out the door. On the other side of the street, in the shadows, was a man who crossed over as I came down the steps. It was McGill. "I had a hunch this might happen," he said, taking my arm. "The car's up ahead. Vanilli came here as quick as he could, but he slipped coming along the street and broke his ankle." "Judas," I said, "I am sorry. I feel responsible. Where are we going?" He didn't answer me at first. He just kept hurrying me along. One of those New York Sirocco's was pretending to cool the city, and at the corner I saw his old coupe with the parking lights on. A saloon next to us was closing up, and a few of the late customers came out onto the sidewalk. One customer, on seeing me, stopped and turned to the others. "That's the guy I was telling you about. That's Graham." I saw then it was our telephone repairman from the afternoon. He looked reasonably sober, but his friends did not. "Oh, yeah?" one of these said, eyeing me belligerently. "I thought we just heard Bill Bart broadcast the cops had him." "Right," said another one of them. "He's escaped. I'll hold him and you go on in and phone him." "Nah, the joint's closed. Police station's right around the corner. I'll go tell him. Hold on to him now." The repairman and his three pals began to advance warily, and the other one ran down Charles Street. But at that moment we heard excited yapping, and a small dog chasing a cat came tearing up the street. The cat had a fish head in its mouth, and, ignoring us, ran through the middle of the group, dropping the fish head. The dog followed almost instantly, only he ran between the repairman's legs, upsetting him. In falling, the repairman tripped on its neighbor, who fell on him, and another one fell on top of them. The remaining one stepped on the fish head. "Black cat!" he cried, as he joined the others on the sidewalk. "Crossed my path!" We got into McGill's car, and he pulled away fast. As I looked back, the four men were flailing around. They saw the direction we took. I also thought I saw the street lamp behind us go out. "That was a lucky break," I said. "I mean the cat and dog." "Don't give it a thought," McGill said, driving fast but carefully up Hudson Street. "You're being watched over and protected. We're going up to my office and have a conference, and we're going to drive like hell. I have an idea this thing may not be able to do much more than hang on to you. Maybe we can even shake it." "Hang on to me?" "Yes, you're the nucleus." We were at the top of the ramp to the West Side Highway, and he abruptly put on more speed. No traffic was in sight. "But what is it?" I asked a little wildly. "How's it doing? Why pick on me?" "I don't know, but I'd say it picked on you as the nucleus because you had just been subject to various flukes, the taxi and subway and so on. So you represented a sample of what it's made of, flukes. I have a hunch you'll continue to be protected." "Did you happen to catch Bill Bart's broadcast?" "Yes, I did. On the car radio coming over. Not good. He said," in the rearview mirror, I saw a police car overhauling us. We were doing a good 65. "Here come the cops," I interrupted, but before McGill could answer, there was a faint pop and the police car wobbled and slowed to a stop and was quickly out of sight. "Blowout," I said. "See what I mean?" McGill answered, and turned on two wheels into the 125th Street exit. Then he added, "Molly's waiting for us in my office." I felt better. We drove through some immortal gateway, and McGill moderated his speed. He pulled up in front of a darkened building, and we climbed the steps. It seemed cooler here, and the wind was very strong. McGill tried the door, but it was locked. Then he felt in his pocket and swore. "No key?" I asked. He shook his head and then shook the door and went through his pockets again. I reached forward and shook the door too. The lock clicked and we went in. I made an apologetic gesture and McGill raised his eyebrows. We climbed a flight of stairs, all dark except for a faint glow that came in from the campus lights, and then along an echoing hallway to an office in which were Molly and some unimportant items. Among them a desk radio she turned off as we came in. She gave me her professional nurse's smile, and I sat down next to her. Molly's professional nurse's smile is not a phony, "everything's going to be all right," but a signal. It's supposed to mean, "Never mind what these cretins are saying about you. You're okay." I was a little puzzled that she showed no surprise to see me. "Well," McGill said, "my hunch was right. He got out." "So I see," said Molly, smiling at me proudly. "What happened? Knocked over one of the jailers?" I shook my head and told her, including the cat and dog episode and the police car blowout. "Don't forget the lock downstairs," McGill said, and when I told her that too, he added, "You see, I think it's beginning to take sides. I think it's watching out for its nucleus. Alec ought to be rather lucky right now." "Well, I don't feel it," I said. "I feel hemmed in." Molly glanced at me anxiously and turned back to him. "What do we do now?" "First, before any more funny stuff happens, I want to rig up a few tests and see what's with Alec. If anything, I'll even test for EMF, Molly, just for the sake of satisfying you." "For what?" I asked. "Electromagnetic force. Come and give me a hand, Molly. Alec, you stay put and relax. We'll call you when we get set." I only hope to God the cops and news hawks don't tumble to where we are. They left, and I went to the window and looked out at the wind blowing papers and dust into miniature tornadoes in the dim light, and wondered whether it was going to storm. A few belated students on the way to their dormitories were evidently wondering the same thing, for they were all looking up at the sky. I went to the desk and turned the radio on, low. Are doing all they can, which doesn't seem to be much, Bill Bart was saying breathlessly. He was last seen speeding uptown on the West Shore Drive, but the cops lost him. The town is gripped in superstitious fear. It is now known that Graham was responsible for the elevators jamming in the ITV building this morning, but how did he do it? I ask, how? And how has he turned off all the electrical power in Greenwich Village? I contacted the power company for an explanation, but I was put off with the usual double talk. I say, and I repeat, this man must be caught. He is. I turned him off. So that was what the street light going off had meant. In a little while, Molly came back. All right, Duck, come and be measured. He's got galvanometers and electronic devices and stuff, and he'll be able to detect anything you're emanating down to a milli-micro whisker. I followed her into the lab where I was sat down, taped up, and surrounded with gadgets. McGill tried various things and read various dials. There were buzzing sounds and little lights blinking on and off, but at the end he shook his head. Nothing, he announced. You're married to a non-ferrous, non-conducting, non-emanating, non-magnetic writer, Molly. He is, too, she said. He's as magnetic as the dickens. Possibly, but he isn't emanating anything. The damn thing apparently just likes him. Has a nucleus, I mean. Is that bad? Molly asked. Could it be dangerous? It's bad, I put in morosely. Also, it could be good, McGill said, with a gleam of scientific enthusiasm. Why, it wouldn't surprise me, Alec, if you could do anything you wanted to that involved chance. I didn't like the guinea pig's eye view of him I got, and I told him so. Except for a couple of minor escapes, it's been highly inconvenient, I said. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I wish it would go and help somebody else. But, my God, man, do you realize if you went to the track tomorrow, your horse probably couldn't lose? I wouldn't get that far, I grumbled. And I bet if someone threw a knife at you, it would miss, McGill went on, ignoring me. Here, I'd like to try an experiment. Now hold on, I said. McGill, are you crazy? Molly cried, but he ignored her and also opened up his desk drawer, from which he took a pair of dice. Roll me some sevens, Alec, he said, handing them to me. I thought we came here for a conference, I protested, and I don't know whether you know about it, but there's been a village-wide electric power failure and I'm being blamed, according to Bill Bart. Holy cow! When did you hear that? On your radio just now. Furthermore, he says the whole town is gripped in superstitious terror. That could be true, McGill answered. Most people haven't progressed beyond the Dark Ages. Look what happened with Orson Welles' broadcast about the Martians. Maybe we ought to leave town for a while, Molly said. We could go to Oyster Bay or somewhere. Then she glanced up. What's that noise? Outside, I now noticed, mingled with the soughing of the winds, a susurrus of many voices. We went to the lab windows. A crowd of 200 or 300 people were standing in the campus, staring up at the sky over us. What are they looking at? McGill asked. No one can possibly know we're here. I started to lean out of the window, twisting up my head to see what it could be. Don't do that, Alec. They'll see you, McGill warned, and I pulled my head in. Can we get on the roof? I asked, but Molly suddenly said, Look who's here. The 3 squad cars drove up and several policemen got out. Perhaps we ought to sort of very gently turn the lights off, I suggested. Molly immediately snapped off the shaded bench lamp, which was all that was on in the lab. This left McGill's office light, and I started towards it. Hadn't we better run for it? Molly said, but a loud banging on the front door downstairs answered her. I hope that damn lock doesn't give again, McGill breathed. They'll break it down, Molly gasped. Like hell. It's university property, and they can't possibly have gotten a search warrant so quickly at this time of night. From outside came a loud voice. Alec Graham, are you in there? Don't answer, said McGill, and keep away from the windows. I guess they saw the light in my office. He leaned out. What do you want? He shouted. This is the police. Open up. I won't unless you have a warrant. There was no more shouting. They seemed to be parleying among themselves, but the crowd had a menacing sound. A brilliant light suddenly hit our windows, illuminating the lab ceiling. A police searchlight. I saw that Molly had disappeared, and I assumed she had gone into McGill's office. These guys mean business, he said. But what the hell brought them? Something on the roof. That's what they were all looking at, so why don't we go up and see? All right, but you'd better stay down here. There's no parapet, and they'll see you. He started for the door, and I decided to follow, at least as far as the trapdoor or whatever gave onto the roof. When Molly came in from down the hall, she looked scared. My God! I climbed an iron ladder and looked outside. There's a small cyclone over us. A ton of torn papers and dust and junk whirling around like a waterspout. They'd be able to see it for blocks. Oh, great, McGill groaned. Now it's playing tricks with the wind. That's how they spotted us. We've got to get out of here, McGill, said Molly. Maybe the best thing would be for me to give myself up to the cops, I said. I don't know whether they'd be able to get you through that mob, McGill replied. Just listen to them. I only wish I could think of some way to satisfy the damn crystal or whatever it is. I have a feeling it wants something. It can't be merely fooling around for no reason. But there doesn't seem to be any motive beyond the fact that it's apparently on your side. How did it start? That's what I wish I knew. He absently turned the bench lamp on again. I shrugged unhappily and scratched my cheek. In so doing, I pulled the piece of pink adhesive tape loose and it began to bleed again. Cut yourself shaving, darling? Molly asked me. No, I said. As a matter of fact, it was kind of a freak accident. Oh? McGill lifted his head up interestedly. Anything involving you and a fluke I want to hear about. Tell Papa. I did, and McGill began to get his dedicated look. You say this piece of glass just blew up? What did it look like? How big was it? I only saw it for a second. It was dirty, and I'd say about 2 feet across, more or less round with flat places all over it. McGill came towards me in a state of great excitement. That piece that hit your cheek, did it merely nick you, or is it embedded? If it is embedded... He picked up a bottle of alcohol and a piece of cotton and took a lens out of a drawer. Molly, there's a pair of tweezers in my desk. Will you fetch them? He tilted the light up onto my face and dabbed the cut with the alcohol. Ouch! Keep still. It'll sting a little. Yes, I think I can see it. He took the tweezers from Molly, who had returned, and neatly removed something from the cut. He held it under the light and looked at it through the lens. Then he rinsed it under the water faucet, dried it on a piece of filter paper, and looked at it again. Well, it looks like glass. I don't know. Maybe it's the nucleus of the glass chunk, and... His voice trailed off, and he frowned at nothing in particular, putting the fragment down on the filter paper. I picked it up. It seemed like a bit of sand, only brighter. McGill's concern over this new object of interest had been so intent that for a few minutes our attention was diverted. But now Molly began pacing up and down. There didn't seem to be anything for us to do, and unlike most nurses, waiting makes her nervous. She was looking at the display of various chemicals and reagents all over the place. What's that stuff? She asked, pointing to a large jar of black powder labeled deflocculated graphite. I bet those cops have gone for a search warrant. Finely divided carbon, McGill said. Damn, I wish I could think of something. A chunk of glass blowing up. Graphite is carbon? Molly said. You don't think they'd actually do anything to Alec, do you? It's another form of carbon. A diamond is still another. The rare crystalline form, he said. I wouldn't put it past that mob to do anything. Oh, yeah, I remember that in chemistry, Molly said. But the police wouldn't let them, McGill, would they? I've got an idea, I tried to break in. They might not be able to stop them, McGill replied. We've got to get out of here, Molly said for the second time. If a diamond, I began. With a helicopter we might, McGill said. Right now we're surrounded. How about hiding Alec, Molly said. You and I could act innocent. I don't want to be hidden, I objected. My idea is... Or better yet, we could act guilty. That would appeal to them, wouldn't it, McGill? They'd tear the place apart if they got in, McGill said. I took a surreptitious look out the window again. It seemed to hit me that our being surrounded was an exaggeration, as most of the crowd was centered around the police car directly in front of the main door. They had an ugly look, and while I didn't like the idea of being alone, neither did I relish the thought of my presence possibly causing my wife and best friend to be victims of mob violence. For although the police might, in the absence of a warrant, refrain from breaking in, the mob might not. So I decided to leave, confident that some bizarre manifestation would lead them away from the lab, and that no matter where I went, I could hardly be worse off. To keep moving was my best bet. Molly and McGill were discussing the situation as I tiptoed into the hall. Surely there would be a back door, probably in the basement, and I went down 3 flights to a cement-floored corridor. Then, with lighted matches, I found my way to a door at the back of the building, at the end. I opened it up and peered out to see a retaining wall and stones leading up to ground level. I eased out into the areaway and pulled the door shut, noticing that I still held the folded filter paper with the fragment in it. The lock clicked and I realized that my bridge was, as they say, burned behind me. 2 cops were talking a little way to my right, but their backs were turned and they were looking up. I too looked and saw the whirlpool of debris, which was exactly as Molly had described and quite as attention-calling. Clutching the filter paper like a talisman, I climbed the steps and gumshoed away to the left, but as I got to the corner, I met a group of young men, also looking up. One of these was saying, "That's a lynch mob if I ever saw one. I don't get it." "Mob psychology, that's the answer," explained another. My heart congealed, but they walked right by me. It suddenly occurred to me that any newspapers that had carried the story would scarcely have been able to dig up a photograph of me. All I had to do was walk out of the campus, for who would recognize me? Where I would go then was something I could decide later. So I started out with more assurance, but I took the precaution to act like an onlooker by glancing over my shoulder now and then at the airborne maelstrom. As I got to the other side of the open space, I had another shock. A few yards ahead of me was another group of policemen, one of whom, I saw with dismay, was the lieutenant from Charles Street, and he was beginning to turn around. I barely had time to duck into a doorway to avoid being seen. I had the feeling of a member of the IRA in Dublin during the Troubles, and I crouched against the door. I could now hear the lieutenant's voice. "Of course he's up there. Madigan will be here with a warrant any minute now, and we'll—" His voice faded away. Behind me, the door suddenly opened and I almost fell. A young student holding some notebooks emerged. "Sorry," he said, and walked toward the crowd. The door had not yet closed, and I slipped in, with my heart irretrievably contracted to the size of buckshot. I could just make out in the dim light that I was at the bottom of the fire stairs, so I climbed to the 3rd floor and went into a classroom, then on into an office somewhat like McGill's, that faced towards the lab building. From here I had a perfect view of the crowd, the police, the upper facade of the labs brightly lit by searchlight, and, overall, the spinning papers and dust, which even as I looked began to die down. I was unable to see Molly or McGill and wondered whether they had noticed my absence and were worrying. I saw a phone on the desk at my side and considered calling up McGill's office, but first I wanted to think over my new idea. I pulled down the shades and turned on the reading lamp, by the light of which I re-examined the fragment I had been carrying around all day. It sparkled brilliantly. On the desk, beside an onyx pen set, a golf trophy, and a signed golf ball, was a leather-framed photograph of a blank-faced young woman holding a pudgy little boy. I picked it up and rubbed the glass with the tiny fragment. It left a faint but undeniable scratch, so I was right about one thing. Then I called McGill's office. In a few moments I heard the receiver lifted but no voice. "This is the nucleus," I said, and I heard a sigh of relief from McGill. "Where in the hell are you?" "Across the way. Look, out of your window and I'll turn my light off and on again." I did so. "You're in Professor Crandall's office. Why did you leave?" "We'll get into that later. McGill, that fragment is a diamond." "What?" "At any rate, it scratches glass." "Why didn't you tell me that before? And where is it? I couldn't find it anywhere." "I was sidetracked. I've got it here. Now, my idea. A diamond! I begin to see light." "Give what the idea, Alec." "Well, there was all this talk of crystals, and then you were telling Molly about carbon and diamonds. It occurred to me that what we have is something trying to crystallize. Something that was once a crystal, and got broken up and wants to reform. It keeps trying to play with cards and pigeons and automobiles, but it's no go. Why don't we give it some carbon to play with, McGill?" There was a short silence. I looked across at the office, but I couldn't see him. I noticed a piece of dirty newspaper that had fallen out of the maelstrom and had caught on a thick wire that stretched out from one of the lab windows to immediately below mine. Some kind of aerial, I imagined. Then I saw that the maelstrom, rather than breaking up as I had thought, was moving over in my direction. I would be pointed out again. "You mean the graphite, I suppose," McGill said. "Why in hell did you leave and take the fragment with you?" "I forgot it was in my hand," I said, dodging the first part of the question. "Nobody on campus recognized me, so I guess I can walk back." Then I remembered the locked basement door and the fact I could scarcely be let in by McGill, with the cops standing around. But I was feeling lightheaded and damage-proof. It was protecting its nucleus, which, even if I wasn't any more, I had in my hand. My crystalline rabbit's foot. "Hold on a second," I said. "I've got another idea." I put down the receiver and picked up the golf ball from the desk and put it on the floor. I stood up and put my right foot on it, holding my breath. I raised my other foot. In any event, I would not have far to fall. But I did not fall. I remained upright, holding the filter paper and wobbling a little bit, then relaxed and closed my eyes. I still did not fall. The rabbit's foot was working, just as McGill had said. I stepped down 2 inches and picked up the phone. "I'm coming," I said. "That is, if the wire that runs from here to the lab is strong enough to hold me." "Alec, you're nuts," McGill said, and I hung up. "Diamonds of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your nucleus." I took a look over the sill at the wire. It was held by a powerful steel-eyed bolt, securely attached to the brickwork. Clutching the diamond fragment in its paper, I climbed over the sill and put a foot on the wire, and felt immediately seasick. The wire vibrated like a harp string, but did not give noticeably, and I put my other foot on it. Then I almost blacked out and closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I found I had progressed some distance into the void. Nothing was holding me from overbalancing, but my body seemed to right itself automatically, as if I were a veteran-type rope walker. In a frozen daze, I edged along, keeping my eyes fixed on the distant window in which I could see McGill and Molly were watching me with white faces. When I was about halfway, the crowd caught sight of me and yelled. A man with a broad-brimmed hat ran out from the others and, to my horror, pulled out a gun. Another man picked up a stone, wound himself up like a sandlot pitcher, and hurled it just before the other pulled his trigger. They were excellent shots. The stone was hit by the bullet and both disintegrated. The man's gun jammed at his second try, and the 2 heroes were grabbed by the police. With my heart pounding, I kept going, until, about 4 yards from safety, my foot caught, and I looked down again. There was a splice in the wire, sticking up from which was a sharp end. I staggered and righted myself, and let go of the filter paper. By now, the maelstrom was directly over me, and my talisman was caught in the updraught. It did not fall, but I did. After a sickening instant, I was brought up with a jerk that nearly strangled me. The back of my coat had caught on the projecting wire, and I swung there like an unused marionette. The crowd shouted and milled around, and the cops called out directions to each other. One order was to send for the fire department. I found I could breathe, but I could not look down. The all-important paper was fluttering around near the lab window, and McGill was making grabs at it. Then it suddenly blew right by him. His head reappeared, and he shook his clasped hands at me. Molly remained at the window, her eyes round, the fingers of each hand crossed. I essayed a debonair smile, which she tried to answer. In the distance, I heard the owl sound of approaching fire engines. From behind Molly there suddenly came an intense blue light, which rapidly increased until she became a dark silhouette, and I could just make out McGill looking at the glare, his eyes shielded by what looked to be a deep blue bottle. His stance suggested elation. There appeared to be a terrific indraught. All the window shades were blowing straight into the lab, and Molly's red hair streamed behind her. In what was actually almost no time, I heard the fire department turn into the campus, and one piece of equipment skidded to a stop under me. There was the sound of a winch, and then I felt something touch my foot. At that moment, my jacket gave way with a tearing sound. Molly closed her eyes, and I landed like an oversized tarantula on top of the fireman's ladder. Firemen and cops were climbing toward me, alternating like meat and tomatoes on a shish kebab. First to reach me was my friend the lieutenant. He rearrested me and pulled. I shook my head to his earnest entreaties and hung on with the tenacity of the unbrave. It seems to be impossible to detach a determined man from a ladder when you are also on it. and his friends gave up finally and ordered the ladder lowered, but one last fluke intervened, if it was a fluke. The machinery refused to work, and we drove away, with me swaying grandly on my perch. The lieutenant had the hook and ladder driven to a distant police station, where, in due course, Vanelli, the lawyer, arrived with his foot in a cast, and I was bailed out. The cops showed me surprising consideration. It turned out they were furious at the irresponsible riding they had been getting from Bill Bart. A scientific big shot that McGill knew, named Joe Stein, convinced them I was in no way to blame, and the case was dropped. Professor Stein gave a wonderfully incomprehensible but tranquilizing statement to the press, and Molly and I went to Oyster Bay. "In 2 weeks, everybody'll have forgotten about it," the lieutenant told us. "You may even be a hero. I don't know." Before we left, we went with McGill to the lab and saw the diamond. It sat on a bench, gleaming brilliant, smooth-faceted, and without a flaw. It was at least 2 feet across, about the same as a chunk of glass on 51st Street. "The cops never recognized what it was," McGill said, "it being so big." "Who would?" Molly asked. "McGill, I've got an idea." "All I had to do," McGill said, ignoring her, "was to put the graphite on some cinder blocks and the fragment on the graphite. Then I turned a Bunsen flame on it, and it caught fire with a terrifically bright flame. Very small. I guess you saw it." I nodded. "It didn't give off any heat," he went on. "Adiabatic process. And it got its necessary pressure from the random motions together of the graphite particles. Some random motions. When that was used up, it started on the cinder blocks and then the CO2 in the air. That's what caused the suction. The blinds were blown straight in. You probably missed that." I shook my head. "Anyways, this thing—" "McGill," Molly interrupted, "I've got an idea." "This thing has to be dumped out at sea." "Oh," said Molly, looking crestfallen. "I was just going to say, why don't we break off a piece and sell it in Amsterdam?" "Good God, no! That would only start it up all over again." "Just a little piece, McGill?" "No!" With Stein's help, McGill convinced the police that the thing had to be dumped, and we dropped it off a police launch beyond Sandy Hook, to their bored perplexity. They would have been still more puzzled if they had known what it was. McGill came down to Oyster Bay for a weekend, and we played a game of gin rummy. A truly memorable game, because the cards behaved and I even lost a little. He congratulated me in a preoccupied way, which annoyed me. "I should think you'd be gladder than that," I told him. "I am," he said, "but there's something else." "What's that?" asked Molly, worried. "The schools of fish are traveling head to tail. I'm wondering if that's just the beginning of another mess." We went back to playing gin rummy, but our minds weren't on what we were doing. They haven't been since. Just yesterday, an ocean liner chased its berthing tugboats away and went sightseeing up the Hudson River. End of I Am a Nucleus by Stephen Barr. Recording by Dan McAdam.